Hello, everyone, and welcome to yoga class to start your day. I'm Michelle Furlong. I'll be leading you through, I'll be showing you some moves that a lot of people could do, very accessible. I'll show you ways to make it a little bit easier, and I'll show you ways to make it a little bit harder if you are more advanced in your yoga practice. So let's go. We're going to start with just a very easy sun salutation. So if you come to the very top of your mat, we're just going to take a couple deep breaths here. Just by your think about the tops of your ears toward the ceiling. Think about pressing down through your heels, really pulling your belly button back to your spine. I'm just gonna take a couple nice deep breaths here. So big inhale in through your nose and big exhale. Let's do one more. Big inhale in through your nose and exhale. To get started, you're just gonna bring your hands to the center of your chest in prayer position. Big inhale, lift up toward the sky, and a little bit just back bend your spine. You don't have to go far. Just look up to the ceiling, your fingers up to the ceiling, and start to reach your hands a little bit back. Good. Inhale, come back up to the top. You're gonna bend your knees, stomach in, and come down. Put your hands right next to your feet. And just take a breath here. Inhale, you're gonna lift up halfway. And then exhale, come back down again. Take your right foot, big step backwards, and then gently put your knee down on the ground. You can stay here if you like. Otherwise, feel free to come up, hands in the center of your chest. Just take a breath here and balance. From here, eyes down to the floor, hands back down. You're gonna step your left foot back just to a high plank. Don't worry, we're not gonna hold it for long. From here, bend your knees to the floor, bend your elbows and bring your chin down, your chest down. You're gonna scoop forward into just a low cobra pose. Look up with your eyes, drop your shoulders down your back. Nice deep breath in. From here, tuck your toes, come up on all fours. If you're a little more advanced, you can straighten your legs and come all the way up into your downward dog. Think about pressing your armpits back towards your knees. Keep your neck nice and long, maybe eye gaze to the floor. Nice deep breath in and exhale it out. From here, take your right foot again. You're gonna step in between your hands. And it's okay if it takes a couple steps to get there. Gently drop your left knee down. Again, you can stay here if you like, or come up hands center of your chest. Good job. From here, hands back down. You're gonna step your left foot back to join the right foot. Bend your knees, hands in the center of your chest. Inhale all the way up, arms up, and again, little back bend, reach back. Come back to the center, hands right at the center of your chest. Take a breath. We're gonna do all of that again, this time on the left side. So big inhale, reach up. Reach back, lift your chest up, but try not to sink into your low back. Really use your arms to lift you up. From here, bend your knees, hinge forward, hands next to your toes. You're gonna inhale, halfway lift, and exhale, relax back down. From here, left foot steps back first. Again, you're gonna drop your knee down gently. Stay here if you like, or again, you can come up, hands at the center of your chest. A little bit more advanced, you can reach up and also reach back. Nice. From here, hands come back down. You're gonna step your right foot back into that plank position again. Nice and strong through your shoulders, stomach pulls in. Knees to the floor. You're gonna scoop again, chin, chest forward, and lift your chest up for that low cobra. Nice. From here, bring your chin back down. You're gonna bend your knees, all fours if you like, or straighten your legs back into that downward dog. Again, think about armpits toward your knees, nice and strong through your hands, pressing down. If your heels don't touch the floor, that's okay, and just get as close as you can. From here, left foot steps forward again. If you need 2 steps or 3, take your couple steps. Right knee comes down, hands in the center of your chest. And again, if you like, you can reach up and do a little back bend, a little bit more advanced. From here, hands come back down. And you're gonna step your right foot back to your left foot. Bend your knees, hands in the center of your chest, stand all the way up, stomach in. Arms up. And reach back. Back to center, hands in front of your chest. The next posture we do is called a half moon pose. I'm going to turn to face you so you can see me. So start with your feet together. You're going to scoop your arms up over your head. Bring your palms together, interlock your fingers, and release your index finger. Now, if that's too much on your shoulders, you can always do this one arm at a time. So with your hands together, you're going to inhale, stretch up as tall as you can, and exhale, start to bend to the right. You don't have to go far. Just go until you feel a stretch on the left side of your body. Push your hips to the left, stretch your arms over to the right. Think about keeping your left hip forward and your right shoulder forward. Pull your stomach in and up. Try to lift out of your waist. Push your hips to the left, stretch your arms to the right. Keep breathing the whole time. We're gonna come down a little bit more for 3, 2, 1. Good, big inhale, come back up to the top. Do the same thing on the other side. Again, if it's too much for your shoulders, you can always do this just with one arm in the air. With both arms together, inhale, stretch up, and now take up and over to the left. Same thing here. Try to keep your right hip forward, left shoulder forward. Stomach pulls in up. Your chin is lifted up off of your chest. You're really using your left arm to help pull your right arm up and over. Keep pulling your stomach in and up. Keep pressing your heels down. Make sure you're breathing in through your nose, out through your nose the whole time. So inhale, think stretch up, and exhale, think push a little bit more. Let's try that 2 more times. Inhale, stretch. Exhale, push. One more time. Inhale, stretch. Exhale, push. And inhale, come all the way up to the top. From here, we're going to go into that back bend position again. So press down to your heels. Inhale, look up, stretch your arms up and start to reach back. If you have a bad back, you can put your hands on your hips and just think about lifting your chest up. Your back feels okay. Again, arms come. Try to keep the weight in your heels, not your toes. Push your hips forward, lift your chest up. Arms back, reach back, go back. Good, inhale, come back up. You're gonna bend your knees and come all the way down, stomach in. If this hurts your back, you can always walk your hands down your legs and put your hands on the floor. A little bit more flexible, you can reach around and grab the back of your heels, or if not, you can have your hands on the floor in front of you, or you can even grab the sides of your feet. The key thing is here to keep your stomach glued to your thighs. So if you need to bend your knees a little bit more, if you have your hands wrapped around the back, you can pull up on your heels, lift your shoulders up out of your ears, and think about really creating that sandwich, stomach on your thighs, chest on your knees. And one day, think of it face on the knees. Take a couple breaths here. And then arms out in front. Again, if you have a bad back, you can walk up your legs. If you're feeling good, bend your knees, pull your stomach in, arms and head together. And inhale, you're gonna lift all the way up. And then exhale, arms down by your side. Gonna warm up our legs a little bit. This is called awkward pose. You might know it as chair pose. You're gonna keep your feet together, hands in the center of your chest. You're gonna inhale, stretch up, and exhale, sit back. Again, for our beginners, hands in the center of your chest is a great place to start. A little bit more advanced, you can bring your arms all the way up next to your ears. Try to keep sitting your hips back and your knees back. So look down and notice if you can see your toes. If your knees are hiding your toes, you're just gonna sit your knees back even more. Pull your stomach in if it feels good on your shoulders and your neck. You can start to look up towards your thumbs. So think stretch up and sit back. Pull your stomach in, stretch up, sit back. One more, stretch through your arms, sit back 1 inch more, and inhale, come back up. Hands to the center of your chest. For the next one, we're gonna add a twist to that chair pose. So again, I'm turning so you can see what I'm doing. Inhale, stretch up. Exhale, sit back into your chair. You're gonna take your left elbow over your right knee. Push your top hand onto the bottom hand. If this is too much, you're gonna put your wrist on your knee and your right hand's gonna go back to your sacrum. You're gonna sit in the chair, and again, notice your knees. Knees should be behind your toes, but also notice if your left knee is trying to come forward of your right knee. Bring your left knee back so both knees are in line. If you have your palms pressed together, use your top hand to push into the bottom hand. You're trying to corkscrew your spine. So think turn, twist. Look up toward the sky, chin to shoulder, left knee back, stomach in. One more time, twist. Bring your eyes down first, hands to the center of your chest. Inhale, come back up. Let's do the same thing on the other side. Inhale, stretch up. Exhale, sit your hips back in the chair. This time, right elbow over your left knee. Your hands are a couple inches away from your chest. And again, you're gonna press your top hand into your bottom hand. If this is too much, again, left hand's back of your sacrum and your right wrist is against your left knee. Think this side about your right knee. So right knee in line with your left knee. Try to keep sitting your hips back and down, and then gently turn your head up to the sky. Think about a straight line from the very top of your head to your tail. So stomach in, turn and twist. Keep breathing, turn and twist. One more time, twist. Eyes back to the ground. Hand center. Inhale, stay back up. Great job. We're going to do one more of these awkward poses. And again, I'm going to turn so you can see what you're doing. If you need to, take a little bit of a step back toward the back of your mat. And this one, we're going to pretend like we're a table and chairs. So again, start with your hands in prayer position. If it's okay for your shoulders, arms above your head. Inhale, stretch up. Exhale, sit back. Your legs are the chair. You're just going to bring your upper body forward, eventually parallel to the floor. Keep stretching your fingers forward. Sit your hips back. Think about really pulling your stomach in so you're not arching, you're not rounding. Stretch your arms. Too much for your arms, you can have hands in prayer. And just think about really lengthening through the top of your head. You can do it. Sit back a little bit more. Stretch more forward, pull your stomach in. Bring your hands to the floor. That's enough of that. Separate your feet. We're just going to try a little yoga squat. So just bend your knees gently. You're just going to sit down as far as you can. Now, your heels may not touch the floor. And if they don't, just keep your hands in front of you. A little bit more advanced, maybe you can sit your heels all the way back. If your heels go all the way back, maybe hands to the center of your chest. If not, again, no worries. Keep your hands on the floor. Right? Make sure you don't have any pain in your knees. If you do, you can rock forward a little bit more weight on your hands. Again, if you have a little bit more flexible ankles, hips, and knees, you can sit all the way back. And just hands in the center. This is just a nice stretch for your low back. Good. From here, hands on the floor. You can straighten your legs. A little bit, let yourself hang like a rag doll. Nice release for your low back. If you like, you can even do a little swing. Really relax the back of your neck, the top of your head. To come up out of this one, again, if you have a bad back, walk up your legs. Otherwise, you're just gonna go up like a rag doll. Arms and head are heavy, nice and slow, all the way up to the top. And your head comes up last. Great job, everybody. All right, we're gonna do a little bit of some warrior poses, a little triangle posture flow. So you're gonna step, so you're facing the long side of your mat and step toward the back of it. Start with your feet together and arms down by your side. Big inhale, arms up over your head sideways, and step your right foot to the right. Take a big step. Bring your arms down to a T. From here, you're gonna turn your right toes forward and a little bit your left toes in. Try to keep your shoulders stacked over your hips, pull your stomach in and stretch your arms apart. Make sure your shoulders are away from your ears. This is a straight leg triangle. From here, it's gonna stretch your right arm forward as you push your left hip back. You should straighten your right inner thigh. Stretch as much as you can. And from here, drop your right hand down. So right hand's gonna make a little tent on your shin or above your knee if you're not quite that flexible. Left arm straight up. Think about really lengthening through the right side of your waist and stretching your arms in opposite directions. If it's okay for your neck, you can bring your chin to your shoulder. Otherwise, just look straight ahead. Really think about lengthening through your spine, especially that right side. Stretching through your arms And again, feeling this nice stretch through your right leg. To come up, use your left arm and stomach to pull you back up to the top. From here, you're going to put your hands on your hips and just turn to face that right foot. You're going to shorten your stance a little bit. Right toes are straight ahead, left toes slightly turned in. From here, take your right hand and put it right on the base of your spine, your sacrum. Left arm straight out in front of you. Really pull your stomach in, lengthen your spine. From here, inhale, stretch forward. Reach, reach, reach as far as you can. When you can't reach anymore, again, you're going to bring that hand like a tent on your shin bone. Too much, bring it up on the top of your thigh. So from here, the back hand is trying to make sure we got our hips on straight. So make sure you don't have one hip higher than the other. You can stay here if you like. If you're feeling pretty balanced, bring your right hand down toward the floor and lift it up to the ceiling. So you're trying to get, again, a nice twist in the spine. Keep your stomach pulled in. Try not to round, but really keep your spine straight. Again, feeling the stretch in your right leg and feeling a nice twist in your spine. If you've got your balance, you can start to look up towards your right thumb. Take a breath here. From here, bring both hands down at either side of your foot. And you're going to walk your left leg back as far as it goes and drop your knee to the floor. You can also bring the top of your foot to the floor. From here, bring both hands into the inside of your foot. This is called a dragon lunge. It's just a nice stretch for your left hip flexor. So you can get as comfortable as you like here. We're going to spend just a couple of minutes. So you should feel a nice stretch here in the left hip flexor. A little bit more flexible. You can even think left elbow down, right elbow down, and just some nice breaths into that left side hip. If that's too much for you, you can always come back onto your hands. And just think about relaxing through the front of your hip. If your right knee wants to come out to the side, that's okay. Just make sure your right big toe is lifting up too. So you want that nice straight line from your ankle through your knee. Let's take a couple more deep breaths here. You're sitting watching videos, this is a nice stretch for your hip. Nice job. If you're on your elbows, come back up to your hands. You're gonna tuck your back toe just to bring your knee closer. Put your right hand on the outside of your foot, and then we're just gonna lift your hips up and step that left foot a little bit closer. Now from here, again, if you have a bad back, feel free to walk yourself up your leg. If you're feeling strong today, nice stretch, arms with your ears, stomach in. Inhale, you're gonna lift yourself all the way up. Nice job. You're gonna turn and bring your arms back down to the side. We're gonna do all of that again, this time on the left side. So you may have to adjust your stance a little bit bigger. Turn your left toes out, right toes in. Again, think about keeping your shoulders really nice and stacked over your hips, stomach pulled in. Inhale, stretch, and then start to tilt over to the left. So left arm stretching out, right hip pushing back, stomach pulled in. You're gonna stretch, stretch, stretch as far as you can. When you can't stretch anymore, you're gonna move both arms again. Left hand to your shin, right arm up in the air. And again, try not to crunch into your left side. You're gonna really lengthen through the left side. Keep pushing your hips forward, upper body back, stretching your arms apart. Again, if your neck feels good, you can bring chin to shoulder. Otherwise, keep looking straight ahead. Inhale, stretch up. Nice stretch now to your left inner thigh. Stretch, stretch. A bit more turn, twist. Good. To change, right arm, pull you back up to the top. Sorry, I have an ant crawling up my arm. All right, moving on. Hands on your hips, you're gonna turn to face that left foot. And you might step your right foot a little bit closer. We're gonna do the same thing this time, adding that twist. This time your left hand goes on the back of your sacrum, right arm stretch. Now stretch up and to move forward. And stomach in, trying to keep your hips nice and even. You're gonna reach with your right arm, reach, reach, reach. And when you can't reach anymore, again, you're gonna bring that right hand down to your shin. Too much, you're gonna bring it up higher on your thigh. Again, find the stretch, feel with your left hand. Like, again, if your hips are even or if you need to do any adjustments. Couple nice deep breaths. If you've got your balance, you're going to drop your fingers down toward your toes. And just like the hand of a clock, you're going to rotate it up to the ceiling. Notice when you move your arm up, your hip wants to move. So try to keep your hips nice and even. Find your balance by using your inner thighs, really pressing your big toes into the floor and pulling your stomach in. Neck feels okay. Again, you can start to look up towards your thumbs without letting your hips move. Keeping the turn, twist in your spine, from the top of your head all the way to your tail. Look up, stretch, twist, twist, twist. Good. Bring both hands down. One hand on either side of your foot. And again, you're going to step now your right leg back. Drop your knee down. Drop the top of your foot down. Bring both hands to the inside of your left foot. From here, again, you can stay on your hands. If you already feel like you're getting a really good stretch through your right side hip flexor. So again, you should be feeling the stretch right through here. If you're super flexible and you feel like you got a little bit more room in there, you can bring your elbows down. First your right elbow down, and then your left elbow down. And again, just breathe nice and deep into that hip. Again, if your left knee kind of wants to go out to the side, let it go, but make sure, again, your big toe is coming with it. A couple of nice deep breaths here. Just try to relax. Again, if being on your elbow is way too much, you can always come back to your hands. You don't have to stay put too much. A little uncomfortable feeling, a little stretching feeling, probably good. Any sharp shooting pain is probably a good sign that you need to back off. Again, a couple more nice deep breaths here. Try to relax into that hip. Again, our hip flexors, when we sit a lot, tend to get a little shorter. So just lengthening it back out again. Nice. To come out of it, again, you're going to bring your left hand back around, tuck your toes, bring your knee back in, hands on the floor. You're going to pike your hips up and set your right foot down. You can hold here for a little stretch. And again, to come out of it, if you got a bad back, you can use your hands and walk yourself back up your front leg. If you're feeling strong today, stomach in, straighten your legs, arms head together. Keep your spine nice and long. Inhale, come all the way up. Nice. Arms down, turn back to face the long side of your mat. From here, we're going to do a forward stretch. So again, you might want to adjust your stance a bit. More flexible, maybe a little closer. Less flexible, maybe a little bit wider. Stretch your arms apart. Inhale, come up. And then exhale is going to fold forward. Try to keep your lower back nice and long. Try not to round, so really pull your stomach in. And then just put your hands right under your shoulders. From here, you should feel a nice stretch through the back of your hamstrings. So you can even roll a little bit weight forward into your toes. Make sure your hips aren't dragging backwards. You want to keep your hips stacked right over your heels. Stomach in, lengthen through your spine. We're going to add a little twist here, just for fun. So bring your left hand more to the center. Right arm up. You're just going to look up, turn, twist. If that's too much, you can always tent your hand up. Just look towards your thumbs and find a little stretch. Try not to change your hips. Right in the center, stomach stays in. Good. You bring your right hand back down to the center. Left arm comes up. Chin to shoulder. Again, try not to move your hips. Keep your hips in the center and really find that nice turn twist in your spine. Nice. Eyes back down, bring your hand down. From here, we're going to take a little deeper stretch if that feels comfortable for you. To do that, just hold on to the outsides of your feet. Lengthen through your spine and think about pulling your chest toward the floor. Try not to round your spine, rather try to make it longer. Low back is long. Not trying to put your head between legs or your head on the floor. Trying to really push through your chest. Stomach in. Use your arms. A little bit more pull. So come up, arms out to the side. He's going to lift up, stomach in, all the way to the top. Step your feet together. And relax, arms down by your side. Nice job. We'll try a little bit balancing postures. So balancing is one of the first things we start to lose as we get older. So really important to make sure that you can balance on one of your legs. So we'll start a little bit simple. and then we'll add a little bit more complicated moves. But again, I'll show you some different modifications you can use. We're going to start first in just a basic tree pose. So for tree pose, we're going to shift our weight into our left leg, hands in the center of your chest. Pick up your right foot and just put your right foot on the inside of your left leg. Now, if you're not super flexible, you can always come down lower. The more flexible you are, maybe a little bit higher. All right, so really try to find the strength of your left leg, your left foot. Find your balance. It will help you to balance if you just focus your eyes one point out in front of you. And if you're feeling very balanced and strong, you can bring your arms out to the sky. Stomach in, low back is long, neck is long. Stretching through your arms, but pressing down through your foot. Find a moment to breathe and balance. So come out of it, hands back to the center of your chest, and foot back down. Good. You know everything we do on one side, we got to do on the other. So let's try this side. Again, standing up nice and tall, shift your weight into your right foot. Pick up your left foot. Again, doesn't matter how high, however is comfortable for you. Think about keeping that knee out to the side. Really press down through your whole right foot, your big toe, baby toe, middle of your heel. Eyes focus one spot, breathing nice and calm. And again, if you're feeling adventurous, arms to the sky, stomach pulls in. Again, lengthen through your fingers, press down through your foot. Pull your stomach in, feel your whole body get longer as you work to balance on one foot. Nice, from here, hands in the center, foot down, arms down. All right, that's a little warm up for a couple more adventurous poses. Nothing too crazy. This is called big toe stretch. So for some of you, you're gonna be able to grab your big toe. For others of you, you're gonna be able to grab your knee. So let me show you the big toe grab first. So hands on your hips. You're gonna lift your right knee up. Now, if you're grabbing your toe, you're gonna take the first two fingers of your right hand and grab right in between your big toe, second toe. And stand up nice and straight. Now, if you can't stand up straight or this feels like way too much, you can just hold on the outside of your right knee and keep your right foot flexed. Right? You stay here for a moment. Now, if you have your big toe, you're gonna inhale, lift up and start to kick your foot out in front of you. Doesn't have to be straight, doesn't have to be high. Just hold on to your big toe and bounce on your left leg. Try to pull your right shoulder back so your right shoulder is not too far out in front of your left shoulder. Try to keep your kneecap facing up toward the ceiling. Breathing nice and slow. From here, add an extra challenge. You can bring the out. If you're holding onto your knee, no problem. You can bring your knee out to the side. It works either way. Think about keeping your two hips in one line, stomach pulled in, shoulders nice and even. Breathing here. Now, if you want an extra balance challenge, you're gonna take your chin over your opposite shoulder. Stomach in, shoulders away from your ears. Breathing normal here. To come back, bring your knee back to the center. Bring your eyes back to the center. If you're holding onto your big toe, see if you can lift up higher. And then slowly release, hands back to your hips. All right, this side I'll show you the big toe version, but again, if it's too much, you can just hold on to your knee. So again, stomach in, hands on your hips, make sure your hips are even. Lift your left knee up, thigh parallel to the floor. Again, if you're just holding onto your knee, you're gonna hold the outside of your knee. If you're going for the big toe stretch, you're gonna hold in between your big and second toe. Stand up nice and tall. Try to keep your knee touching your arms at all time, rather than letting your knee fall out to the side. Inhale, breathing. Extend your left foot. Again, if you're holding your knee, just keep holding on to it. Work on your balance. Try to keep your hips in one. Try to keep that left shoulder integrated. Right? So it's not going forward. You're pulling that shoulder blade all the way back. A little bit, press your big toe into your hands, and then pull your fingers back against your big toe. From here, add a challenge, leg out to the side. Again, just hold on to it. Doesn't have to be high. The leg you're holding doesn't even have to be that straight. So just do the best you can with it. Another added balance challenge, take your shoulder. Stomach in, still standing up nice and tall. Nice job, everybody. Again, if you're holding onto your knee, just keep holding on to it. Bring your eyes back to center. Your knee or your foot back to center. Whoa. And gently release. Good job. All right, we're going to add a little twist to that same idea, right? And again, you can either hold onto your foot or hold onto your knee. So for this one, again, start off with your hands and your hips. Right, hands and hips is good to make sure we have two hips in one line rather than one higher than the other. For this one, inhale, lift up. You're gonna keep your right hand on your hip, you use your left arm. So again, you may just have to hold onto your knee with your left hand, or you can hold the outside of your right foot. Again, try not to let your knee fall out to the side, keep it upright. Holding onto your knee is here. Now, if you're holding out the outside of your foot, you're more advanced, you can bring that right hand to grab your foot. Inhale, breathing, extend the leg forward. If you're holding onto your knee, you're just holding it here. Either way works. From here, it's a little more challenge again. Arm drops down, comes up, turns to twist behind you. Start to look over your right shoulder. If you got both feet in your hands, same thing. Arm comes up, back. Start to look over your shoulder. Nice turn twist, a little bit more challenge for your balance. Pull your stomach in, use your eyes. To come back to center, arm comes up, back down, bend your knee, and put your foot down on the floor. Stand up tall. All right, that's a little bit challenging, but let's try it again. So again, hands on your hips. You're gonna lift the side left knee up. Again, you may just hold on to your knee with your right hand, or hand on your foot. From here, inhale, lift up, exhale, extend. You can use that both hand grip or just a one hand grip, whatever you're more comfortable with, or again, continue to hold your knee. From here, hand comes down, up, and to the other side. Find your gaze. Once you have your balance, start to look back for your left thumb. Hold on to it, breathe. Good job. Arm comes back and grab your foot, or holding your knee, foot down, hands in prayer. Great job. We'll do one more balancing posture, and then we'll head down to the floor for the rest of the class. So for this one, you're gonna stand a little bit toward the back of your mat, right? We're gonna do a balancing stick pose into a flying cartwheel. That sounds complicated. Let me show you one, and then we'll do it together. So you bring arms over your head, or hands at the center of your chest. You're gonna step onto your foot and come down. Your goal eventually parallel, but you might not get there today. From here, you're gonna put your left hand on the floor, your same foot as forward as your arm. And then, like you're doing a cartwheel, you got stuck in midair, you're gonna hold here. All right, so that's the idea. Let's try this one together. Arms over your head. Again, too much for your shoulders, hands in prayer. From here, step your right foot forward, and you're just gonna start to tilt forward. The more important thing is a straight line from your toes to the top of your head. If you have your arms over your head, you're gonna swing them back behind you. If you're struggling to balance, hands in prayer. Think about keeping your left kneecap facing down, your eye gaze facing down. More advanced, you're gonna come more to parallel. If that's too hard, you're gonna stay up a little bit higher. Again, if your arms are behind you, you're gonna come all the way down. Keep that eye gaze a little bit forward on the floor in front of you. And then for everybody, you're gonna put your hands on the floor. Put your right hand a little bit further ahead of your foot. Think about your hand under your shoulder. And from there, you're gonna lift your left arm up. Left arm up, left leg up. If this is too much, you can have a stack, a block, a stack of books, something under your hand. Nice. Foot down, arm down. You're gonna hang in that ragdoll position again. And then we'll just roll it back up. All right. That was your right side. Ooh. Now let's try the same thing on your left side. So again, more advanced, arms over your head. A little bit beginner, hands in the front of your chest. I'll do it with hands over the head this time. Arms over the head, step onto your left foot. Big stretch up, and then start to tilt forward. Again, you're trying to keep that straight line from your fingertips to the top of your head through your toes. If your arms are above your head, you're going to split your arms back behind you, keeping the balance on your left foot. Eye gaze down the bridge of your nose toward the floor in front of you, coming as parallel as you can. Again, hands in the front of your chest is always an option if this feels like too much. And then from here, hands on the floor. Again, if you have a block or a stack of books, you can always come up a little bit higher, or you can bend your knee if you need to. From here, you're going to roll that top hip up toward the ceiling, lift your right hand off the floor, and start to stretch up. You want a big challenge, you can start to look up toward that thumb, keep your stomach in, hand right below your shoulder, stretch to your toes, stretch to your fingers, and then arm down, leg down. Nice job. From here, guys, we're going to transition to the floor. So you're just going to bend your knees and come all the way down. If you like, this is a good time for a little break. You can do a child's pose. Easiest thing to do with your knees bent, put your forehead down. You can stretch your arms in front of you if you like. Sometimes it's more comfortable to have arms down by your side. Relax your low back. Couple nice deep breaths. That was some hard work. So be proud of yourself. Give yourself a little break. Breathe in through your nose. Breathe out through your nose. Relax and let it go. From here, we're going to do some work on our stomachs to strengthen our back muscles. So from here, you're just going to walk forward, walk your knees back, and lie down on your stomach. All right, these are a couple of postures just to build strength in your lower back, actually your whole back. So we'll start with the cobra pose. We'll do this 2 times. The first time is to build some strength. You're going to put your hands on the floor nice and flat, fingertips under the tops of your shoulders, and bring your feet together the best you can. Press your hips down to the floor, squeeze your thigh muscles. Inhale, breathing. Lift up using your back strength. Elbows slide down, shoulders down. Chin up, chest up. You don't have to come up far. This is not about arm strength, it's about using your back strength. You should feel this in your low back. Inhale, lift up. Drop your shoulders down. Make sure you're breathing. One more time, lift. And slowly lower. From here, you're going to turn your head and put your left ear on the floor and arms down by your side. Just take a moment to breathe. We're going to do this again, but this time we're going to use more arm strength and try to find a little bit more flexibility. So hands, same position, right under your shoulders. For this one, your feet about hips width apart. Big inhale, use your arms and push yourself up. A little bend in your elbows. And again, make sure your shoulders are not in your ears. You're using a lot more arm strength this time, so you should be able to come up a little bit higher, but try not to let your hips come off the floor. So you got to squeeze your bum, drop down your shoulders. If your neck is okay, you can start to look up, shoulders down, look up, lift up. One more time, and slowly lower down. This time, again, arms down by your side, right here on the towel, on the mat. Relax and breathe. The next posture we're going to do, I like to call it spine balancing. It's a little bit of a weird one, but you're going to get some nice traction across your spine. So you might have to scoot back a little bit just so you can put your forehead down on the floor. Stretch your arms straight out in front of you. Imagine you're holding a block in your hand, so palms facing forward and arms nice and long. You're going to bring your legs about the same, shoulder hip width apart. Keep your forehead on the floor. Inhale, breathing. You're going to lift up your right arm and your left leg. Think about a letter X. You're stretching through your fingers and your toes. Forehead stays down. Try to get longer. Doesn't matter how high. Think about separating your hand away from your foot. Nice stretch diagonally across your backside body. Good. Lower down. Keep your forehead down. Inhale this time, left arm, right leg. Again, doesn't matter how high. Think about stretching in opposite directions. Left fingertips forward, right toes back. Get longer. Lift your arm up, lift your leg up. And now stretch, stretch, and stretch. Good, lower down. The last one here, we're gonna lift up both arms and both legs. Think about the letter X. So again, forehead on the floor, big inhale, lift everything up. Think about getting longer. Stretch your fingers away from your toes, stretch your toes away from your fingers. Use the strength of the back of your legs, back of your shoulders. Lift up and stretch, stretch. One more stretch. And lower down, take a breath. Good job. Arms wrapped down by your side, you can put your left ear down on the ground. If your neck is a little bit tight, your ear may not get all the way there. Just do the best you can. Good, we're gonna do one more posture here on the belly. This is a bow pose. So for this version of bow pose, you're gonna bend your knees and try to grab both of your feet. If you can't grab both of your feet, you could try this 1 foot at a time. Grab your feet, relax your shoulders. Make sure your knees aren't too wide. They should be about hips width apart. Take a big inhale in and just kick your legs up toward the ceiling. Doesn't have to be high, just kick. Kick with your toes. Try to relax your arms, your shoulders. You're not pulling with your arms, kicking with your legs. Try to keep the weight right into your belly, so not on your hip bones, not on your rib cage, just right in the center. Look up and kick. Keep kicking and don't stop kicking. Toes up, look up. You can do it, keep kicking. One more big kick and slowly lower. Arms down, right ear on the tail, face to the left. Good, we got one more back bending posture. So slowly, gently peel yourself back up. And you can just come to a kneeling down position. All right, maybe take a couple breaths here just to get your equilibrium back. All right, we're transitioning from being face down to now being sitting upright. Couple nice deep breaths. Good job. All right, so the last posture we do that's a back bend is called camel pose. So from here, it's going to come up onto your knees. Use your hands to help if you need to. And you can put your hands in your low back like they're in your back jeans pocket. Think about bringing your shoulders back and really lengthening through the front of your body. If it makes you feel more secure, you can always tuck your toes. If you're a little bit more flexible, keep the top of your feet on the floor. From here, you're going to inhale, lift up, and just start to look back. Eyes back, nose back, chin back. Feel a nice stretch in the front of your body. Keep pushing your hips forward. Notice if your hips want to come backwards, try to keep them forward. Lift your chest up. Now, you can stay here with your hands on your hips, nice and supported, or you can try to grab your heels one at a time. Maybe it's just your fingertips to start. Again, if your toes are tucked, you might have a little bit more room. Otherwise, eventually try to get your palms on your heels. Hips forward. You might feel a little dizzy, that's all right. Keep breathing, chest up. Push hips forward. Look back with your eyes. Hold on to it for 3. Keep breathing, 2. Last push, 1. So come out of it, hands on your hips. Inhale, come back up. And then sit back down, hips to heels. Breathing in through your nose and breathing out through your nose. You can put your hands just on your knees if you like. And again, find your equilibrium back after being backwards and upside down for a couple of moments. Nice. From all that back bending, we're going to balance it out with a little bit of forward bending. We're going to start with this posture called the half tortoise pose. Right? So sitting hips to heels again, arms over your head. Inhale, stretch up tall, pull your stomach in, and exhale, come down, keeping your spine straight. Again, if you have a bad back, feel free to walk down. Arms over your head, stomach in, come down, really stretch, lengthen your spine. See if you can get your hands to touch last. And then just forehead on the floor, stretch your arms forward. Fingers stretch forward, hips pull back. You should feel a nice stretch into your low back. Also in this position, you can breathe deep into the back of your rib cage, the back of your lungs. Having your head below your heart, super relaxing. So try to breathe. If it's too much, you can always use your arms for a little bit of support. But if you can't, so you can keep those elbows lifted, arms nice and strong. Back of neck is long. Think about looking toward your eyebrows instead of looking at your knees. Stretch your hips back, fingers forward. Pull your stomach in, lengthen, stretch, lift. To come out of it, again, if you have a bad back, use your hands and walk yourself up. Otherwise, stomach pulls in tight, arms head together. Inhale, stretch forward to lift all the way up. And exhale, arms down by your side. Great job, everybody. We're going to move on to some single leg stretches. So let's see. Oh, there goes my ear thing again. All right. So for this one, you're just going to bring your feet out in front of you. You may give your legs a little shake after all of that. Sit up nice and tall. I love doing yoga outside, but there are a lot of bugs out here. So just be mindful if you're out of doors. So from here, you're going to keep your right leg straight and you're going to bend your left leg, kind of like that tree pose we did earlier, just with your foot inside your inner thigh. Right, and again, wherever it's comfortable, somewhere between your knee and all the way up towards your hip. From here, you're going to bring your arms over your head, reach forward and try to grab underneath your foot. All right, you may not be able to grab your foot today. If you can't, just bend your knee a little bit so you can. From here, you're going to tuck your chin to your chest and try to tuck your foot into your knee. Stomach in tight, round your spine. If your forehead won't touch your knee, bend your knee so that you can touch your forehead. Try to lift your belly up off of your leg. Look at your stomach and feel that nice stretch into your low back. Flex your toes, stomach in, forehead a little bit higher. Feel that stretch. Nice job. Let go. Again, if you need your hands, come up. From here, this is called a half cow pose, which is a strange name, but you're just going to take your foot up and over. The side of your foot will be on the floor, and you're going to try to stack your left knee on top of your right knee. Try to lift, lengthen your spine. Use your hands behind you. And this may be enough, right? You're going to feel some stretching into your left hip and some stretching in the back of your right leg. From here, as long as you can keep your spine straight, start to walk forward. If you start to round, then you're better off to keep your hands behind you. But if you can, nice long spine. Now again, you're super flexible. You can even reach out and grab that foot. If that's too much, just hands next to your leg. Lengthen through your spine again. Try not to hunch down, but really lift up, shoulders down. Feel that nice stretch again, back of hip and through your right leg. Good job. Come back up, use your hands as much as you need to. Now you're going to take your left foot and just put it down on the floor, right? You want your heel, your foot to be somewhere towards your shin bone or on your knee. You don't need it to be up too high. Somewhere you can really plant that foot down. From here, we're going to add a twist. You're going to bring your left hand behind you, right arm up, and just bring your right knee to your elbow. All right, fingertips up, nice straight spine again, no slouching. Use your back arm like a prop. Keep you nice and lifted through your spine. Spine straight, you should feel both hips on the floor, stomach in. Just start to look over your shoulder, turn, twist. Right, feel like a corkscrew, top of your head to your tailbone. Stomach in, inhale, stretch up, exhale, twist. Let's do that 2 more times. Inhale, lift up. Exhale, turn, twist. Good job. Slowly, gently untwist. Hand back down. Left leg comes back over. Straighten your leg out. Same thing again on this side. So from here, left leg out straight. Take your right foot and press it into your left inner thigh. Feel yourself sitting up nice and tall on your sitting bones. Arms over your head. Inhale, stretch up. You're going to round and grab your foot. Again, that foot's just too far away. Bend your knee so you can grab your foot. From here, tuck your chin to your chest, forehead to knee. If your knee is bent, you can start a little bit to move it away from you just to give you some more stretch. Again, you should feel the stretch in your low back. So think about pulling your body back off your leg, flexing your toes, stomach in, forehead on your knee. Nice deep breath into the backside body. Good job. To come out of it, use your hands, lift yourself back up, and straighten out your left leg. That cow face pose again, you're going to take your right knee over. Again, the edge of your foot on the floor, and you're going to stack your knees as much as possible. Everybody's knees and hips are different, so your knee may be higher, that's fine. Your knee may come all the way down to your other knee, also fine. Again, working with a straight spine, so hands beside you, you're gonna stretch up tall. And again, this might be enough. If you feel a lot of stretching already through your hip and your leg, maybe just stay here and breathe. Work through where you're at today. If you're a little bit more flexible, again, keeping spine straight, so again, no rounding. Nice straight spine, you can start to walk your hands forward. Again, the minute you feel that round, probably a little too far. Nice straight spine. Again, super flexies, you can grab your foot. Again, as long as your spine stays straight, wherever you feel the stretch is the right place to stay for today. Keep flexing your toes back, pulling your stomach in. Nice stretch for the back of that leg. Nice, and from here, you're just gonna walk yourself back up. Again, for the last one, we're just gonna plant that right foot. Again, somewhere between your shin and your knee. For this one, right hand comes behind, left arm straight up, and you can put that left elbow against the left knee. Fingers toward the sky. Using that back arm, again, kind of like a kickstand. Keep your spine nice and straight, stomach in. And from here, you're gonna start to turn, twist, look over your shoulder. Chin over shoulder, nice straight spine. Inhale, stretch up. Exhale, turn, twist. Let's try two more. Big inhale, stretch up. Exhale, turn, twist. Last chance. Inhale, stretch up, stomach in. Exhale, turn and twist. Nice. Bring your eyes back around, body back around, legs out in front. Maybe give them a little shake. A couple more front side stretches, and we'll lay down. Do a couple relaxing stretches, and then that'll be your yoga for today. So we're going to start with a posture called Paschimottanasana. It's a very basic forward bend. The key again to this one is keeping that lower back nice and long and not rounded. So to start, you might just want to bend your knees and kind of hug your stomach towards your knees, right? The more flexible you are, the straighter you'll be able to get your legs, but it really doesn't matter, right? So the key is to keep that low back nice and long. Grab your big toes and then just see if you can start walking yourself back. The key is to keep your stomach on your legs, right? You can walk your heels forward, stomach on your thighs, right? So if you feel your stomach start to pull away from your legs, bend your knees more and bring your chest forward, right? Again, if you're super flexible, your legs may go all the way straight. I'm not feeling super flexible today, so I'm going to keep my knees a little bit bent. And just keep stretching forward, lengthening. You'll feel this in your hamstrings, your lower back. And then try to keep your neck nice and long, eye gaze towards your toes, the top of your mat. Stretch forward, stretch, stretch, and stretch. Nice. To come up, if you need to, use your hands to walk up. Maybe a little shake out of your legs. The next posture is called cobbler pose. It's a little bit more rounded spine. You're going to bring the soles of your feet together. And again, if you're super flexible, you may be able to bring your feet in really close, or you may have to leave them out a little bit further. It doesn't matter. Just trying to get the soles of your feet to touch. And depending on how your knees and your hips are, you know, some people's knees will be high in the air, other people's knees will be practically on the floor. Doesn't matter. Wherever your knees and feet are going to fall today. You're going to kind of open your feet up like a book. You can even give your feet a little rub if you like. All right, and from here, you're going to just stomach in, tuck your chin to your chest, and think about putting your head on your feet. If your knees are way up in the air, you might use your elbows for a little gentle pressure. Otherwise, stomach in, look at your toes, look at your belly button, and just nice and relaxed. Stomach pulls in, so stomach's not relaxed, but relaxing through your low back. Relax through your neck. Breathe. Nice stretch again into your hip flexors. Eyes towards your belly. Use your elbows if you need to. Pull your stomach in, round your spine. Think back to that ragdoll we did at the beginning of class. Big inhale, slowly roll. Get yourself back up. Stack your head on top. Stretch your legs out. Again, maybe a little bit bounce around of your knees. Really nice. We're going to do a few stretches on your back, and that'll do it for today. So if you're on your, maybe scoot toward the middle of your mat so you can stretch out your legs and lay all the way down. This next posture is called reclining pigeon. You're going to feel a nice stretch in the back of your hips. So for this one, you're going to bend both knees, feet nice and flat on the floor. Take your right ankle rather, and put it over your left knee. And let your right knee fall out to the side, kind of like a figure 4 shape. Really important to protect your knees in this posture, so make sure your right foot stays flexed, not relaxed. From here, you're just going to lift that left foot off the floor. Now, for some of you, you might get a lot of stretch just here. So keep your hands by your side and just feel that stretch into the right back of your hip. More flexible, you can reach your left arm to the outside of your leg. Your right hand comes in between. And you can hold on the back of that hamstring and pull your shin bone a little closer to your chest. Again, keeping that right foot flexed to protect your knee. Feeling even more flexible, you can even grab on top of your left shin bone. Otherwise, back of your leg is fine, or even arms on the floor is absolutely fine. Nice, big stretch here, foot flexed. And then really sink in, relax into that right side hip. Good job. From here, release your hands, left foot comes down, right foot comes down, same thing, other side. And take your left ankle over your right knee, flex your left foot. Again, that helps to protect your knee joint. And from here, just lift your right foot off the floor. Again, you might get a ton of stretch just simply by lifting your right foot off the floor. Right. And don't be worried if one hip feels more stretchy than the other. That is very normal. From here, again, your right hand can come around the outside. Your left hand's going to go through, and you can pull on the back of that hamstring. Keeping your left foot flexed. Now think about getting your shin bone a little bit more parallel to your chest. Feeling the stretch here through the back of the left hip. Again, if you do a lot of sitting, sometimes that area needs to be woken up. More flexible hands can always be on the top of your shin bone. You can even use that left elbow to keep your left knee out to the side. Left foot flexed. Nice stretch to the back of your hip. Relax your lower back into the floor and pull one more time. Good job. From here, release your hands, right foot down, left foot down. The next posture we're going to do, it's called Happy Baby. It's a really nice stretch for your low back and for your hips. So imagine a happy baby. You're going to put your feet up like you're stepping on the sky. So feet are flexed. A couple ways you can grab your feet. You can grab your big toes. You can grab the outsides of your feet. If you feel a little more flexible, you can bring your hands to the inside, wrap around, and grab the outside. Wherever you're holding, think about bringing your knees into your shoulders. Good. It can be a little rocking if you like. Try to settle in and just think about, it's not a pull, it's just a little pressure of your hands on your feet. Think about touching your knees right onto the floor. They probably won't make it. Maybe there's a few of you out there super flexible. Again, just try to relax your low back. Nice stretch to your low back, your hips. Try to keep your feet facing the ceiling. Notice if they're turning or twisting. And just relax and breathe. Nice relaxing one. It's a good one to do at the end of your day, just to really relax through your low back. And kind of flip your feet up to the ceiling when you've been standing on them all day long. Nice job. Slowly release your feet to the floor. You can do a big stretch out if you like. We're going to do one more posture to end the class, a little bit of a spine twist. Good. So once you're stretched out sufficiently, you're going to leave your left leg long and bend your right knee, put your foot on the floor, and then just kind of wiggle your right toes under the inside of your left knee. Arms out to the side. We're going to turn twist to the left. So if you like, you can even move your hips a little bit to the right. Take your left hand on your right knee and just pull it across. Nice turn twist for your spine. If your neck feels good, you can look towards your right hand fingers. Trying to keep both shoulders on the floor. So you might have to adjust a little bit. And again, just feeling that nice twist. Twists are so good for your spine. It helps to realign everything. It can help to calm the nervous system. Again, this is a nice one to do at the end of your day. You can use as much or a little pressure with your hand as you like. Chin to shoulder, try to find that nice turn and twist. Good job. From here, roll back onto your back. You might have to again bring those hips a little bit more to the center. One more time. This time, right leg stretches out, left leg bends. You're just gonna wiggle those toes onto the inside of your leg. Arms out, take your right hand to your left knee, pull it across. And again, might just need to scoot your hips over to the side a little bit. Doesn't matter if the top knee touches the floor. It's more about your spine. Again, try to keep those shoulders on the floor. And then just looking toward your left hand fingertips. Nice twist in your spine, stomach in. Just relax a little bit through your low back. Let it turn. Twist. Nice job. To come out of it, again, just release it. Bring your hips back to the center. Arms down, legs down. Let's take in a couple nice deep breaths together here. Big inhale in through your nose. And exhale it out. 2 more big breaths. Big inhale in. And exhale out. And last time, big inhale in. And exhale out. So return to your normal breathing. Now this is Savasana, dead body pose. So if you like, if you have a couple of minutes, maybe just stay here, relax, breathe. Focus on your breath. A couple deep breaths just for you. Great job, everybody. Stay here if you like, as long as you like. Otherwise, enjoy the rest of your conference today. I hope you had a good stretch, a little bit workout, a little bit of heart rate up, but most of all, time to take care of yourself. Hope to see you soon. Enjoy.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Day 4 of PPMD's 26th Annual Conference. This is our final day of conference. I'm Eric Camino, PPMD's Director of Research and Clinical Innovation.
I'm Ryan Fisher, Senior Vice President of Community Engagement.
We've had a great 3 days of conference so far. We're really looking forward to our fourth. Ryan, what have you thought of conference so far?
Yeah, it's been pretty incredible. We had over 2,300 people registered for this conference. It's been a great way to reach many families who may not have been able to go to conference in the past. We think that this opportunity to do this virtually is something we're going to look at in the future, doing hybrid versions with our conference. It was a great couple of days, and we're on the final day. Very exciting, very packed agenda. Yesterday, we had discussions on endocrinology, as well as pulmonary care. Great things to discuss with your subspecialists when you get home. We had our in the pipeline discussion around downstream technologies, and then our gene therapy panel, which was a robust discussion with the community around these new gene therapies. So lots of things submitted through the question box. We know we couldn't get to all of it, but needless to say, we sent them all to the companies, and we'll be putting on more webinars in the future. So Eric, what do we have up today?
We have a lot of great stuff planned for today. If you did miss any of yesterday's content, you can find access to that session online on the Hub. Today we are going to be talking about caring for female carriers of Duchenne. We're going to have a great keynote address from Rachel Callender talking about how language shapes our landscape. We're also going to have another of our In the Pipeline series, and today we're going to be talking about some investigational products looking at combating fibrosis and inflammation. We're also going to discuss the role of physical medicine and rehabilitation in neuromuscular care. In addition to that, as part of our care series, we're going to explore why cardiac intervention is so critical in Duchenne. And finally, we're going to take a look ahead at the emerging strategies in Duchenne. And a reminder for our teens and adults with Duchenne, we will be hosting a closed discussion all about quarterbacking your care. And we are going to end the conference today with a chat with our dear friend Joel Wood from the Foundation to Eradicate Duchenne with a look ahead towards 2021. And so with that, I would like to take this time to thank our sponsors. We couldn't do this without you, and so today we're thanking our bronze sponsors, Accredo, Avidity, Catabasis, Cumberland, Dyne, Ital Pharmaco, and Solid. So thank you again for your support. We'd also like to thank our newly diagnosed sponsors, the Kindness Over Muscular Dystrophy and WAFRA. It really helps provide support for those newly diagnosed families so they can learn more about the disease and the resources that we have available for them. Again, a reminder for today, if you have any questions during any of the live sessions, there is that comment box below. Please submit your questions there, and we will try to get to them during our question and answer session. And I think, Ryan, we're going to start with some polling today.
We are, yeah. So for you, those of you who have not done polling before, you can access it by going to the link below your player. It's pollev.com/ppmd. We're going to put up our first polling question. These questions are for our families. We want to understand in this first question, in one word, describe one area of care you wish you had more guidance or resources about. And that polling question should be coming up in just a minute.
Having been to some of the other conferences, even before I joined PPMD, I always did enjoy seeing kind of the word clouds as they came up. It paints a really good picture, usually, of what we've discussed on the day. Usually topics that are important to families, and it's just kind of a nice way to kind of capture some of what we've discussed in the conference.
Yeah, and I think the polling just adds so much to future programming. It gives us a look at areas that people want us to explore more about and have sessions about. Bring together subspecialists and do additional meetings on, and they really do help shape everything at the end of the day. We're seeing pulmonology and endocrinology, two topics we discussed yesterday, and really shows we need to dive even deeper into these areas for the community.
Mm-hmm. Definitely seeing trials as well. So trying to make sure that we make sure all of our tools for finding trials and learning about them are, accessible. Mm-hmm. But a lot of good areas. See carriers coming up, something we're going to touch on here in a moment.
Mm-hmm. Social emotional health, that's a huge area of need.
That is, and again, if you missed that, we did talk about, we had a wonderful resiliency panel, and it's a great resource to see some of that discussion that went on during that talk on Thursday night.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. I do love just the word cloud technology. It's a really neat way to engage the community and have them sort of provide us these quick snapshots of what they're interested in. You see puberty there. We have many of these resources online that we could do additional webinars on as well to dive in. So we can move on to the next polling question, I believe. Okay, so this is for caregivers only. When your child was diagnosed with Duchenne or Becker, were you given a sense of hope by your physician?
And this again is going to be a very personal question. Although again we asked for those screen names. Again, everything's anonymous. But we do appreciate your honest answer here. And this can be a difficult response.
Yeah, and we've heard this many times. Following the diagnosis, we've heard the message that was delivered by their physician that go home and love your child, and that's it. That's all you can do. And I think following that can be just so terribly catastrophic for a family. Many times they go searching for what is out there. It's why we were started. It's why Pat started PPMD. We still see that response from physicians, unfortunately, as you can see from our polling. But hopefully families now have, due to technology and things that are out there and the ways to connect on social media, following that diagnosis, they do find other areas for that sense of hope. And they convene and talk to each other to lift each other up. So.
And we hope to see this, change as we continue to advance care, as we continue to see, the advancement of investigational products to potentially approved therapies. Mm-hmm. that shifts from 50% of no, not at all to the yes, very much so.
Sure.
That's what we really want to get to that point.
Yeah, we're trying to get less therapeutic nihilism out of the physicians. So let's move to the next polling question. Caregivers only, choose the best description of your support system. We talked a lot about this yesterday with support systems, didn't we?
We did. Pat, talked about this as well, about finding your us and about building, your support system. Family, not just, those living with Duchenne, but expanding that out. That's, your friends, your family, all really important to help you through this journey.
Yeah. And we do see many that find it difficult to ask for help, and I think that can sometimes be the hardest part. One of the other things we discussed yesterday, we recognize that there are a number of people who do not have any support from their family and friends, and hopefully the Duchenne community has become your extended family and has become your support system over time.
And we would, suggest you reach out to us. We have Connect coordinators all over the country that can help connect you to others in the Duchenne community to help you build out that support system as well.
Agreed. So I think we're going to move to the next final question, which is our pop quiz. Oh no, we have one carrier question. I'm sorry, carriers only. For carriers, we want to understand your level of musculoskeletal pain and gauge. Do you have pain, or you have pain and you're getting treatment?
And this will be important. Our next topic is a dive into a topic on carriers about kind of the physical aspect. We're also going to talk a little bit about some of the psychosocial aspect. But this is great to kind of see as we lead into that discussion. We are seeing, a fair number that about half that don't have any, aren't reporting any pain, and about the other half that are saying that they do see some pain, but kind of varying in whether or not they receive some kind of either physical therapy or medication.
Great. Yeah. This will be an important discussion today. So we have one more question, I believe, should be the pop quiz. Yes, here's the pop quiz, and this one's for Pat Furlong, who's on the line today. Her favorite drink. What year was Diet Coke invented and the
unveiled to the public.
Yeah, sorry. Sorry, I read that wrong. So we see answers coming in between 1986, 82, 74, and 1970.
I would have had an easier time with something like Pepsi Clear, I think.
And again, we're going to reveal the prize winners later on in the day. We didn't get to do that yesterday, but we do have prizes to let people know about from yesterday's polling. The gene therapy just went a little late, so we had to push it to today. So the correct answer to this, what year was Diet Coke unveiled to the public, was 1982. So the first person who answered that will be sure to alert you of that at the end of today, along with the other prize winners. So with that, I think we can move to our next session.
Yes, and in our first session today, we are going to be talking about caring for female carriers of Duchenne. So we're going to discuss not only the potential physical implications of carrying a mutated Duchenne gene, but also about managing those psychological effects involved with that diagnosis as well. And just as a, kind of a reminder, PPMD has been supporting a lot of work around carriers. We have a large natural history study that is ongoing at Nationwide Children's Hospital. We're going to be joined by some of the investigators from that study today. Pat Furlong is going to be leading our panel discussion this morning. And in that panel discussion, we're going to be joined by Dr. Stan Nelson from UCLA, who's going to discuss the genetics of carriers. And then we're going to be joined by a few providers from Nationwide Children's Hospital. So we have Dr. Mei-Ling Ma, who's going to discuss the cardiac implications. We have Dr. Jamie Jackson, who's going to touch on the psychosocial considerations with carriers. And we will be joined by Dr. Kevin Flanagan as well on managing neuromuscular care. Dr. Mei-Ling Ma and Dr. Jackson are both a part of that natural history study. As a reminder, when we get to the open Q&A, please feel free to submit your questions into the box below. And with that, we are going to start with Dr. Nelson from UCLA. So, Stan.
Thank you, Herc. Good to see you, Ryan. So I'm going to talk and set up how we'll discuss manifesting carriers or carrier issues and talk about the genetics and basis of how manifesting carriers occur biologically. Next slide. The DMD gene is located on the short arm of the X chromosome and was identified in 1986 by Lou Kunkel. And actually, X inactivation and chromosomal translocations were important for finding the exact location of where the DMD gene was years ago. And it is one of thousands of different rare Mendelian genetic diseases discovered so far. Next slide. Most of the mutations, are within a hotspot region in their deletions between exons 45 and 55, but deletions, point mutations, duplications occur throughout the gene. And that spectrum of most mutations are deletions, about 2/3. A second largest portion are duplications, followed by point mutations, either in splice sites or nonsense mutations or small frame-shifting indels occur throughout the gene, and that distribution is very similar everywhere in the world and everywhere that we look. Next slide. And that's true for carriers as well. I put this slide in just to remind us all that when we talk about deletions, even though two people, for instance, might have an exon 45 deletion, the exact boundaries of that exon 45 deletion can be quite variable, actually hundreds of thousands of base pairs different. And that's because exon 45 is tiny. It's about 200 base pairs long, but the intron, the open space before you get to exon 44 before, is over 200,000 bases big. So introns are huge, the exons are very small, and the breakpoints are almost always in these intron regions. And every family with an exon 45 deletion pretty much has a different deletion. We just didn't know the exact boundaries of it. So next slide. at the end of the day, what scientists learned decades ago was that the DMD gene is encoded over a 2 million base portion of the human genome on this short part of the X chromosome. And that sets up this issue of it being an X-linked recessive disease. It's encoded in 79 different exons, which has very important ramifications, as you've heard over the last several days in terms of exon skipping therapies. It encodes a protein called the dystrophin protein. And all of these things are actually quite relevant to what the causal effects are in carrier females. Next slide. The DMD gene is not expressed evenly everywhere. So the DMD gene is particularly highly expressed in nerve and in muscle, so in skeletal muscle and in heart. And these are sort of plots of looking at lots and lots of different humans, so that the gene itself is turned on fairly highly in skeletal muscle. And so much of the manifesting issues that will occur will, of course, be in skeletal muscle as well, or in heart muscle. Next slide. The reading frame of DMD decades ago was identified as being one of the most important features of knowing at a first approximation what the effect would be in a boy. That is, mutations that are out of frame, whether they're small or large, or cause a nonsense mutation, all lead to the same thing, which is pretty much no dystrophin made by every single nucleus of every single cell in that person's body. And it's particularly important in skeletal muscle. Boys who are born with a potentially larger deletion that's in frame, as long as it can make some dystrophin in every nucleus of skeletal muscle, will often have a disease that's called Becker muscular dystrophy. It can be quite a bit more mild, including people still ambulatory into for their entire lives. So quite a big difference between these two entities with clear mutations in them. Carrier status is a bit different. It's really that a portion of the nuclei in the muscle are turned off in a given person's muscle. Next slide. And that can account for an intermediate type of disease course or a manifestation of the disease phenotype. So we know for sure the amount of dystrophin in muscle is an important aspect of Duchenne, important aspect of Becker muscular dystrophy. And it's an important aspect of manifesting carriers as well, but just much less studied. So these are just different young men with almost no dystrophin, some revertant fibers here, small amount of dystrophin, but on every fiber, and then a much larger amount of dystrophin. And this person is the least affected of this set of three with Becker. Next slide. Skip this slide. Next slide. So this goes back to the point of the DMD gene, because it's so large, because these introns are so large, every family has their own distinct DMD mutation. Almost all are new in a given family if we go back far enough. The mutation rate of the DMD gene is 1 in 10,000. This is about 10-fold higher than almost any other gene. There are some other large genes. So overall, about a third of the families have a de novo mutation in the child, and that's a germline mosaic mutation. And that's from a mutation that occurred in the mother's egg when she was in utero herself and her ovaries were developing. So it did not occur really during her post-birth life at all. So nothing that a mother did who was a carrier caused Duchenne in their child, but it occurred essentially before they were born. A third of the moms are discovered to be carriers, and they might have had a new mutation themselves and lived their entire lives without knowing. As Kevin will share, some of those folks, when you look back through the retrospective scope, you can then account for some mild phenotypes or severe phenotypes in some of the carrier females. And the last polling question is quite relevant to this in terms of how hard we or family or a woman looks back in her history. And there are stories of people being more severely affected young and then improving over time. And that's a story that we hear in clinic. Next slide. So DMD is an X-linked recessive disease, and this is how mostly we think about Duchenne. That is, a carrier mom is indicated in half purple, half orange. The orange is the reference allele, a normal DMD gene. The purple is a defective gene of any of the mutations that are discussed, so just consider it complete loss of function. Mom is half and is typically not affected. So this is what many of the pedigrees would look like. In this pedigree on the right, on the top, sorry, the mom to the far left with half of her circle shaded in is being indicated to be a carrier, but no comment about whether she is manifesting any symptoms or not. But for the most part, we consider in clinic many not to be having any issues. So you can have very large families, none of the females are affected, and males related through females are affected. And this is an X-linked recessive pattern that's been known for many decades in Duchenne. So typically, next slide, clinicians will discuss carrier females, and that's one normal X chromosome, one X chromosome with a DMD mutation. There's usually no or very mild muscle symptoms, and that's the typical. X inactivation should turn off in about a 50-50 ratio, the abnormal chromosome, and half the time the normal chromosome. Next slide. It's been recognized for my entire life that CK is actually a biochemical marker of the disease. And so this is a paper from 1962, gathering some papers from earlier, indicating that CK of carrier females, even though they're not manifesting issues, are often higher than typical. So this is kind of this middle group, and this is completely females without any mutations, either with or without exercise. So this has been known a long time that we can see a small increase in CK level, indicating some damage to muscles. So many females are actually manifesting carriers if we look hard enough at skeletal muscle. Next slide. These are a couple of biopsies of women who in their 40s are carriers with no symptoms, and dystrophin is expressed here at the edge, the brown stain here. And this is actually a very normal looking muscle biopsy with dystrophin on every cell. A woman with a carrier status as well, who is manifesting. She has a CK of around 2,000, has great difficulty getting up off the ground, walks with a substantial limp, and her thigh muscles are quite difficult for her, so she can't manage stairs in a normal way at age 50. Has some substantial changes. So she has some central nuclei, which is a sign that muscle fibers had to regenerate. Some of the muscle fibers are missing that brown stain without dystrophin. Others look pretty normal. So this is not a typical Duchenne biopsy, but it's within the range of a typical Becker muscular dystrophy biopsy, but because of a different mechanism. So some of the nuclei are missing it, and just enough of the nuclei are missing dystrophin expression that she's manifesting some symptoms during her life. Next slide. So of all females who are heterozygotes of a DMD mutation, one chromosome mutated, the other one not, so a carrier mom, about 70% will have at least a mildly elevated CK, and about 1 to 5% will have striking and clearly unusual manifestations of skeletal muscle weakness. And a smaller portion of those will manifest virtually complete Duchenne muscular dystrophy, and we've observed that along the way. A larger portion manifests important signs of cardiomyopathy, which will be discussed in more detail as the folks at Nationwide Children's learn more about what that state looks like. Next slide. So overall, when assessing potentially manifesting female carriers, CK is unquestionably useful. And I would typically do that on almost everybody who's a carrier for a couple of reasons. One is to know what it is. The other is occasionally young girls can have elevated liver enzymes. So knowing if somebody has a high CK means they're reasonably likely to have high liver enzymes. Knowing that that's due to being a carrier can avoid workups for liver malfunctions along the way. X inactivation studies are possible. You can look at skewing in the blood. but I'll show you a little bit of data indicating that this is pretty problematic study, in a few exceptions where it's, every cell has exit skewing of exon activation, meaning that it's not random 50-50. Many, if manifesting signs, can be resolved by a muscle biopsy, and that's necessary in many instances with manifestations of skeletal muscle phenotype. It's also important to recognize that females can have a different muscular dystrophy, so getting to the end cause of it, that it really is manifesting carrier, is important. Next slide. So Kevin and I both overlap for some of these things, and we'll discuss it slightly different ways. So exon activation is a complex topic. It's called lionization, or it's when women, girls' cells, actually before they're an embryo. So after fertilization and at a multi-day stage of pregnancy, when you're just a ball of cells, hundreds of cells, is when exon activation occurs. And so that exon activation is randomly turning off one chromosome or the other chromosome, and then the cells are able to still move and still keep expanding. So then you get this random pattern of which X chromosome is turned off in every single tissue in our body. But there's some chance that the migration or the turning off could have been favoring one or the other, and then that leads to an uneven amount. And the way you can see this in real life is actually coat color in calico cats is because of exon activation, as well as alleles for yellow and black coat fur. Next slide. So exon activation leads to, it's a little bit of a fuzzy slide, but typical, the exon activation is random in the blastocyst stage, and that leads to a developed female, where about 50% of every single tissue is the nuclei are turned off one or the other. In other instances, you could preferentially turn off the nucleus with a mutation, or you could preferentially turn off the nucleus without a mutation. So both are possible in this enterprise. It is a random. There are some instances where always the mutation will always be left on, and those are due to translocations. Next slide. This is a slide where I think this on the x-axis at the bottom are 0% to 100% inactivation of one allele in a buccal. So that's from your mouth epithelium. And on the left is epithelium, same kind of cell type, but in your bladder. So if you look at those two different cell types, here's a cell where about 95% of the inactivation is occurring in buccal epithelia, but it's about 50-50 in urinary epithelia from the same person, meaning that looking at exon activation skewing in one tissue, blood, does not necessarily tell us what's going on in muscle. So these are data that we all recognize as a weakness of looking at blood exon activation for inferring what's going on in muscle. Next slide. So the weakness tends to be quite patchy because of this randomness of the exon activation, and the weakness may be treatable with steroids, and I think there's a strong recognition that this is likely reasonable to do. The effects in the heart are more common, and there are ways to treat that. Next slide. And that's the end of mine, so I'm going to boot it back to Eric and Ryan. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nelson. That was a really clear explanation of what can be a fairly complex topic, so we really appreciate that. Next, we are going to hear about neuromuscular management, and that is going to be from Dr. Kevin Flanagan. So, Kevin, it's all yours.
Well, good morning, and thanks for the opportunity to take part in this year's conference online. It's really terrific. It's disappointing, of course, not to be able to see so many parents and colleagues and friends as we do each year, but I'm glad to hear that this is working quite successfully for everybody, and I hope that all the parents attending feel the same way. And thank you, Stan, for that introduction, a terrific introduction to the genetics. In fact, as you're saying, and I realize I'll skip kind of quickly over a couple of slides, just landing on one or two as we discuss exon activation. I'm really predominantly going to speak about the neuromuscular features of this disease, and present data from a study we published some years ago that gives some description of how this may manifest in women who carry mutations in the gene. If I could have the next slide, please. And that's just a disclosure slide that I'm on advisory boards for a few things. We'll go on, actually, skip the next one. Stan gave a great description about lionization, how there is in every cell in women, one of the two X chromosomes becomes inactivated. And if we'll move 2 slides ahead from this one, we'll say, you can go ahead and move 2 slides ahead. One more, if we could. As a result, a way to think about this, just one more description of this, it's a random process in each cell, which one becomes inactivated. But it does mean that in tissues, there's variability of how this is expressed, the variability of inactivation, and therefore variability of mosaicism in an individual tissue in a woman, for example. Looking along the bottom line, it could be that if we think of the open cells and the filled cells as being sort of those that are affected or unaffected, we could see that it could range from predominantly unaffected cells to predominantly effective cells in a given tissue. Sort of visual representation of this X inactivation we've been talking about. If we could go to the next slide, please. So there's multiple mechanisms by which women can manifest with the disease. One is X inactivation, as we've been talking about it, this non-random X inactivation. Another route would be translocations, for example, translocations between an autosomal chromosome and the X chromosome. If that happens in a woman's cells, if they're it could be resulting in an inactivation of a locus, one of the 2 dystrophin loci on each chromosome. Therefore, a woman could manifest a mutation in the other X chromosome. And it is possible to carry 2 mutations, one on each chromosome, as I'll show you in a moment. A very, very rare situation. In fact, I'm aware of only 1 or 2 such cases that have been reported. And finally, we have to recognize that there are women who manifest with a disease in whom we don't come up with an explanation based on X chromosome inactivation, particularly when we measured in blood. Stan pointed out this difference between blood and other tissues in measuring it, but there are examples where we're not sure we ever find the cause, so it remains what we term idiopathic. If we could go to the next slide. I'm going to talk about data that we published some time ago, back in 2010, but really was out of a large database of patients. This is the paper, if people are interested in it, from neuromuscular disorders. And if you go on to the next slide, in this paper, it's worth thinking about how we define a manifesting carrier. And I'll say there's some discussion about this in the field, what we count as manifestations of the disease. Many people, as we just saw in the poll that was done, have muscle aches or myalgias, particularly with exertion, and the elevations in serum CK that Stan mentioned. We have a large project we've carried on for many years now called the United Dystrophinopathy Project. And in that database, we determined manifestation, classified women as manifesting carriers if they had any signs at all, including myalgias, muscle aches alone. But in our published study, and in some common parlance as well, we often use the definition of manifesting to mean women who've had either signs and symptoms of skeletal muscle weakness or the cardiomyopathy that can be a predominant feature for some people. And you'll hear more about cardiomyopathy in carriers in a moment. And there, I'll just add to say again, there's some discussion among the field, including advocacy groups, including among researchers, including among clinicians, about how we use this term manifesting. But I think there's a general agreement, certainly, that muscle aches and pains, and certainly weakness or cardiomyopathy fit that description. If we go to the next slide, I'll just note that when we did this description, I'm going to present data out of the cardiomyopathy, or out of our clinical manifesting set of patients, from what at the time was a large database of patients with about 1,200 patients enrolled. That's a more current measurement, about 1,200 patients enrolled in the United Dystrophinopathy Project. When we looked at the time, in our next slide, we actually presented that data among 860 subjects on our next slide. Waiting for that slide. So We actually only had 15 manifesting carriers among the total 860 subjects who had registered, who had manifestations as defined by weakness, in this case, weakness or cardiomyopathy. And the age of symptom onset in those women ranged from 2 to 47 years, with a median of about 8 years and a mean of 14.9 years. So the 7 of them had no family history whatsoever. 8 had affected family members. So 7 were the presenting complaint themselves. And muscle weakness was the presenting feature in 80% of them, and muscle aches and cramps were present in 60% of them. We broke up that characterization a little more carefully in this, or a little more in more bins, let's say, with a group we called DMD-like. 1 of those 15 was described as having DMD-like, and 14 of them had more BMD-like symptoms that was ranging from severe to mild, or ones who were too young or we didn't have yet sufficient information. Just to look at that a little more closely on the next slide, we use the term DMD-like if the progression really was indistinguishable from that of Duchenne dystrophy in males. And we called it severe if they began using a wheelchair before the age of 30, mild if they were walking after the age of 30. And if it was milder than DMD but too young to be assigned to either mild or severe categories, we use that term BMD-like just in general. And then we sort of, independently of the clinical course, we sort of described at the last exam what that exam was and classified as mild or moderate or severe. And admittedly, these are rather qualitative descriptions for it. But if we go to the next slide, in that group, among women with skeletal weakness, 5 of them had dilated cardiomyopathy at the time of their exam. Now, this was echocardiography as performed in the decade leading up to the publication. You're going to hear later about cardiac MRI data from a range of carriers, so this is superseded in some ways, this data. But I'll note that there was, even those with the mild Becker muscular dystrophy type description, 3 of those had really quite significant cardiomyopathy. And 1 of them had a postpartum cardiomyopathy that improved with treatment. So it went from abnormal of 45% postpartum to 65% back well into the normal range. And the ones who had more severe disease, there's a small number, but both of them had cardiomyopathy, including one who had a really relatively rapid decline over 1 year at the age of 28 to 29, highlighting the need, even in this small group, for surveillance of women, cardiac surveillance of women who are carriers. And 1 woman had really cardiac dysrhythmia syndrome requiring a pacemaker implant later in life, even at a time when she didn't have ejection fraction abnormalities. If we could go to the next slide. We were a little limited in our study. We didn't have muscle biopsy in all patients. In fact, all 7 of the patients who were de novo, who had no family history, underwent muscle biopsy. And I only put this up there to show that the most common finding is this mosaic pattern. We can see here in the example the DMD-like patient on the right in the control tissue in what's called the immunohistochemical stain. That brown stain represents dystrophin. And you can see that all fibers stain appropriately. And on the left, the the DMD-like patient had very much what looks like a standard biopsy in boys. We see what we would call some revertant fibers. Here we photographed a cluster of those revertant fibers that do express it, but the vast majority of myofibers do not express dystrophin. We'll go to the next slide. This is a terrible slide. I realize reading it on your screen must be quite bad, but this is just describing some of those muscle biopsy features in the patients with the ages at the biopsy. And if you look at the far right, at descriptive terms of the histochemical staining, it ranges from scattered negative fibers or fibers with reduced staining in comparison to control into ones which had essentially no staining of control in that sample. And this is one of the challenges of the biopsy diagnosis. As Stan mentioned, there is variability in what muscles are weak in some carriers, and we can see patchiness or differential staining depending which muscle we sample. So in a woman who's symptomatic, who has any variability in dystrophin staining, we have to consider it. We'll go to the next slide. So in this group of patients in whom exon activation studies were performed, they were informative in 14 out of 15 patients. One of the patients had an uninformative result, which can happen with clinical exon activation testing. And one of those 14 patients, we had another explanation for her disease. She had, in fact, 2 mutations, one on each copy of the DMD gene causing her disease. Skewed exon activation as detected from blood was only found in 5 of the remaining 13. So in fact, it was detected in only about 40% of those patients. And 2 of the subjects who had normal exon activation, 2 of the patients who had 100% skewing of exon activation, we found no other evidence of rearrangement on the X locus to account for this skewed pattern of activation. So one more slide, and I'm showing on the next slide, again, very hard to read tables about this. I do apologize. I forget sometimes when we do, particularly when we do Zoom ones, if you're reading on a laptop, I apologize for this. But in bold, you can see some descriptions of the skewed activation and the type of mutations we found. So we found a whole range of this among patients. And I think because of the difficulty in reading this, we'll go to the next slide and follow up with slide, then 2 slides ahead to slide 18. So to summarize, and I think the important issue for manifesting carriers is this, that skewed exon activation is not detectable blood in our hands in the majority of manifesting carriers. We often see it and attribute it to that, but it's important to know that it doesn't reflect always what's going on. And we now have the easy availability of complete sequencing. So particularly in cases where girls with Duchenne or Becker-like symptoms exist and there is no family history of disease, it's obligatory to make sure that both chromosomes, both dystrophin genes are tested. In other words, if a girl without a family history has a deletion detected, we should still proceed to sequencing to determine whether or not there's a separate point mutation on the other gene, on the other dystrophin gene, on the other chromosome, the other allele. And I'll just to give the demonstration of that, if we go to the next slide, this is an example of such subject, a patient who had random X chromosome inactivation, non-skewing, had an out-of-frame deletion of exons 8 through 13 that had been previously reported as associated with Becker or Duchenne muscular dystrophy, but then had a second splice site mutation with an intron 69 just adjacent, in fact, to the exon, and it was previously reported as Duchenne muscular dystrophy. And in fact, there was no maternal DNA revealed, no maternal DNA, no mutations in the maternal DNA. And unfortunately, there was no sample available for analysis from her father. So this can exist. So if we go to the next slide, I'll sort of return to this sort of one of the major things. I think one of the questions that comes up all the time for us is, should women who are affected be treated with steroids, and how do we decide about that steroid use? We're limited here, we're going to talk by analogy to Duchenne muscular dystrophy and Becker muscular dystrophy. We just don't have huge numbers of patients or randomized studies in women. So we have to make some decisions for treating girls and women who manifest with this based on what we know from male patients. And of course, we know that prednisone and deflazacort both delay the loss of ambulation. This audience knows very well that this probably acts through multiple mechanisms, primarily or particularly through decreased inflammation and fibrosis within muscle that's being damaged by mechanical stress. Probably some stabilization of the sarcolemmal membrane, the myofiber membrane itself. And these are mechanisms that are active whenever there's insufficient dystrophin, whether it's boys with Duchenne dystrophy or in female DMD manifesting carriers. So we make treatment decisions really based on analogy to male patients. So just as we don't treat mild or moderate Becker muscular dystrophy patients with steroids, we don't do that in the case of Becker muscular dystrophy because the risk-benefit ratio of long-term steroid use probably is certainly the risk factor goes up with years or decades of use of it. So we have to make the same decisions in women by weighing these risk risk-benefit ratios in the same way. So in our clinic, girls who are manifesting DMD carriers look as typical DMD or close to typical DMD, or they will be treated by the same regimen that we offer for males, either daily prednisone, weekend prednisone, or daily deflazacort, one of the acceptable approaches to that. Of course, we in those same patients, we pursue the same kinds of care that we do for boys with Duchenne, offering the same sort of nighttime splinting as a key role early on with this to try to maximize ambulation, and pursue a very aggressive course of monitoring for cardiac and pulmonary manifestations or complications of disease, just as we do with boys with Duchenne. And we'll hear more about that, about the our sort of monitoring of cardiac data in my colleagues' talks in just a couple of minutes. So with that, I'll close, but I just want to acknowledge I presented some data, and relatively old data, but I think that still holds up very well. My colleague Bob Weiss and Payam Soltanzadeh, now at UC Irvine, who helped to do this, and Michael Fries from Greenwood Laboratories, who really did all the exon activation studies for us. Thanks very much, and I'll turn you back over to the studio now.
Thank you, Dr. Flanagan. I think that really highlighted just how variable the presentation can be in carriers. And of course, that variation can extend to how the heart is impacted. And so to discuss those cardiac implications, we're going to be joined by Dr. Mei-Ling Ma. So Dr. Ma, if you are ready.
Thanks, Eric. So I will echo Kevin's sentiment that I wish we were all in person. I do appreciate the opportunity to put on lipstick, I think, for the first time in about 4 months. We've all been wearing masks, and I think 5 days out of the week, I'm wearing a goggle, a gown, and a mask. So this is a unique opportunity. I forgot to put in a disclosure slide. My only real disclosure is that there's, I guess, an off-label use of Frozen 2 to keep my children quiet for the moment. It doesn't work for my dogs, and so I'll apologize for any ambient noise we have during this talk. So this is a culmination of a large project done at Nationwide Children's that Eric had alluded to. We studied both Becker and Duchenne muscular dystrophy carriers with the generous funding from PPMD, and it is a longitudinal ongoing study. We have analyzed our year 1 data, and that's mostly what I'll be presenting to you today. The questions that we really sought to answer, it truly is a natural history study, and in large part, I think all of us wanted to jump to a treatment trial, but the reality of it was there were probably more questions than there were answers when we started out on this journey. So we really wanted to know, does carrier cardiomyopathy really exist? I think we're all in this group anyway, believers that it does. There were real variances in terms of description of prevalence of manifestations in carriers, and so we really wanted to kind of hone down on how often are we seeing it and what are we seeing. We also wanted to discuss how we look for cardiomyopathy. Many of the historic studies rely very heavily on echo, and we just really didn't want to rely on that. Oh, I'm sorry, you can go to the next slide. So we went through kind of the process in terms of how do we put together a study that would help establish guidelines, both from a genetic, a cardiac, a neuromuscular, and a treatment standpoint. Obviously, the treatment standpoint is much later. So we really put together this longitudinal study without an intervention. We included cardiologists, neuromuscular specialists, psychologists, and Dr. Jackson will talk to you about her portion of the study next. But we really wanted to look at it from a multimodality, whole person view. We wanted to look at not only what it looked like, but also how it behaved, because we felt that that was really vitally missing from a lot of the studies that are before. We know that you are not just your echo. And so because of that, we wanted to be all inclusive in terms of how we really looked at this. Next slide. This culminated in the publication of this paper fairly recently, within the past month, in the International Journal of Cardiology. It basically goes through in pretty significant detail all of the findings we found from a cardiovascular standpoint. So much all of this data is present in that journal article, and so this will be a quick review of what we found. Next slide. So what makes a mom a carrier versus a non-carrier? And so obviously, as Kevin and Stan have done very elegantly, it's defined genetically. So some moms are genetically proven carriers, and for the purposes of our study, we refer to it as a carrier mom or an MDC or muscular dystrophy carrier. Some moms don't carry a gene that's known to be causative of DMD and BMD, and refer to those as non-carrier moms. So some of the women who entered our study did not know their genetic status in advance, and so all of the women, when there wasn't genetics available, either were retested, and if there were questions about the initial testing, they were retested. And so we felt very comfortable that we had a clear population of women who have known causative genetic mutations and women who did not, but had sons with DMD and BMD. We discovered that not all carrier moms are equal. And I think that both Stan and Kevin have described that in much greater detail than I could ever offer you, but that also appeared to be the case clinically. Next slide. Our participants were moms with DMD and BMD affected sons. They were all genetically tested. We ended up with 77 muscular dystrophy carrier moms, 22 non-carrier moms, and then we also enlisted 25 healthy controls out of a population of women that were employees at Nationwide Children's. We age matched them, and they went through the same battery of tests as our other 99 women. The age ranges were not different in our three groups. Their ages ranged from 28 to 63, and the average age was in the early 40s. For the split, we were actually pretty happy to see our split being 77 and 22. As Stan discussed, there is a 1/3 of women don't have genetic mutations, so we felt like we had gotten a nice sample of women that were reflective of really the population that we were talking about. Next slide. So to answer the question, does carrier cardiomyopathy exist? What we thought we knew was all based on these echo studies. And it was often felt that cardiac disease was the only manifestation with milder disease, or what Kevin alluded to as BMD-like disease in most of women. The carrier cardiomyopathy risk was really variable, though. And when you look at different studies kind of over a decade, when you looked at women based on their ages, very few of them actually ended up being diagnosed as having cardiac disease. And so, in the third through fifth decades, it was reported to be about 9% and greater than 50, about 15%. And so in some ways, I felt like this was a real disservice, because when you're reporting prevalence rates that low, it was felt to not really be that substantial of a problem. And because of that, the cardiac disease definition never really got fully vetted. And I think that echo is just limited that way. And unfortunately, that's what we had. And that was the diagnostic tool of choice. And so that's what we used. Next slide. So we decided to go after two different routes, and really both looking at function and what your images look like. And the images by cardiac MRI and the function by treadmill. And the answer was yes, there is a carrier cardiomyopathy. And what would it look like? I feel like we have a better grasp on after having done the study. So there were treadmill differences. A treadmill test is what it sounds like. We put you on a treadmill. We try to get you to run on that, or walk to run on that treadmill for about a 9 to 10 minute period of time. I'll show you a picture of what that looks like. But there's a full face mask, and we measure ventilation, carbon dioxide. We measure all of these things that can help us get a sense of the energy expenditure and the energy in which the aggregate of your heart and your lungs and your muscles are giving you. So on these treadmills, we saw that there was a higher risk of arrhythmias in the carrier moms. Now, these arrhythmias on the whole are benign. If we were to see you in clinic and do a Holter on you and see anything less than 4,000 of these in a 24-hour period, we would consider that normal. And so they were certainly not what we would refer to irritable heart muscle. We saw it in about 25% of carrier moms, mostly in the early recovery stage of exercise. That can happen in other disease processes as well. When you stop exercising, there's a very kind of complex physiologic response that happens. It's why people often pass out after exercise or throw up at the end of exercise. And that process of recovery looks really different in carrier moms in comparison to non-carriers and in our controls. So while 25% of women showed us this arrhythmia in early recovery, only one non-carrier mom and none of the controls demonstrated this finding. This finding also then correlated with a fibrosis pattern on MRI. So obviously all of these women went through treadmills, followed by MRI, and it really did correlate. And so this pattern of irritability has been shown in other cardiomyopathy diseases, clearly not muscular dystrophy myopathy, but other myopathy processes. In year one, we didn't have anyone string these together. In other words, having 3 of these PVCs in rapid succession. We did have one patient in year 2 demonstrate that, and we felt the need to treat that because that would be a more substantial finding. Next slide. So the MRI data was also fairly remarkable. So fibrosis was seen in 49% of the carrier moms, only in 1 non-carrier mom, and in none of the controls. The location and the pattern of the fibrosis has been reported before, and that also mirrored that of the boys. It's the subepicardial pattern in a very predictable location when it starts, and then it seems to expand kind of in that subepicardial plane all the way around the left ventricle. That exact same pattern that we see in boys, we saw in moms. Next slide. So we really feel strongly that cardiac MRI improves our disease detection. So as I had said previously, usual reports of dilated cardiomyopathy or abnormality by echo, those were about 9 to 15%, depending on the study you looked at. And we really found that almost half of women have abnormalities by MRI. The MRI technique we used was gadolinium contrast, and that's the same thing that we do in the boys. We additionally did some T1 mapping. T1 mapping, just to explain it, is a timed response to a change in MRI environment. Dr. Con Hoare is the one who did all of our MRIs. He's an expert in cardiac MRI and muscular dystrophy. And what you do is you exert the magnet to a change, and then the correction times are measured, and those correction times have been shown to be slower in people with diffuse fibrosis processes in their hearts. And so you don't have to have frank scar tissue like we see, and we did see in about half of women, but you can also demonstrate kind of findings that are more subtle in terms of just having a diffuse process of fibrosis that would slow your T1 times that are also suggestive of fibrosis. And we also did this. Next slide. So this slide isn't showing exactly as I had intended, but what you can see in the grayscale pictures are red arrows that indicate the LG fibrosis. And so if you'll know, going across on the picture on the right of the screen, it's a blown up picture to expand, but the control is the top 3 frames. The non-carrier mom is that second row across, and then in the third row was an affected muscular dystrophy carrier. The grayscale pictures are what we see in terms of LGE, so the gadolinium abnormality and fibrosis. And it's very hard to tell in the picture. I tried to give red arrows to help with that, but there's this thin crest of white kind of in what we call the subepicardial layer. That's the layer right underneath the outside portion of the heart muscle. And that thin crescent of white is abnormal and is considered fibrosis. T1 mapping is shown in that last column for each of the patients. And green is faster than blue. And so when you look at it, it gives you a real kind of visual picture of slowed times throughout the myocardium that is abnormal. And so we felt that this was very helpful prior to showing frank fibrosis, which we think is, while MRI is more elegant than echo, it is a much blunter instrument than looking at T1 mapping. And so when we looked at T1 mapping times, it was also fairly remarkable how different the pictures looked. And I think for the purposes of this presentation, it really gives you a visual as to kind of what is different in terms of the heart muscle. And we felt that this finding was unique and fairly remarkable. And we spend a good amount of time discussing it in terms of the paper. Next slide. So what do the T1 maps tell us? And so when you look at the actual times, I'm giving them to you in milliseconds because it's quite fast. The carriers had T1 times that were slower than the non-carriers and the controls, and obviously in milliseconds, it was statistically significant. And in the context of T1 maps, it was a substantial difference. The nice thing about using T1 maps is we can assay for diffuse fibrosis, but we can also do it without the use of contrast agents. And so there were at least 2 women who either we couldn't get an IV in, or they didn't tolerate the contrast, that we couldn't use contrast. And so in the absence of an ability to use contrast, this is a really beautiful way of being able to say, I think you may have some fibrosis. We also looked at it because then the question was asked us on the review of our paper, can you use this to screen for who is and who is not a genetic carrier? And the answer is absolutely not. And so the next slide, so while we like it, if you could advance to the next slide, while we like it in terms of use of fibrosis, we did not feel it was robust enough to say you are or are not a genetic carrier purely based on the MRI. I put this slide up as evidence that we really, really, really need to have your genetics. For those of you who hated statistics in school, this is an ROC curve, and it basically studies kind of how well did the test behave in terms of predicting who is and isn't a carrier. And on the curve on your right, the better curves head up to your left upper hand corner, and you can tell it while it's predictive, it's not just a random, which is the red line. It does start to go up. It is absolutely not robust in terms of saying who isn't a carrier. We really feel strongly after this study that genetic testing is really key. Next slide. So then we looked into how we can predict which carriers are at risk for fibrosis. So age certainly is a risk factor. So carriers who had fibrosis were older. They were 44 years of age on average in comparison to 39. The youngest carrier manifesting LG positivity was 31. There was an odds ratio of 10 per decade for having fibrosis, which is to say that a 45-year-old would have a 1 in 2 odds of having fibrosis. If we saw any PVCs in recovery of exercise, that was also highly suggestive that you were going to have fibrosis on your MRI. And a full 40%, almost 40% of those who demonstrated a PVC in recovery did actually go on to have LGE positivity in terms of the MRI. Next slide. So the next question is more important, and what does carrier cardiomyopathy really look like? And so this is actually one of our old research coordinators, and Michelle Slawinski, who is the exercise physiologist who performed the vast majority of all of these tests in our treadmill suite, doing a test. And I think that this is important to know because this is not an easy test. Next slide. When these women kind of, if you could move to the next slide, thank you. When these women got on the treadmill, I have to say it didn't look so bad. And so I almost feel that this is more important than some of the MRI findings we found. What we really looked at is your functional capacity. How much energy did your body give you to do it? And it was not different between carrier moms and non-carrier moms, and only very slightly lower than the control. And so while we see the fibrosis, you guys are able to do pretty well. And the treadmill test is not for slouches. It really will pull it out. We get you to maximal testing. And there were no cardiac specific measures of limitation, and no participants stopped due to muscle limitation. And so we were really impressed by that and quite surprised. But this is a real positive out of the study. Next slide. For the MRI findings, while we did see that the fibrosis was more common, the average left ventricular ejection fraction was normal. So carrier moms versus others, it was 58% versus 60%. That is within a range of error. I did not think that was a specific difference. It was not a clinically important finding. 5 carriers had abnormal LVEFs, and all of those women had fibrosis. We described abnormal LVEF as less than 52. We did not have any women with LVEFs of less than 40, and all of the women that were less than 52% had fibrosis. So like the boys, fibrosis is the leading find prior to a drop in function. Next slide. In my final thoughts, I really think genetic testing is key. Cardiac disease and muscular dystrophy carriers is both real and prevalent, and more prevalent than I think it has been felt to be historically. Importantly, though, and I think this is a big message, is that the third of you that are non-carriers that do not have the genetic mutation do not need to see a cardiologist. I suspect you're pretty plush on doctors in terms of your family, and so kind of taking that stress off and saying one less person is not a bad thing. So for me, I think that you don't need the cardiac MRI, you don't need treadmills. All of that is off the table for you. And I think that that's hugely relieving, and I think a big reason to get genetic testing. There is no clear connection between the boys' cardiomyopathy severity and onset or the specific gene mutations. And the functional status of a relatively young cohort, 30s to 60s, is still quite good. The LVEF decline trails fibrosis. Oh, sorry, next slide. So LVEF declines trail fibrosis. Age matters. I recommend an MRI in the third decade of life, ideally with gadolinium, but if you can't, then I'd ask for T1 mapping. We can possibly make an earlier diagnosis, and it becomes increasingly important as we talk about treatments to have lead time in terms of treatment and prevention strategies. Next slide. So this is cautious optimism. I will share with you one patient that I have seen recently because it's an instructive or an illustrative and hopeful story. And I share this with her permission. She's a 47-year-old woman who is a DMD carrier. She is functionally asymptomatic. She had an MRI in 2001 at the age of 29. She actually doesn't know why she got that MRI, and I got the report for it. They reported an LVEF of 30 to 35%. So she would have been younger than our youngest manifesting carrier in our study. No cardiac therapies were initiated at the age of 29. I think it was a head scratcher, and then she was just lost from care. In March of 2019, and so not long ago, she was 47. She was admitted for heart failure. She had shortness of breath, and an MRI was repeated, and her LVEF was 28%. So not substantially different than the one she had had over a decade, almost 2 decades before. I saw her in April, and we started heart failure therapies with a pretty aggressive up titration over 6 months, and she did great with it, but we really pushed her. And in follow-up, really 2 weeks ago, when I saw her, her LVEF improved to 40 to 45% by echo. We'll substantiate it by MRI soon, but I opened the study when I went to read it, and I almost thought it was on the wrong patient. It really had changed. Some dystrophin means you respond to therapies, and I think that this is an antidote. And I think that, to me, it really whets the palate for kind of the next steps. And I think that we can all have hope that identification is step one, but definitely don't lose heart, because I really think that there's something to be done and can be done. Next step. Next slide. So in conclusion, I'd like to thank all of the families that participated. And I know that it wasn't just the moms who suffered through treadmills with us. It was also the families, and what they contributed was really, really tremendous. And I remind everybody that not only was it 99 families, it was times 3 years, times 3 IVs, sometimes more, depending on how hard of a stick you are, times 3 MRIs, times 3 treadmills, and times 2 days of testing. So it was really a gargantuan ask, and the community certainly came through. I would be remiss not to acknowledge PPMD, as well as the Heart Center Research Program and Nationwide Children's, for funding the project. And then to show, next slide, the slide of our whole team, and it leaves out many people, but could not have done it without the entire team. With that, I'll send it back to Eric and Ryan.
Thank you, Dr. Ma. We really appreciate you sharing those excellent insights from that first year of the natural history study. Our next speaker is Dr. Jamie Jackson, and she is going to touch on the psychosocial considerations for carriers. So, Dr. Jackson, if you're ready.
Thanks, Eric and Ryan. I appreciate it. And a big thank you to PPMD for the opportunity to be here with you all today. And a big thanks also to Dr. Ma for a great introduction to the carrier trial. I'm going to kind of dub this the psychosocial arm of the carrier trial that I'm going to be discussing with you today. And I'm going to use that as a way to guide my discussion about psychosocial well-being, both what we've learned from the carrier trial as well as where we need to go next. And I was going to say, next slide. I don't actually see my slides up on my screen. Yeah, there we go. Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. So really quickly, I wanted to orient everybody to some components that we included as part of the psychosocial arm of the carrier trial. First and foremost, one of the things that we wanted to examine was caregiver stress among the moms who were involved in the study. What we know from research is that caregiver stress takes a tremendous toll physically and emotionally on caregivers. And in fact, it's one of the most stressful things a person can experience in their lifetime. For our study, a majority of the women who are involved were currently caregiving for a son who either had Becker or Duchenne. And this undoubtedly was going to play a role, we believed, in not only the psychosocial well-being, but potentially could also have an impact when combined with an individual's genetic status. And I'll get in a little bit more to the genetics a little bit later. When I talk about psychosocial well-being as one of the components, this is really how I'm conceptualizing the outcomes of the trial. And it's a really general term, and I'm using that term generally on purpose. We really included quite an array of outcome measures to measure this concept of psychosocial well-being. This included self-report of emotional functioning, health-related quality of life, and even somebody's self-report of their physical functioning, according to how they perceive themselves to be doing physically. And then lastly, as I'd already alluded to, genetic status was another factor that we were interested in particularly the interplay between these factors, as I've kind of denoted by that little yellow star in the middle. And really, these things do not exist in isolation. And in fact, it's the combination of these things that really is of true interest to us as part of the psychosocial aspects of the carrier trial. Next slide, please. So the first part that I would like to talk a little bit more about is the relationship between caregiver stress and well-being among the moms in the trial. And the data that I'm going to present here today are data that are currently under review at a scientific journal. Just to kind of start us off in thinking about this relationship, you know, there has been research done on the caregiver stress for those who are caregiving for a son with Duchenne or Becker. Those studies have largely been qualitative, though there have been quantitative studies as well. One of the things I think that's lacking in the research up to this point is the use of an appropriate comparison group in which to compare those individuals to. And, you know, in our current study, we intentionally had recruited controls to be part of the study, as Dr. Ma had already discussed. And as part of the controls that were involved in the study, a majority of those controls were nursing staff at our hospital at Nationwide Children's. And somebody may ask, well, are nursing staff really a good representation of women out in the general public to compare our women who were involved in the study? And you might think not, because obviously nursing staff are incredible individuals and they might not exactly represent everybody out in the general population. However, in comparison to our mothers, they actually were quite a good comparator, and for several reasons. One, obviously, we age matched these women, and that's important because we know that psychosocial outcomes can vary over time as individuals age, so that was important. But they also matched quite well sociodemographically. So as far as level of education, annual income, other factors that are also important to consider when we're measuring psychosocial outcomes. And in addition to that, nurses have an incredibly stressful job. And there is a high degree of burnout among nursing staff. And so we also thought it would be of great interest to compare some individuals who already have higher levels of perceived stress as part of their job to our mothers who are caregiving. And so again, ultimately, the question we wanted to ask is, do these women in fact differ when compared to one another on our psychosocial outcomes? Next slide, please. So this first slide is showing differences between mothers and controls on health-related quality of life. And the particular measure we used is something called the RAM36, which has 8 primary subscales that range between self-report of how one's health is impacting their physical well-being, their emotional well-being, their social well-being, so on and so forth. And what I want to highlight is the little red asterisk that you see above the mothers indicates that statistically, mothers are reporting poor quality of life across the board. Next slide, please. And then this is a slide representing some emotional distress data. So on the left-hand side, we have reported symptoms of anxiety and depression using the Hospital Anxiety and Depression Scale, also known as the HADS. And once again, a similar pattern emerges where mothers are reporting higher levels of anxiety and depression. You can also note on the left-hand side, I have a little red line, if you can read it, that says clinical on top of it. And this is to actually denote where the clinical cutoff is on this particular measure. So if you score at like a 10.5 and above, it's considered clinically elevated symptoms. And you can see that our moms are kind of nearing that clinical cutoff, but as a group, they don't quite supersede that cutoff. However, I think it's important to note 39% of the mothers that have participated in our study reported clinically elevated symptoms of anxiety. And this is in comparison to only 19% of our controls. And that's pretty striking. On the right-hand side, this is self-reported perceived stress. And once again, as denoted by the red asterisk, mothers are reporting significantly elevated levels of perceived stress as well. Next slide, please. So what do we still need to know, though? Dr. Ma had mentioned that this is, in fact, a longitudinal study. And so one area of interest of ours is also to track the psychosocial well-being of our mothers over time and how that psychosocial well-being changes. We're also documenting mothers, their perceptions of how their sons are doing. And it will be important for us to examine whether if there are changes in how mothers perceive their sons to be doing. Does that actually drive, in fact, how mothers perceive themselves to be doing as well? While this is a relatively still brief snapshot, because, we're really only following women ultimately over a 3-year time period, I think in thinking about future research endeavors, we really do want to think about the long term of both from the point of diagnosis and following those women on to see how, again, caregiver stress may impact their psychosocial well-being over that time period. Another thing for us to consider, and I know that we're focused on carriers today, but I would be remiss not to mention also the psychosocial experience of fathers. As families know, if one individual is impacted by something, for example, like caregiving stress within a unit, this also has an effect on the other individuals within that family. And so even when we're still backing up to consider, the well-being of our carriers and our mothers, how fathers are doing undoubtedly will also have an impact on our mothers as well. And we do know less about this experience among fathers. And I think lastly, and also very importantly, we really do need to take a look at this data in consideration of how to best provide psychosocial support for these mothers. If we have almost 40% of our sample reporting clinically elevated levels of anxiety, this needs to be addressed. And unfortunately, the way that the treatment system is kind of set up where, a lot of boys will be receiving psychosocial care within the context of a children's hospital, for example, possibly where they're receiving treatment, there are not opportunities for care for that mom necessarily at that institution. And instead, moms are going to have to go outside of the institution, find yet another provider, another doctor to fit into an already burdensome schedule. And I think this really is a true barrier for women in receiving care and is something for us to consider moving forward. Next slide, please. So let's now talk a little bit about that relationship between genetic status or carrier status and psychosocial well-being. This is an area that has much less attention in the kind of psychological literature overall. And so we are going to be one of the first studies to really compare the differences between individuals who are muscular dystrophy carriers to those who are non-carriers across multiple domains of psychosocial well-being, including cognitive functioning as well as emotional health. And so that was one thing that we also wanted to set out to do, was see whether or not there might be a difference in these women, in part because a lack of dystrophin is hypothesized to to be a potential driver for cognitive deficits or other symptoms of anxiety, elevated levels of anxiety amongst the boys. And so we wanted to see whether or not a similar pattern would exist among muscular dystrophy carriers as well. Next slide, please. So in this context, when we're defining psychosocial well-being for this particular set of analyses, there were three things that we had included in this. First, we included a cognitive screener, the WASI-2, which, again, as a screener, is just a very broad tool to see whether or not there is a presence of cognitive deficits. We also asked women to report on their emotional health, and we've already seen a few of those measures already, and I'll talk a little bit more about one in particular in just a moment, as well as self-report of physical functioning. Next, please. So in addition to anxiety and depression, which I've already shown you some of that data when we were looking at mothers more broadly or caregivers more broadly, in addition for these particular analyses looking at genetic status, we were also interested in self-report of obsessive compulsive symptoms, which you can see on the far right-hand side. That's in addition to just general anxiety symptoms. And then for self-report of physical functioning or well-being, we included a measure of fatigue. As we've already talked about, that there has been a lot of discussion about particularly muscle fatigue in women. So we wanted to see whether or not that extrapolated to just kind of general fatigue, as well as other general somatic complaints. Next, please. So for our particular analyses, when we looked at just muscular dystrophy carriers to those who are non-carriers, and again, all of these women have confirmed genetic testing, we actually do not see any differences identified. Next, please. So does that really answer the question? No, not yet. While I think this is a starting place for us, and this gives us some indications, I still think there are a lot of other things that we need to consider in moving forward with trying to best answer this question. First of all, does the location of the mutation matter amongst muscular dystrophy carriers? We had, too few women ultimately in order to be able to look at location of the mutation, and this is certainly something with a larger sample size, with more women that represent more locations, that we could certainly do moving forward. Also, we used a cognitive screener in part just because of, as Dr. Ma, I think, eloquently put, these women had really been put through the ringer. A true neuropsychological battery can take hours to conduct. It's very time intensive. The benefit of it, though, is it's kind of like using a scalpel in the sense that it really can get into the fine detail of whether or not there are deficits. A cognitive screener like we used is kind of more like taking a hammer to it. It's not the most eloquent way, and it will really only identify large deficits rather than more fine-tuned or harder to detect deficits, unlike what a comprehensive neuropsychological battery would do. So moving forward, this is another consideration for research. And lastly, what role does the caregiving stress that moms endure, how does that play a role with genetic status on psychosocial well-being? Next, please. And that really is the interplay that we're very interested in answering as part of this study. We haven't quite gotten to the point where we have, analyzed this data, but this is next on the long laundry list of things that we want to look at in this study. And I think this is a very important question that we want to try to, if not answer, at least see whether or not we're starting to pick up a signal as to whether there is an interplay that exists. And, so just kind of backing up for a minute, we know that chronic stress and caregiver stress is included in this. It increases cardiovascular vulnerability among healthy people out in the general population. And as Dr. Ma had talked about, now we have evidence to suggest that being a muscular dystrophy carrier also comes with it a cardiovascular vulnerability in of itself. Now, if you combine both a chronic stress like caregiving with an already vulnerable system due to genetics, what are the outcomes of that? And not only for cardiovascular health are we really interested in better understanding this, but also even for emotional well-being and cognitive health. And so that is one of the next big questions that we are hoping to answer with the carrier trial. Next, please. So in summary, I think the bigger take-home points that I would like for you all to take away from this today is that, we want to, again, acknowledge the fact that caregiving takes a large physical and emotional toll. And this is no doubt also true of, individuals who are caring with Duchenne and Becker. It's hard to continue to caregive and do that role, which also comes with it, a lot of, meaning making and joy. It's hard to do that role and experiencing really high levels of anxiety and emotional distress. So it's really important that we find a way to also provide support for caregivers, in particular, obviously, within the context of this discussion, the mothers. And whether this is different types of interventions that are going to be more family focused, or if it's just changing modalities, we need to find a way in order to make sure that these issues are addressed for our caregivers. And secondly, the psychosocial implications of being a muscular dystrophy carrier really do require further study. And I'm excited, that we've got this opportunity, thanks to PPMD, in order to look at this question as part of the carrier trial. But it's really going to just be the start, I think, of a lot more questions to come about that genetic interplay with psychosocial well-being. Next, please. So thank you so much for your time, and I look forward to the panel discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jackson. As we discussed in our resiliency panel, that emotional health topic is something that can often be overlooked and is really important to be addressing. So now we are going to go to our full panel. Again, if you have any questions, please put them in the comment box below. Unfortunately, Dr. Flanagan did have to drop off this panel discussion, but I'm going to hand it over to Pat Furlong.
Great. Thank you, Eric. I so appreciate that. And thank you for the great discussion. It's really, the carrier status is, and being a carrier of Duchenne muscular dystrophy is really another diagnosis that women take on, right? And it's really hard to listen to, hard to think about, and what that means to you and what that does to you as a woman is really something we need to consider. So we have lots of questions that have come in. And here's a plug. PPMD has a Decode Duchenne, which offers free genetic testing for carriers for the U.S. and Europe. So if you are interested in having carrier studies, please contact Anne or Nikki at parentprojectmd.org, and they will certainly facilitate the testing with you. So a couple questions, lots of questions have come in, to be fair, and one of them, Stan, is when do you think carrier testing should be done? At what age? And what is this high CK level that what would you, in your view, would be a elevated CK?
Yeah, so by modern CK levels, an upper limit of normal would be around 200, 250. It changes over time, age, and also changes with exercise, other issues going on. So when we say elevated, it means that it's really at the upper end of that normal range and above. But many of the manifesting carriers who have some skeletal muscle issues often have CKs in the around 1,000 range, so kind of in a typical Becker range. And when a girl of any age has sufficiently highly elevated CK levels, I would do the genetic testing regardless of age. And part of the reason for that is you're testing for cause, you're not testing for the ultimate transmission later in life. I think you can make an argument, though, that many, with the data that Dr. Ma was showing, that the frequency with which women ultimately manifest during their lives of some type of disease means that the carrier state is, there's a substantial risk over one's lifetime. There's an active debate, and some geneticists, some genetics counselors won't do testing until after the age of 18. I personally think that's wrong. And there's clearly very strong evidence that a competent adolescent female can make independent decisions, and we ought to respect kids' autonomy. Kids are going to become adults, and we ought to respect their autonomy. So if capable of giving informed consent appropriately, regardless of any symptoms, I always favor testing. I think one of the things that we should be looking at is minimizing harm. And one of the things that we've done in genetics is sometimes created an overly paternalistic approach to it, that people can't make decisions until they're 18, which is demonstrably absurd. So to me, I approach it as, what is optimal for the family in terms of lessening overall anxiety, concern about this one issue. I tell everybody that every female should presume that they're a carrier until we prove they're not. Partly of that is that we don't want people to be presuming that they have no risks of muscle issues, or that this is not possibly a cause for high liver enzymes, and sets people down a different diagnostic path. So I would often test anybody manifesting. I would test it at any age that I observe the manifestations. I would certainly permit testing with reasonable consent and ability of the individual being tested at pretty much any age, and certainly by adolescence. I would not arbitrarily wait until 18.
Thank you. I totally agree with you. I think that adolescents should have their autonomy and should be considered ready for testing when they feel if the need is there. So, Maylene, we have a question that's coming about tachycardia during pregnancies. So the question is, I've experienced tachycardia during both of my pregnancies. Has this been observed or reported, and could it be a sign of heart damage? And another just follow on was, I had VTAC VFib cardiac arrest 4 years ago at 43 during sleep. Doctors felt it was due to fibrosis due to being a DMD carrier. My previous echoes were normal, and I now have a defibrillator and have occasional bouts of VTAC, but no shocks have been needed. I've not had an MRI due to the device. Have you heard of this happening with fibrosis? And what should I do? How should I care for potential additional fibrosis? So that's a lot.
Thanks, Pat.
Yeah, I thought I'd wrap it up in one.
So I will say that we excluded all pregnant women from the study because you can't have an MRI you could, but we didn't have pregnant women have MRIs. I see a lot of pregnant women just outside of the muscular dystrophy patients, and tachycardia during pregnancy is quite normal. Your heart is supporting a fetus, and at about 14 weeks, that starts to really increase in terms of the amount of volume going through the heart. It peaks at about 30 weeks. I expect baseline heart rates to go from 60 to 80 at baseline. The lower rates are about 80 to support placental flow, 80 to 100. And then obviously, as you gain weight, movement increases that. And so baseline heart rates definitely go up in pregnancy. So tachycardia doesn't really bother me in pregnancy. That being said, in the context of being a carrier, I think there are other cardiomyopathy states that are certainly exacerbated by that same volume load that I was describing before. And so if you are a DMD carrier and you are pursuing pregnancy, I think it's not a bad idea to have an echo and to make sure that the heart function is normal. Chances are it will be, and someone can be reassuring in terms of your baseline heart rate. But knowing that you have a genetic mutation and knowing that you are at risk for cardiomyopathy, and then having the physiologic changes of pregnancy on top of that, I think deserves a thought. And so to me, I think getting evaluated and being looked at ideally pre-conception, and then at any juncture during pregnancy if symptoms arise is reasonable. In terms of the second question, that's a much harder question to answer. So I have been putting defibrillators in patients who have ejection fractions of less than 30 or 35 that I can't get higher than 30 and 35. The woman that I presented at the end does have a defibrillator that I had requested because originally it took me a long time to get her over 40 to 45. It took a while. And because I knew that she had had the MRI from decades before, that was lower. And because she did have also VT on a Holter, we elected to do the defibrillator as a primary prevention device. That's a long conversation to have. And I think each patient having a defibrillator is not nothing, both physically and emotionally. And so it's a long individual conversation. It hinges a lot on function. And so to have it in the absence of dysfunction is also a totally separate question. And I think has to be individually discussed. I don't think that I could say 100% it's necessary. If you had an event in your sleep, then it would not be considered primary prevention. It would be considered secondary prevention. And it doesn't surprise me at all. You got a defibrillator. So that's a complex answer. And I would say requires individualized assessment.
Thank you. So the woman you presented, the 47-year-old, in addition to the defibrillator, can you tell us a little bit about the meds you put her on as well?
Sure. She was really on nothing when I met her, essentially on nothing. And we started with beta blocker because of that's what she'd been on for a short bit. I switched up for beta blocker because I chose one that was more arrhythmia acting because I knew she had some of the arrhythmias as well. So we used metoprolol. We put her on an ACE inhibitor initially, and then converted to Entresto, which is a combination medication which has been demonstrated to be effective in heart failure patients if they have had a heart failure admission. That is a very difficult drug to get from an insurance standpoint. For her, it was justifiable because of her hospitalization. We also put her on spironolactone. We maximized the doses of all of those things, which is hard to do because of low blood pressure. But she was a trooper, and we pushed through and made some adjustments on things, but got her to maximal dosing on all meds within about 6 months. It took another 6 months, actually, for us to see a real change in her EF. So it was a good amount of time on therapies. I think the thing that we were so happy about when I saw her recently is that after she didn't recover and knowing that she had had decades of having a low LVEF and fibrosis, I wasn't sure she would respond. And so even a little bit of her response was really positive for us. So.
Sounds like she's doing really well. So Jamie, in interviewing these carriers, I hear from, and I see on social media that carriers talking about the guilt, and Stan, you can comment here as well, please do. But because, you know, while you carry this genetic mutation and you didn't do anything to do that, to have that happen, it still feels extremely hard to know that you're a carrier and your body is the creation, if you will, of this child, and giving him a disease that you didn't want to ever see happen. So are you seeing that as a theme through this? Does guilt play a part through the carriers considerably?
Yeah, thanks for that question, Pat. Definitely. And one of the things I didn't have the chance to talk about was the fact, as you were just mentioning, Pat, was that we had interviewed all of the women who had come through the carrier trial. And we're transcribing and coding that data. And that's yet another avenue that we want to look into, because I think you're absolutely right. The guilt that comes with it inevitably plays into their levels of emotional distress. And I will say what was really interested in observationally in listening to the stories of these many women was that, you know, they really varied as to kind of where they were in that progression of feeling guilty. And so for some women, when they were just finding out their carrier status, this was a really big hit for them. And it was hard to digest, and they were actually kind of in the process of digesting that with us in the interviews. Many women became really tearful. In addition to that, there were some women who knew they were carriers, and they've known that they were carriers for a while, and they would tell us, you know, initially this was devastating. And over time, I have learned that this isn't my fault, and that, you know, what has happened is it's given me some power to make decisions moving forward in my life that I didn't have that power before. And whether that's, making decisions about having additional children or how to go about doing that. And so, you know, I think the take-home message for me was that, you know, yes, while, you know, this really did contribute to the emotional distress of a lot of women, understandably, there are also were women who represented the other side of that. And after they've learned this information and have also kind of come to terms with it and didn't carry that guilt any longer, even though that certainly was a significant part of their experience early on. And what I want to do with some of this information that we've learned from all these women is I think this can really guide us, even from a research perspective, moving forward to kind of better understand how that progression goes from initially getting a diagnosis of being a carrier and following that over time for some of these women, what kind of happens on the other side of that.
Thank you. Thank you, Jamie. Stan, I have one question for you as well. It's kind of it's two questions in one, so I'm going to say it all together. When you do genetic testing to know if the mother or aunts are carriers, in a case you think there is a de novo mutation, it will be negative, but both the mother and or the aunt have a probability of having a boy with Duchenne. So it's a little bit of a confusing question. If you see it, so I think what she's trying to get at is if you have a de novo, if you're a new carrier in your family and you're going to go back and test, what's the probability of the rest of them carrying that same de novo mutation? And then the other side of this I'd like you to comment on is many of the carriers that I know have talked about having miscarriages before or after every in succession, and some of them have talked about having children, a baby with Down syndrome, or a number of miscarriages. And so, can you comment on all that very, very quickly for us? That's a lot, I know.
Sure, I'll try to do that as quickly as I can. For the miscarriage issue, we don't see an association with DMD mutations. I think miscarriages are unfortunately a common phenomenon for all women and all pregnancies, and we don't understand their root causes most of the time. That's just fundamentally part of being human, unfortunately. And for other sort of mutations like Down syndrome, we don't see necessarily a strong correlation, but they're like everything. Down syndrome is reasonably common. Duchenne is reasonably common. Should we expect to see those two things existing in the same family at some rate? We should, just because there's a fairly large number of Duchenne and others. So we don't see those as clear associations. There are some instances of like X chromosome abnormalities, which would be highly enriching for a female manifesting who has XO, for instance, with Turner syndrome. So there are some exceptions to that. For the other, if a mom does not have the mutation and she has a son who has the mutation, no other females in her family before her, no sisters, no moms, need any genetic testing. They're back to population risk. Her daughters have a risk of inheriting a de novo mutation. And we would typically put that in the range of, sort of 1 to up to 50%, depending, because we don't necessarily get to look at her ovaries. But on average, it's a few percent risk. So all daughters of her, even though she doesn't carry a mutation in her blood, should be tested. If mom has the mutation and her mother, grandma, doesn't, then sisters should all be tested because they could also have had inherited the de novo mutation and not know it, and they're at risk. And again, each sister would be at a few percent risk. The testing that we can now get through PPMD is actually critically important for kind of going up that stepping stone. Many insurances don't cover things like carrier testing, which is critically important, or we have such a fractured health insurance system that moms, particularly on the poor end of the spectrum, cannot get testing, which is just shameful. And thank you guys for filling that gap. It's been amazing.
Thank you, Stan. No, I think it's critically important, and we can't discuss the healthcare in this country or we'll be on for the next several days. But it is a right for all of us to have good healthcare, and maybe someday we'll have that. So in fact, thank you so much. We're so pleased with this. One of the questions came in is where to get care. We have 29 certified centers in this country. All of them have these quality of individuals that are amazing and empathetic and smart, and they can really help us take good care of ourselves and our sons as well. So with that, I'm going to turn this back to Eric and Ryan. Thank you again.
Thank you so much for really an incredible panel. Just one clarification, Decode Duchenne is available in the US and Canada. You can reach out to us for more information. We're going to take a lunch break. We're going to be back at 1 p.m. Eastern sharp for an amazing keynote speaker, Rachel Callender, so you won't want to miss that. We will see you at 1 p.m. Eastern.
Hi there, we're the Friars.
We are so excited to share with you how you can raise funds for PPMD by creating your own DIY event. Whether it's in person or a virtual event, PPMD has all the tools to help you create a fun event right in your own community. Our family hosts 2 annual events for PPMD, a golf outing in July and a 0.1K in November. Doing your own event is a great way to get your family and friends more involved. A 0.1K is super easy and really fun. It's only 100 yards or the length of a football field, and it can be done anywhere. PPMD can provide you with an event website, mobile auction software, PPMD swag, and so much more. They can make it so easy and fun too. Visit parentprojectmd.org/DIY to learn more about how you can create your own in-person or virtual DIY event.
Welcome back. We are delighted to have Rachel Callender as our keynote speaker today. I had the pleasure of hearing Rachel speak at our clinical conference. She left an indelible impression on myself and everybody in the audience, and I'm so excited to hear her speak, and I'm sure you'll really enjoy it. With that, Rachel, take it away.
Thank you so much, Ryan, and it's so wonderful to be with you all. I'm actually beaming in from Western Australia, so it's 1 o'clock in the morning here, and I couldn't think of a better way or better reason to be up at 1 o'clock in the morning than hanging out with all of you. So it's lovely to be here. I am going to share a little bit of my story. I come to you with the parent perspective, and hopefully you'll connect with some of the story and find some things and some tools to take away with you in your own journeys. Alrighty, so here we go. When I was 15 years old, my high school art teacher told me that art could actually be a career. And this was the greatest news of my then life. And from that moment on, I was on my path to becoming a photographer. This was my great passion. And so in 2002, I ended up studying for a Bachelor of Fine Arts in a city called Dunedin in New Zealand. And I loved photographing tiny little things, things that people often overlooked, things that were discarded. I had this overarching theme that just kept following me around, and that inspired me. And this was the theme of finding beauty in brokenness. And so all these little pieces of the world became treasures that I love to discover and share with the world. And it was interesting, in my time at art school, people would say, "So Rach, when you graduate, are you going to become a wedding photographer?" And I said, "No, actually, I'm going to be a real artist, thank you very much." I had no interest whatsoever in becoming a wedding photographer until I was asked to photograph my cousin's wedding when I was still a student. And I found, to my horror and dismay, that I had just the most wonderful time doing this. And from that moment on, I decided, this is actually what I'm going to do. And so after I graduated, I set up my very own wedding and portrait photography business in Dunedin, New Zealand. And I called this business Calendar Girl Photography. I thought that was quite clever of me, with my last name being Calendar. But just after I opened my business, I discovered that up the road another business had opened. And it was quite different to the one that I was launching. And the strip club was up the road, and I found myself on the receiving end of some very strange late night phone calls. But all that aside, all marketing is good marketing, I guess. I was on my way and on my path of wedding photography, and I loved it. It was just so much fun and such an honor to be trusted to capture this day of a person's life, capturing all of the chaos and the emotion and the tension and the celebration, all of the pieces that are a wedding. And it was a huge honor to be part of it all. And my business was thriving, and I was being asked to travel around my country and even around the world to document this day for people. And things were going swimmingly, to be honest, and I was winning some awards and having a wonderful time. And then I found out that I was pregnant. And this, honestly, was one of the most traumatic days of my life. I never wanted children. I didn't really like children, if I'm completely honest with you. I didn't think that my particular personality was quite suited for parenthood. I was quite airy-fairy, arty mind, as my mother would say to me. I just rebelled against systems and structures and, the typical way of doing things. And I felt like parenthood would restrain me somehow. And I was terrified. I just wanted much more than the status quo, I guess. And so it took me a really long time to get used to this idea of this was now my new reality. This was my life. And it was difficult to let go of the vision that I had of freedom. But at the 20-week scan, we found out that this little bundle of impending doom was going to be a girl. And I started to kind of relax a little bit more when I knew that. And we decided to think about names and things. And the name Evie Amor came to my husband and I, which means that life is possible because of love. And we really let this kind of ethos and mentality sink in. And this was my new reality, I guess. I started to really enjoy the idea of this little human. We also found out at this 20-week scan that Evie had a little kidney issue. One of her kidneys wasn't draining properly, but the doctors were quite calm and confident and clear in their communication with us. And they said, she's going to be okay. She may need some surgery after she's born, but don't worry, everything will be fine. And then on the 30th of March 2008, Evie Amor Callender was born by caesarean birth in Dunedin Hospital. And my husband and I had the most incredible first few hours with her, just relishing being a family of 3 for the first time. And then when we tried to feed her, it was really difficult. She couldn't latch. She had a really small mouth. And so we tried to feed her by syringe. And as we did this, she started choking and vomiting and turned blue. And a nurse just grabbed her out of my arms and rushed her upstairs to the NICU ward. And then I didn't see Evie or hear about her or what was happening until the next morning when our midwife and the paediatrician came to see us. And they said that overnight they'd done some tests on Evie and that they had some really serious concerns about her. They told us that she had a condition that was incompatible with life. And they called this trisomy 18 or Edwards syndrome. They told us that she had skeletal anomalies, that she had multiple ventricular septal defects. They told us that it was highly unlikely that she would survive more than a year, and if she did, she'd have severe mental retardation. She had failure to thrive. There'd be global developmental delays. And these words, just this traumatic language and experience, and many of you would have had a diagnosis. You've got diagnosis stories, and I didn't even understand most of the words that were being spoken to me, but you feel them viscerally, like they hurt, because not only do you not understand them, but some of them are traumatic. Like they add more trauma to the trauma that you're already feeling. And so in this moment, as many of you know, your world just kind of falls out from under your feet, and you don't really understand what's not normal anymore. Everything is just in chaos, and everything is at risk, and all of a sudden you don't even know who you are. I remember looking out the window of the hospital and not even really recognizing my own city. Everything just looked different because my whole world had changed. And it was difficult, and often with Evie's condition, her life hung in the balance so many times, and we were rushed to hospital by ambulance too many times to count. But I had fallen completely in love with this new little bundle in the world. And to me, I saw her as a new soul in the world, beautiful and full of potential. She wasn't just her diagnosis to me, and yes, it was difficult, but she had such spirit and bravery and tenacity, and I really loved being her mum. And she brought out in me a mother that I never knew existed. I didn't know that this person was inside of me, a person who could fight and advocate and endure incredibly difficult experiences again and again and again. She was a beautiful, beautiful piece of our life. And over time, she grew. She really did grow, and she thrived, and she kind of almost proved everybody wrong, I guess, just in the way that she did life. And in these photographs, she's around 2 years old. And it was around this time that I noticed that she was experiencing the world a little differently to other people. So, for example, often we had to drive on a particular piece of road to visit family, and we drove under a lot of electrical pylons. And every time we came up to these pylons, Evie would just start crying, and then would pass under, and then she'd stop crying. And it happened so much on this one little piece of road that I thought, there's something going on here, because it would wake her up at night sometimes, and it would just sort of come out of the blue, like a little switch went off. And I thought, I wonder, what's going on? And this happened when we went through electric sliding doors with Evie as well. She'd just start crying every time we came up to these doors. So I started wondering if she had an electromagnetic sensitivity that was completely unique to her. I couldn't feel it, but she clearly could. And so I kind of stuck on this concept. It's like, she's like a baby Magneto of X-Men or something, she's got superpowers. And I loved this idea of using language in a new way to kind of highlight and elevate her personality to reflect how I felt about her and how others felt about her. Because to me, this kind of superpower idea was, a bit lighthearted. But when I started to think about her more deeply in the way that she was inspiring and encouraging elements of myself to come forward, and how she expressed herself and how she existed in the world, everything about her was really profound. Like, she evoked a level of love and care in people they hadn't experienced before. She laughed and expressed her happiness with her whole body, like she just flapped joy. She couldn't speak. She never spoke, but she could communicate everything that she needed or wanted with a single sound and the tone of her voice. She just had this fragility and a pure joy that drew people towards her. She was a really magnetic little human being. And so I referred to all of these things as Evie's superpowers, because what I was finding was I'd take Evie into the street because I loved bringing her with me and sharing her with the world because I loved her so much. And the first thing that people would ask me when they saw Evie was, what's wrong with your child? What's wrong with her? And so initially I'd kind of brace myself and I'd say, well, she's got partial trisomy 9 and partial monosomy 6, and she's got multiple ventricular septal defects, and she can't walk and she can't talk and she doesn't eat solid food, and she, blah, 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 list off all of the diagnoses language. And that person would kind of glaze over, and then I'd glaze over. I hated sharing this kind of information about my child. And that, the person would walk away, and I felt like, I've really let Evie down here. This is horrible. But I didn't know how else to explain Evie. I didn't believe there was anything wrong with her, but that was just the way society frames difference. Like, we're so afraid of difference, and we don't have the language to use for expressing difference. But once I had this language and mentality of superpowers as a way to share Evie's abilities and uniqueness, it really helped bridge that gap, that fear. So the next time someone asked me, what's wrong with your child? I just said, look, nothing is wrong with her. She actually has superpowers. And the other person looked at me like I was a bit strange, and they said, well, what do you mean? And then I got to reframe that whole conversation through the lens of ability and uniqueness and capability. I could say, Evie is so much fun. Like, she loves being on a beanbag. We communicate without words. We make up games together, and she knows how to play them. She's really funny. She really hates a lot of things. She hates my camera, which I thought was a bit mean of her, actually, being a photographer myself. But I could say I love being her mum. Yeah, it's hard sometimes. It's hard a lot of the time. But she makes it so worth it. Like, she's so easy to hang out with. She's 2.5. She's never had a tantrum in her life. Like, it's pretty superpowerish to me. And it was amazing how people responded to that language, and especially coming from me as the parent kind of leading that conversation. They'd look at her again and they'd say, oh, look at her, isn't she beautiful? Like, what deep sparkly eyes she has. She looks like a wise soul. And I got to say, yeah, she really is. And in that moment, because I described a human being, they saw a human being rather than a collection of failing body parts. And I think that's often where we land in this space, that we kind of, as parents, we've got feet in two worlds. We've got medical world foot, and on the other side, we're passionate parents who fiercely love our children. It's like, how do we keep bridging these worlds? And I think language is a way that we can do that. And so it's interesting because I had this new language. I was feeling empowered and feeling excited. And I'm like, yeah, I've got this. I'm feeling good about life. But so often I was thrown back into kind of survival mode or feeling hopeless and powerless based on the medical world. We had to fill out needs assessment forms. Those forms where you have to tick the boxes of all of the things your child can do or can't do in Evie's case. And I remember I had to fill out this 2-page document with a whole lot of lists questions, and I couldn't tick a single question on that 2-page document. Like, Evie wasn't doing any of the things a typical 2.5-year-old should be doing. And so I just hated the idea of handing in this form for the person at the other end to kind of think from my lack of ticks that here was a child that has no value, no purpose, she can't do anything, she's probably costing the system a lot of money, there's no return on investment here with this kid. These questions didn't speak to the value and the humanity of my child. And I know that these questions are for, gauging the level of support a family might need, financial or medical. But this form broke me. It just broke me with its lack of humanity, I guess. And so I kind of had a bit of a cry and then picked myself up afterwards and said to the health professionals that had triggered this form, I said, I hate this form. I don't want to hand it in. I suppose I have to, but if I have to, I'm going to hand in my own form as well. I want to make up my own form because this form just sucks. It's just the worst. And so I made up my own form with questions that I could answer yes to and tick every single box to. And I'm going to share it here with you. And I called this form the Evie's Awesomeness form because she was completely awesome to me. And as you can see on this little document, some of the questions are pretty random and they wouldn't really make much sense to anyone other than a parent. But, questions like, can your child play Sleeping Tiger and other great games? And me being able to say, yes, Evie loves games and interacts by laughing, kicking, flapping, and moving close to us. This is a game that Evie and I made up together. This is something that we enjoy doing together. Does your child laugh when objects fall near her face? Yeah, she did. And I have no idea what it was about that, but she loved it when we dropped cushions or soft toys near her. And she laughed when there were surprise loud noises. So I knew her quirks and I knew what she enjoyed. I knew how she experienced the world. And I loved being able to facilitate the things that she enjoyed. But again, these forms, they don't reflect the nuances of personality and character. Can your child do assisted pull-ups holding her head up? Yes, Evie does this very well using her dad to help her. And her record is 13 in a row. So cool. So I guess what I was doing with this form was I was measuring Evie against herself, because for so many parents out there, these forms and these documents, they're measuring sticks that their child is never, ever going to measure up to because they're not made for these children. These measuring sticks are just not applicable. They don't work as measurements, but this form became my benchmark because I could see how Evie was growing and developing and changing, and it was in her own time, in her own way. And I loved that. I think we all need to maybe evaluate the measuring sticks that we use for ourselves even, and for others. Maybe we need to be brave and just say, you know what, I'm not going to adopt the measuring stick of this societal rule today. I just don't want to, and I don't need it. I'm going to make up my own and measure myself against myself and my child against themselves. I think we stand in these two worlds, and this world, the parent world, is a world that often it's so misunderstood. There's so much richness and meaning to be found in it if we get to actually share our voice and share our opinions and find the language to use in that space. And I've been sharing this awesomeness form with a number of health professionals around the world. And I know this slide is a bit tricky to read, but basically this is how a health professional is using it. And she's adopted the idea of the awesomeness form and is creating awesomeness reports. So every time she sees a child in her clinic, she's writing a couple of paragraphs that speak directly to the humanity of that child that she's seen in front of her. And she's writing things like, this child is really good at helping and noticing and cleaning up. Her smiles light up the room. She's got a big, huge grin and she radiates. You can't help but be happy. She already has a sense of humor and she brings joy to her family every day. So just something like that, and the pile of pieces of paper that we have as parents, I think is kind of like a beacon of hope in an often despairing space. Like there's so much emphasis and energy going into things that aren't working, things that need to be fixed, trials and tribulations and all sorts of just stress. But a little paragraph where somebody outside of yourself as a parent or your family that says, your child is valuable and your child is interesting and they're worth working for. It's so cool. Like, this therapist says that since she's been developing these awesomeness reports and creating them, she enjoys her job more because she feels like she's able to help in a space that's deeply needed, that holistic human space. And parents responding to this health professional with trust, and there's a positive relationship built there because they're connecting on a human level. And it's so simple and so powerful. It's just a shift in language. Sadly, though, Evie's life wasn't a long life. We had an incredible 2.5 years with her. And every single day of those 2.5 years, she was completely compatible with life. It just wasn't for as long as we might have hoped. But in this short yet remarkable little life, like, she's inspired a dream that has become her legacy, I guess. And in the course of 6 years or so, I've created 2 books, one with my beautiful partner who's actually sitting beside me, Superpower Baby Project and Superpower Kids. And they're both photographic art books that celebrate the lives and abilities of children living with a whole range of different chromosomal and genetic conditions. And they're full of photographs and they're full of life. And the children in the books they shine back at you just with their life and their passion and their joy. And the stories that the parents have shared with us are in there as well. And they're just they're saying things like, it is really hard, but we love our children and they've given us a purpose and a meaning, and we couldn't be happier with the progress that they're making. And it was interesting when I was photographing these children, there were themes that emerged in the way that the parents were talking about their children. They constantly said things like, this child is bringing out perseverance and deep empathy and kindness in us, and we understand what unconditional love is now, and we're advocates, and we never knew that we had this ability, we never knew that we could be so strong. And they were all so proud of their children, and the language they were using was so empowering and uplifting, which is in such contrast to the language of difference and disability that we use, maybe because of the medical world. We use words to describe disability or difference with words like retarded or dysmorphic, mutated or abnormal and disabled. And to me, these words, they're so subtractive and so negative and deficit focused, and they often take potential and ability away, because that often is the thing that we focus on, the lack. But there's so much more to a human than their diagnosis. You can't be diagnosed with your identity. Your diagnosis can form part of that identity, but it's not the whole. There's so much else within that needs to be explored and expressed as well. This was a document that was given to me when Evie was born, because the doctors actually hadn't heard of or seen her particular chromosome condition. So she didn't end up having trisomy 18. She had something even rarer. She had partial trisomy 9 and partial monosomy 6, which is a deletion and a duplication of 2 different chromosomes. And so this isn't quite that, but the doctor said, here, take this, read this. This is basically your life. This is as close as we can get to how we can explain what life is going to look like with your child. And this form was just horrific. I don't think it should have been given to me. I think the doctors were just doing their best and trying their hardest to give me as much information as they possibly could, but it wasn't written for a parent. And this traumatized me instead of helping me. I was looking for an anchor, any point of connection. And I just fell through a rabbit hole of despair, and I hated this form. I didn't understand 80% of the words, and the ones I did actually truly terrified me. And I'm going to read you just a few of the words that I did understand. And I invite you, if you have a pen in your hand, or you might even draw it imaginarily in your head, but imagine drawing what you hear me say, the words that you hear me speak, and see what you might come up with at the end. The nose is long, fleshy, slightly beaked. The eyes are deep-seated. The mouth is small and triangular. The chin is small and receding. The ears are relatively large and square with abnormal folding. The neck is short with redundant skin folds. The trunk is asymmetric, the right side being more prominent. The extremities are thin and the fingers and toes unusually long and thin. She has a weak, hoarse cry. The tone is poor. She has stereotypical writhing movements of the arms and legs in an avoidance manner. I didn't understand any of the other words that we used, but in your imaginary or real drawing, do you have some kind of elephant, pterodactyl, bird creature thing like on your piece of paper? Would you have anything at all resembling a human girl? I don't know. Maybe if you're a really good artist, maybe. But this form described in such negative detail the features that I loved so much about my child. Like, I adored Evie's deep, sparkly eyes and her delicate fairy fingers. The medical term for her fingers, because they were so long and thin, is arachnodactyly, which literally translates to spider hands. And I'm terrified of spiders. And now that I live in Australia, it's awful. Like, there's spiders everywhere. It's horrible. New Zealand has no spiders. Honestly, it's so good. But arachnodactyly, ugh, I hated that term. Like, to me, they were fairy fingers, delicate and small, and I loved that. And I understand, and it's really tricky, like the language we use really does shape our landscape. And it can create fear and chaos and trauma, or it can empower and elevate. And so over the years, I've been really interested in the power of language, and I've been talking with health professionals, especially at diagnosis, like how they can use language in a way that is clear, kind, and can be understood, because it's often not. And it's not just in the medical world, it's often the language we use or is used around us from people who don't understand our experience. And then they assume things. So I've developed this tool, the Health Language Matrix. And so we've got the 4 quadrants. And this first quadrant, oopsies, can you do that? Thank you. In the first quadrant, we've got the patronizing language. And it comes from a positive place. It's positive jargon, I guess we call it. It's kind of cliche language. It's a bit fluffy. It means well, and that's the thing I hope you hear me say. It means well. It just doesn't know how to connect, but it's trying to. So often parents will hear words like, or phrases like, God only gives special kids to special parents. And on the outset, that's quite a nice thing to have said over you, but often in this space, you're feeling not very special. A lot of the time you're exhausted, everything's at risk, you're chaotic, everything is like you're just right at the end of your coping capacity. Like, you just need somebody to help you, but you don't even know what to ask for. Like, you're right on the edge of everything. It's a really difficult space to be. Or you might hear things like, well, after Evie died, I got a lot of, well, at least you had 2.5 years with her. And it's like, 1,000 years is never long enough when you love someone so hard. It's not that. It's not at least. It's always difficult. And I think this kind of language tries to patch over a gap in experience that we don't know how to talk about. And a lot of damage can actually be done in this space, even though it's coming from a really good place. I think there's a lot of work that can be done in this space on how do we engage with people who are going through difficult experiences, especially if they're different from our own. And then down here in the jargon negative quadrant, this is just where a lot of medical language fits anyway. And this is confusing, so confusing. All of the acronyms and the big Latin words, we don't connect with this language. We don't understand it. Like, people spend 7 years learning medical language, and regular person language just doesn't sound like that, and it takes a really long time to learn these big fancy words. And when somebody doesn't understand, they can't connect to their experience, and it adds trauma. And then we have the destructive language, the informative negative, and this is words that I think take away that humanity of a person. Words like retarded, incompatible with life, mutated, abnormal, disabled. Like, retarded is one that, this word isn't even acceptable socially even now. Like, it's used to really hurt somebody. It's really difficult. And then there is hope. There is the positive, informative quadrant, the empowering language. And this isn't to kind of fluff over anything, but it's kind and it's clear, and it makes sure that the person has understood what's happening, especially at diagnosis. It kind of reframes some of that other language, you know. So instead of saying something like incompatible with life, the phrase would be life limiting. And I know that that's being used more widely these days, like life is still the focus then. And it's just a subtle shift. And even I've had friends who have been given a diagnosis of Down syndrome for their children. And, you know, there's often a 50% chance that their child is going to be a boy or a girl, but a 1 in 200 risk of Down syndrome. So the chance and risk flip is really interesting as well. Already that word risk kind of puts alarm bells in a person's head and kind of makes you afraid before you've even met the child. So it's just subtle language can shift how we perceive the future and our reality. And I'm hoping we can be together and talk more about this through workshops and things where we unpack all of this stuff in more detail and talk about some more examples and ideas that we can use in these spaces. But we don't have that much time today, so I'm going to keep going. But oopsies, now I've just broken everything. But the language of empowering language, it asks more questions. It doesn't, it asks first. And that's the thing that I love about this. So it doesn't assume anything. I'm really sorry, you can do the buttons. It asks more questions. It doesn't assume anything. So these questions are 4 that I've kind of created that I think really get to the heart of humanity as quickly and as effectively as possible. And if you're a parent in this space listening, I encourage you to deeply think about answering these questions for yourself. Just even in your own time, maybe take a screenshot or write them down or something. But when you think about what you're proud of in your child and in yourself, especially in yourself in the space, like what have you endured? What are you proud of what you've done and what you've seen in your life and in your child? Think about capability. Think about growth and change. And then what do you hope for? Like, what are you working towards as a family, as a parent for your child? Like, what are you working towards? And can you share that with your health professionals and your team and your family so everyone sort of knows where you're going and can help support you and gather around you in that journey? What are you afraid of? And I know this is a really confronting question. Maybe even start with what you're concerned about or what you're worried about. But the thing is, when we invite fear into the space and when we can kind of look at it and ask it, you know, what is it that I'm afraid of? Maybe I can learn something from this fear. Maybe I won't run away from it and face it and see what happens. It's quite powerful what you might find. And if you can be brave enough to acknowledge it and then share that with somebody else, it means then that you're breaking down those barriers between worlds again, and the support and help that you need might be able to be delivered directly to those places. And then what do you need? And especially the mums, like, it's really difficult to answer this because you don't even know how to ask for help. There's often a mentality of you just have to do it all alone, and it's just simply not true. It's not possible. And asking for help isn't a form of weakness. It's incredibly brave and courageous. But even just stopping and thinking for a minute, what do I need right now? It's a really powerful exercise. So I encourage you to find some space and find some time and sit with these questions for yourself. Because what we're finding is this is just a little tool. There's a spectrum of experiences, and it's not like you kind of go up the ladder from the bottom to the top and then all is well. You might find that you are in one space one day and in another space another day. But often when you receive a diagnosis or you're living this life of caring for a person with multiple needs and medically fragile, you're often in a space of despair. And I liken this as a metaphor. It's like, as a photographer, it's like you can't even see anything. Like the image that you've created or all that you see is just darkness. It's despairing. It seems like there's no hope. It's all dark. And I hope that not many of you are in that space right now. But if you are, I encourage you to reach out and find some support. Often many of us are in survival mode, and that's just kind of where we end up. We're just kind of fighting another day, another day, another day. Lists and ticks and check boxes and medical appointments are the reality, and it just feels like we're just surviving. And then there's an acceptance when you can kind of come to terms with this new reality, and maybe you have got some support. And then kind of above the line is when you sort of can think about maybe a different future, or maybe you're settling into a new reality and maybe you have got some support and you're sort of feeling a bit stronger. You have an anticipation that maybe things are going to be okay, or things are okay. And then you step into an identity that you're proud of. You're like, I'm proud of my child. I'm proud of myself. I'm proud of my family. This is actually not what I expected or what I wanted, but this is my life, and that's okay. And I'm part of a community that I'm really excited by. Like, I've got people that understand me. And then in the dignity space, that's kind of where you deeply feel so proud of yourself and your child that you almost kind of throw away societal norms. You're like, you know what, this is valid. This experience needs advocacy, and I'm energized by the thought of kind of fighting not only for my own child but for others. And then kind of a few levels up, there's a legacy piece, and that's probably far too far away to think about. And we have no control over our legacy, really. It's not up to us to decide what our legacy is. Like, it just simply becomes as we live and grow. But I just wanted to leave this here with you just as an idea. If you could put yourself on this ladder today, which rung would you circle? And then maybe even share that with others, and share that with people close to you so they have an idea of what your reality is like. Use some language around it. Answer those questions. You know, what are you proud of? What do you hope for? What are you afraid of? What do you need? Maybe see what happens and what comes out. I know we're right near the end of time, and I share this photo with you just as I'm wrapping up. This is my favorite image in the world, and I guess this speaks to me of dignity. This is the beautiful version of my biggest fear, I guess. This is me scattering the ashes of Evie at the bottom of Mount Aoraki, Lake Pukaki in New Zealand. It's the most magical place. And to me, this is an image of hope and freedom and gratitude and wonder and amazement. And I love this image, and I was deathly afraid every single day of her life. You know, I planned her funeral before she'd even died, just because I knew that it was coming. But this is the other side of that. Like, can you imagine the most beautiful version of your fear? And that might be a really, really big question and a big, hard thing to even think about, but I just encourage you to start entertaining the thought that maybe there is a beautiful version of your fear out there. All right, I think I'm going to throw back to the crew in the studio, and then we'll see what happens after that. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you so much, Rachel. That was absolutely wonderful, and I know so many families appreciated you coming on and speaking, and I know Pat Furlong would love to pick up the conversation here. We were lucky enough to meet you through Pat. Pat found you, and we all considered it a gift, and thank you so much for being our keynote speaker, and I want to pass this now to Pat.
Oh, thank you, Rachel. I think I could stay with you all day and just talk. I met Rachel a couple of years back at a meeting, and I was speaking and she was speaking, and then we each had our own sort of agenda to go to. Once Rachel spoke, I didn't want to do my agenda. I wanted to go with Rachel. So I didn't think that would work. And I said, can I just not go do my stuff and go with Rachel? And no one seemed to think that was a great idea. So Rachel came to our Healthcare Professional Summit this year. And I too, I've always been interested in language and how things are described. And I've always been interested in how people use language. And I think that all of us faced with the diagnosis of Duchenne hear dystrophin and all of these words that are complicated, right? And I hear parents saying to me, it takes years before this sinks into my brain about what all this is, the chromosomes of this, the dystrophin expression, the AAV, the promoter, the this, the that, and we get so tangled up in this. And sometimes we spend 24/7 online looking for stuff. And I had 2 boys with Duchenne long ago, and I was doing exactly that, right? I was immersing myself in everything. And one day my little son, Patrick, said to me, "Who needs fixing, you or me?" And so it was sort of that stark reality that I'm still here. I want to be valued. I want you to see me. And so I think your words, what are you afraid of? I think that's really hard, don't you? I mean, what would you have said if you take yourself back to when Evie was first diagnosed? What were you afraid of?
Yeah, ultimately, I was afraid of death. I was constantly afraid of death and not coping and not surviving death. And I think it's a big issue. And I know that that's probably at the heart of a lot of fears for parents. And it gets wrapped up with a whole lot of other things. What if I'm not strong enough? What if I'm not brave enough? What if I don't survive this? What happens to my family? There's so many questions around fear and being afraid. And I think what I ended up doing was I really learned to appreciate each day. And I don't want that to sound patronizing and fluffy, because death is just the worst. It's horrible. But it isn't the end. That's what I've learned about death. I never imagined that I would survive after Evie died. And there was a period where it was just absolutely horrific. It was awful. But it was a journey and a process. And with help and love and support, I have that beautiful photograph of death. And I think maybe that's what we need to understand, and we need to talk about death more, I think, especially in a community of love and support, especially when there are experiences that are so connected and potentially similar. How do we support those who are constantly afraid of death? And to see it as a really painful part of life that can end up being beautiful. Even though I miss Evie every day, but it doesn't hurt me anymore. And I think that's worth holding on to as well.
I think so. So Rachel, when Evie was here, those 2 years that you had her, and I assume that she had multiple medical complicated things happen. How did you say out loud to the healthcare professionals what you were afraid of? Who did you talk to? When they were talking about all of the medical management of whatever Evie was going through at the time and the emergencies that you must have experienced.
Yeah.
What would have been different for you? How did you manage through that? And what would you have preferred, or what would have been more helpful than this is an emergency and she may aspirate and she may do, all of those scary things? What would have been more beneficial?
Really good question, Pat. And I think when I was able to articulate just exactly what I was afraid of, it was really quite powerful. And I did this with my health professionals at one point, because we were always in hospital and in the ambulance, because Evie would aspirate a lot. She'd choke and vomit and just stop breathing, just often when she'd be drinking her food. And it was a real issue. And we spent so much time in hospital that she kept getting sick and she didn't grow. And it was just a kind of a cycle of not good experiences. So when I said to her, I said to my health professionals, I'm so afraid of her choking and aspirating. What if I fall asleep? I can't cope. What if it's all my fault? And, there's a lot of guilt that we carry as parents. They came alongside me and they said, well, look, we'll do everything we can to support you. And the thing we'll do is we're going to upskill you and give you 2 pieces of equipment, a sucker machine and an oxygen machine. And so they actually practically helped me with my fear. So we were given these 2 pieces of equipment, and it meant that I could manage Evie's aspirating and choking at home. Initially, it was just to buy us a few more minutes while the ambulance was coming, but having these 2 pieces of equipment actually kept us out of hospital 9 times out of 10. So I felt like they supported me in my fear. They took me seriously enough to upskill me and give me access to this incredible equipment. So it was just simple little things like that. And there was one time, it was a beautiful piece of communication. There was a time when Evie was really sick in a hospital, and they decided they might need to give her a tracheostomy. But the doctor, this chief of surgery, said, just because we can do these things doesn't mean that we should. And I'm really interested to know what you value and what quality of life looks like. We had all of these conversations about quality of life and values of our family and what was reasonable for Evie and our perspective. So I think it's really important when health professionals can have a more holistic conversation around what is it that you care about, and we will help facilitate that. And so I think that's where those other questions come, like what do you hope for? Like I just wanted Evie to have as much of a pain-free life as she could for however long that was. So yeah, it's beautiful when people can put a family's values on the table as well as their scalpel, I guess,
Yeah,
it's
no, I totally think it's about value. I know that, we are lucky enough to have many clinical trials going on that are very exciting and lots of time and blood, sweat, and tears, to be honest, from these young men to be participating in trials as well. And then we get to approvals, and often those approvals are expensive. And so then you have someone making a value judgment about you deserve it or not, based on whatever form I'm looking at and whatever boxes you are able or unable to check. And I think that if we could I agree with you about healthcare professionals, but I think it goes so far beyond that. It also goes to our insurers and our payers and our schools, to judge someone on you can do these things or you can't do these things, and therefore you get or don't get, or I'm going to put you in this position, right?
Exactly.
Have you thought about all of those different areas, the schools, the payers, the insurers, the healthcare professionals? Are you working in all those areas? And how do you think about those people? I don't mean those people. I didn't mean it, those people. You know what I mean? That segment.
Yeah. It is, and I think it is across the whole of society. Like, we don't know how to deal with people that are different from us because we assume that they don't have value because they don't do the things that a normal person should do. And you're right. And I love talking to educators and teachers especially, and this idea of superpowers, and even the language of superpowers, it can be kind of, I don't know, it's still a little bit fluffy for me, even though I like it. But it's about seeing the ability in ways that are not typical. It's like, just because the child can't walk or talk or whatever else the checkbox is measuring, there's so much more to a person than those things. Like, there's so much more life and ability and things that we can learn and how we can interact with the world. Like, the world has just not been built to accommodate everybody, and I think that that's the missing piece. Like, so the insurers and the payers, and they're all part of it, but it's the architects and the designers and the city designers and the accessibility people and the transport. Like, it's just our overarching psyche of we don't know what to do with difference, so therefore we will exclude because it's a bit easier. I think that's the psyche, and I think the more that parents and health professionals can become allies and really connect on the diversity and the incredible value of a human life. Like, no matter what it looks like or what it can do, like, there's so much potential in there, and there's so much worthy of celebration and learning. I don't know if that answered your question.
No, I always get amused of even today in the midst of the pandemic, let's get back to normal. And I keep saying to myself, so what's that supposed to look like? I mean, what's normal, and what's a normal person, and what do they do? Because I don't think I know any normal people, right? I know lots of amazing people, but not any normal people. So
I don't know why we have this obsession with trying to be normal, and even, getting back to normal was what we're doing. I think we weren't doing that great anyway. I think this is an opportunity to learn and grow and become and evolve and change and shift and become more accepting, more open, more human. I think we have this such narrow idea of what normal is. We just need to stretch it, flatten the curve of what our normal kind of looks like. And I think we'd be amazed at the the interesting ways that we could exist in the world that are more accepting and sustainable and more beautiful and more, I guess, meaningful than we ever could have imagined. Because the parents are living it day to day, but they're fighting a system that is just set up for exclusion, and I hate that. It's not fair.
It isn't fair. It certainly isn't fair. So I'm going to ask you, and you're allowed to say I'm not answering your questions, but when we have but I'll ask it anyway, and then you can tell me. When we have a child with a diagnosis that is life-limiting or certainly described as progressive and debilitating, parents or partners who get these diagnoses are grieving, right? Because they have to find their way through it. And it takes, I think I'll be honest with you and say, before I could say the word Duchenne out loud, it probably was a year or so before I could roll it off my tongue and say anything. And I used to get frustrated with my father, who would introduce me as, here's my daughter and she has 2 sons with Duchenne. And I wasn't even used to the word, right? So my question for you, Rachel, is you were married at the time. How did you grieve differently? How did you communicate? What did that look like? And how did you find your way together or agree to that together wasn't useful?
That is a really good question, Pat. I love that we're talking about this. I think it needs to be asked more often. We grieved very differently, my husband and I think I was more accepting, and I learned the language as quickly as I could because I wanted to understand. But I think my husband, Sam, found it so confronting, and he was also working as well. So I was at home with Evie a lot, so I got to see her and interact with her more and interact with the health professionals, but he was working and supporting us. So I have a feeling that he probably felt extremely isolated and didn't know how to talk about it. And so I'm kind of thinking back, I really am grieving for Sam's experience, because I think he didn't really even get a chance to share what he was feeling, because I'm so emotional and I'm very open with how I'm feeling. And I think that I didn't maybe allow space for him to grieve. And I remember after Evie died, he came and he wanted a hug from me. And I was just so broken and so upset that I couldn't watch his grief. And I said, I can't right now. I can't watch you grieve while I'm also holding my own. And so I think I did a lot of damage to Sam in that moment, because I essentially was saying, I can't handle your pain. And so he just learned to shut it off. He couldn't express it with me. So we couldn't talk about it. And it was really difficult. We're divorced now, and it wasn't that there was a lot of other things going on, but I know that our communication together, we couldn't communicate well, and it was so difficult. And grief is so nuanced, and it's not a linear journey either. It's just crazy. It's all over the place. One day, like even now, like Evie's been gone 10 years and I'm fine. And then there are tiny little things, triggers, and then I'm a mess again. And it's just crazy. And I feel like I'm right back at the start, or I have dreams and I'm just like, oh my gosh, it's horrific. But I think communication is so important, and allowing space, and counseling. Oh my goodness, that would have been good. I think my husband and I, we didn't go to counselling, and I think, what were we thinking? We needed all of the help that we could get, but I don't know.
It's what you're afraid of, isn't it?
It's what you're afraid of, yeah.
Yeah, I think communication is so, it's so hard when you're trying to get used to a word, a diagnosis, to be able to communicate to someone else who's on an equal path. Not a different path, but the same, in terms of the same goal of getting used to this and being able to say it out loud. How do you get there? How do you bridge the communication when it feels so frightening, right? Because I didn't want to fall apart. I wanted to be strong and look like I could manage this when I couldn't at all. Right? But I couldn't say it out loud because it made me feel weak. And I think that's part of it as well. Right?
Yep, I know. And sometimes I learned that, the world won't fall over if you fall over. It's, I think especially the parents, they've got to hold it all together for everybody else. But I'm like, no, they're the ones that really need to be allowed to fall apart right now, and have people to help them get back up. Like you hold everything together for everyone else, and then you realize that there's nothing left in the tank, and then you have a massive, it's so difficult, and then you feel like you're not even allowed to anymore because it would just destroy everything that you've worked so hard to build up. And it's just a tangle, the mess. But counseling and support, and I think just honesty and talking about fears is a really confronting thing, but I think it's one of the most needed when we're talking about communication.
But how can you trust, and who do you trust to tell what you're most afraid of? How do you find that person?
I think it comes from, it's a person that has a shared humanity with you, like someone you can talk about your experience with, and you can say, I need to share things about my experience that are going to be difficult to hear, but I need you to hear them anyway. Maybe don't even talk, you don't even need to use words, because that's the thing, like sometimes communication, the no words is really powerful. Like a parent just needs to be able to talk, and maybe it's just about setting up the boundaries. What do you need from, that's another question. I just need to be able to talk my story, share my world, share my truth, and have no one judge it or question it. I just need to talk about it. Maybe if you can find a person that will let you do that or let you be that. A close friend, a family member, even a health professional, a counselor, definitely.
I think you have to find someone or some people. I know social media is a place where people are, but I don't find it is the best or the place where the trust can be held for your honest self, right? I think we have to find those persons or people to hold our trust.
Definitely. And, you've got a community around you now. Maybe there's a few people, there's I'm imagining there are pockets that when you meet together that people gravitate towards each other and there are deep friendships made. Maybe it's about kind of utilizing those relationships that are existing or being forged right now in the space, because you understand each other. This Duchenne community. Find people.
We are certainly blessed in the Duchenne community. It's a big one. It's full of it's full of us, right? The crazy aunts and uncles, the goofy people, the people that are falling apart, the people that are standing up, and everyone takes turns being crazy, standing up and sitting down and falling apart. And I think to that end, it's a loving community.
Yeah, and that's life. I think we strive so much for normal and, to ride a straight, smooth road. It doesn't exist. Life isn't like that. And I think the more we can accept that and accept that it's going to be bumpy and difficult, I think the better off we'll end up being if we can kind of go, all right, here we go, hold on, brace for impact. But you're in it together with a community and with people that love and support you.
Yeah. Rachel, first of all, I love you. I love seeing your face. I love talking to you. I hope you'll do some more with us. We want to see you in person, but until then, we'll do some workshops. And thank you for what you've given to us and given to so many people. I want you to talk to everyone, because I think we all have magic, and I think we all have superpowers, and I think to let them come through, right?
Yes, I agree. And thank you so much for having me. And I hope you have a wonderful rest of your conference. Well done. And much love. Mwah.
We love you. And I love your superpowers. We'll see you soon. Back to you, Ryan and Eric. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rachel and Pat. Rachel, I think we've officially adopted you, if you'll have us. We're going to come back at 2:05 to start off the next session. So we will see you very soon. Thank you. Welcome back. Before we start our next In the Pipeline discussion, we're going to do some more polling. Just a reminder, go to pollev.com/PPMD. You can click on the link that you'll see below the player. Here we're looking, if you were deciding whether to join a new trial, which 3 things would make you most likely to join, and you can choose 3 among the list. Also want to remind you to make sure you change your screen name to your full name a little later on. You don't have to do it now, so that we can track your answers for when we do the pop quiz. And again, so those answers are never made public, those screen names. So here we have several options for what would make you most likely to join a trial.
Yeah, and a lot of options to read through, so we'll expect these to roll in a little bit slow, but they're starting to come in now. A lot on whether or not you would have access to treatment after the trial ends. So, always, interest in open label extensions or access to therapy. That's a fairly common one. Confident it would improve researchers' understanding of Duchenne. That's another really kind of important aspect, and I see a number of folks that kind of agree with that. As we kind of looked at yesterday in terms of what leads you to making a decision, we see a number of individuals saying that, that their doctor suggests that a clinical trial might be a good fit. We kind of looked at that yesterday about how much individuals do that research on their own or do that with their care team for kind of evaluating those decisions. As we've seen through this week, there are a lot of trials, there's a lot of options, and so we do always recommend you discuss that with your clinical care team.
We also see that placebo option, not having a placebo in the trial, certainly a theme we see throughout our surveying and polling, that limiting that placebo as much as possible is really important to people when it comes to participating in trials, and being on a placebo for a long period of time is very difficult for anybody in a clinical trial.
Yeah, we're always happy to see when trials can do 2-to-1 drug to placebo. We're always looking for new ways. We're hoping FDA will be receptive to things like using outside placebo groups to not require us to have so many of the young boys and young adults on a placebo instead of a potential compound.
Okay, so let's move to the next question, and here we're asking, if you're deciding whether or not to join a new trial, which things would make you least likely to join. So again, you're going to choose 3 among this list, even though there may be a couple more that are preferences of yours. Sometimes can be hard to choose your top 3. What we're looking for, things that would make you least likely to join.
Seeing a couple of different answers. Seeing, right now the most common is the lose eligibility for future trials. Wasn't something that we were able to discuss too much in the gene therapy yesterday, but that is a consideration when doing something like gene therapy. That's usually an exclusion criteria for a number of trials.
Mm-hmm. And not understanding the possibilities of risk within the trial, certainly. Something that can make somebody uneasy when joining a trial, which is also often part of the trial.
Yes, and we did put together a video on participating in clinical trials, and there's some helpful information there about, if you're thinking about it and you're going through that consenting process, the kind of questions you should be thinking about and asking. You should be well informed of all those risks, and you want to make sure that you're always knowing what you're signing up for when you join a clinical trial.
Absolutely. So I still see answers rolling in, but I think we're going to move on to the next question. So this is for caregivers only. We want to understand, do you experience anxiety or depression, and do you receive any treatment?
We had our earlier discussion about carriers, and we heard from Dr. Jackson about some of the anxiety and depression that's seen not just in carriers, but can sometimes be seen with caregivers as well. So we wanted to see kind of what you're personally experiencing, and then in terms of, is this something that you're seeing a specialist? Are you getting some type of medication?
And I think from the answer that a large majority say yes, but they're not receiving that treatment, this might warrant a conversation with your doctor.
And it might come back to that conversation about making time for yourself. Mm-hmm. It is difficult as a caregiver to find that time to take care of yourself, but that is a really important aspect as well. Absolutely.
And then talking to your village, your us, finding your us for that emotional support and communicating is so important with people you love and trust. So we see that high answer of many experiencing this, but currently not receiving treatment or talking to any specialists. Okay, so we're going to go to the next question. This is our pop quiz. I didn't know this answer before I had to research this. What is Cookie Monster's real name? Al, Sid, Barney, or Charlie?
I did not know. I thought Cookie Monster was his name.
I had assumed that too, or at least Cookie, and then his last name was Monster, but I guess I was wrong. So we have some answers trickling in. No one's choosing Barney yet.
I would like to know then Snuffleupagus' real name.
Yeah, it's a really good question. We can Google that after the program for sure. Oh, someone decided on Barney and then pulled back on it. Okay, so the answer to this question, and again, we'll announce a prize at the end of the day, was Sid. A lot of you knew Sid. I don't think Sid would have played well with the kids if they decided to go with that as
I guess not.
his name. So Cookie Monster was certainly a good choice in the end. Okay, thank you so much for participating in the polling. We're actually going to now be able to move on to our next session of In the Pipeline. So now we're talking about fibrosis and inflammation. So Eric, can you give us a little explanation about what's ahead in this panel?
Absolutely. So as Ryan mentioned, we're going to be talking about some strategies that are combating fibrosis and inflammation. We've had a number of these discussions now as we lead into these In the Pipeline sessions about all of the issues that can arise when we are lacking that dystrophin protein, which is so foundational. When we lack that protein, those muscle cells that are damaged, they have impacts in their ability to repair properly. Over time, that damage can lead to replacement of the muscle tissue with fat and scar tissue, and that process is known as fibrosis. And so what we are looking to do with some of these therapies are trying to slow that progression of fibrosis and slow that disease progression as well. So by addressing a number of different factors, whether that's inflammation or muscle regeneration or directly targeting different fibrotic factors, we can look to decrease fibrosis, we can look to improve muscle function, and really try to provide some benefit. So we are going to be joined today by Dr. Bassem Al-Mankabadi from Fibrogen, Dr. Paulo Batica from Italfarmaco, and Dr. Linda Marbrand from Capricor Therapeutics. So as a reminder, as we go through these sessions, if you have questions, please submit them in the comment box below, and we will try to get to as many of those in the Q&A as we can. And so for this session, we're going to start off with Fibrogen.
Thank you, Eric. Hi, Eric. How are you? Hi, Eric. Thank you for the nice introduction, and I'm glad to be presenting today on behalf of Fibrogen to PPMD, and I want to thank the committee and PPMD and Pat Forlong for inviting us to participate in that session. With that said, so our program in Duchenne muscular dystrophy, we are starting phase 3 trials called Lelantus study, and we are led by Dr. Khosrowshahi. He is our senior VP in clinical development and drug safety, and myself and Ken Lepson, our executive director in drug discovery. We had a presentation, I believe, in the website. posted there. So next slide, Eric, please. All right, so first introduction, who are we? We are, and then I'm going to discuss the phase 3 Lelantos trial, design, endpoint, and inclusion-exclusion criteria in non-ambulatory patient. And then I will going to give you a heads up about our upcoming also ambulatory study in study 094 Lelantos 2. And then I'm going to conclude my presentation, and then I'm going to open the floor for question and answers. Next slides, please. All right, so Fibrogen is a mid-sized biotech company. We are located headquartered in San Francisco, California, and we are around $4 billion company. And Fibrogen has two platforms, anemia roxadustat, which is under review for FDA for approval, and anti-fibrosis pamrevlumab, which is a monoclonal antibody. Pamrevlumab is being studied as we speak in Duchenne muscular dystrophy, idiopathic pulmonary fibrosis, locally advanced pancreatic CA, and COVID-19. Next slides, please. Right now, I'm going to discuss the phase 3, the upcoming phase 3, which is currently started phase 3 studies, and it's called Study 93, Lelantos, and I'm going to review the design and the study period in brief. It's a global randomized double-blinded trial of pamrevlumab or placebo in combination with systemic steroids in subject with non-ambulatory Duchenne muscular dystrophy, age 12 and older. It's 90 patients, male, of course. Subjects will be randomized at 1-to-1 ratio to arm A, pamrevlumab plus systemic steroid, arm B, placebo plus systemic steroid. The screening period will be for 4 weeks, up to 4 weeks. Treatment period for 52 weeks, last dose at week 52, and then safety follow-up period will, and the end of the study is 1 month extra, which is a 20-day plus minus 3 days. So this diagram here, or the table here, has arm A and arm B. Arm A is pamrevlumab, 35 milligram per kg, intravenous infusion bi-weekly, plus systemic steroid or deflazacort or inflaza, any equivalence potency for corticosteroids. And arm B, matching placebo, intravenous bi-weekly, plus systemic steroid, deflazacort or inflaza, administered, of course, orally. Subject will be the subject who complete the 52 weeks of the study in either arm may be eligible to roll over to an open label study extension of pamrevlumab plus systemic steroid, in addition to any approved therapy of Duchenne muscular dystrophy, to be on board with pamrevlumab in the OLE section. Next slide, please. So that's a summary of our primary endpoint and the secondary endpoints, and those are based on the new guidelines by FDA that has been published in 2018. The primary endpoint will be the function assessment, will be the change in the total score of the performance of the upper limb using version 2.0 from baseline to week 52. The secondary endpoints will be pulmonary at three buckets or three categories: pulmonary assessment, performance assessment, and cardiac assessment. The pulmonary assessment divided into two parts: the change in percent predicted forced vital capacity from baseline to week 52 assessed by spirometry, change in percent predicted peak expiratory flow rate from baseline to week 52 assessed also by spirometry. The performance assessment will be the change in the grip strength of the hand from baseline to week 52 assessed by handheld myometry. And then the last one, which will be the cardiac assessment, will be the change in the ejection fraction from baseline to week 52 assessed by MRI. Next slides, please. And then this is the second phase 3 trial. The first one that I just discussed is the phase in non-ambulatory trial, study 093. And this is the second trial, phase 3, that we're going to start by Q4 of this year. Will be an ambulatory trial. Duchenne muscular dystrophy, of course, and this is ambulatory patients 6 to 12, randomized multi-center double-blinded trial. The randomization will be 1-to-1. We are planning to enroll 70 patients. Arm A will be the pamrevlumab 35 milligram per kg intravenous biweekly, plus systemic steroid or deflazacort administered orally. In the arm B will be the matching placebo plus steroid. Randomization will be stratified by the gene 44 exon skipping. And we are aware that the gene 44 skipping has a late onset of ambulation. That's why we are planning to certify that. Subject who completed the 52 weeks of the trial in both arms will be eligible also to roll over into the open label extension, where pamrevlumab plus systemic steroid will be given in addition to any approved therapy of Duchenne. Next slides, please. And this is a heads up of the primary and secondary endpoints. And again, based on the FDA guidelines for industry and published in 2018, primary endpoint will be the North Star, change in North Star from baseline to week 52. Secondary endpoint will be four-stair climb velocity assessment from baseline change from baseline to week 52, and the change in 10-meter walk-run test from baseline to week 52, and the changes in the time to stand from baseline to week 52. And I believe that's about it. And I'm going to open for any questions. Thank you, Eric.
Thank you, Dr. El-Mankabati. I have the first question before we turn it to the next speaker. With your ambulatory study that you'll be rolling out, given sort of the progress that we've seen with imaging DMD, I'm wondering if you all are considering doing MRI, skeletal muscle, in your trial to track that over time for the ambulatory population.
Absolutely. That's an excellent question. And we do have an exploratory endpoint. I don't want to put it in the slides here because of the timing of the presentation was 6 minutes only. However, yes, the answer is yes. We have MRI for vastus lateralis muscles, which will be analyzed and assessed by a blinded charter for imaging charter based on the guidelines by FDA. And it will be an exploratory endpoints in that trial to measure the fibrosis.
Wonderful. Okay, thank you so much, and we'll see you in the Q&A panel. Our next speaker from Metella Pharmaco is Paolo. Hi, Paolo.
Good to see you.
Good to see you as well. Please take it away. It's your turn for your presentation.
Okay, thanks a lot. Well, thank you, Ryan. Thank you, Eric. And obviously, thanks the whole PPMD organization for allowing us to actually tell you where we are in the development of givinostat. So if I can have my first slide first, please. Okay, excellent. As usual, my disclaimer. So I'm a full employee of Ital Pharmaco, which is manufacturing givinostat. Givinostat is currently in development, so it's not available commercially in any country, including the USA. And obviously, this presentation is intended for dissemination only and discussion of scientific information. So next slide. As Eric actually summarized very, very well, we know that there are some key important events that occur once dystrophin is not present, as is the case in Duchenne. One is that the muscle is unfortunately going into more frequent damage, but then also the other issue is that the repairing system actually does not work properly. And as a result of that, instead of replacing muscle with new muscle fibers, the muscle is actually being replaced with fibrosis, with scar, or with fat. So the way we believe that givinostat works is actually on the repairing system. So it works by reducing inflammation, it works by reducing fat and fibrosis replacement, and it works by increasing regeneration. So if you go to the next slide. So if you take all together what I just said and try to understand which are the potential benefits of givinostat, well, what we believe and what we have shown in a couple of publications is that givinostat is actually counteracting the events which are triggered by the lack of dystrophin that eventually lead to muscle replacement and to all the functional loss that you are very well aware of. And as I said, we have shown this in preclinical studies, and we have shown this also in a phase 2 study in DMD boys, where after 1 year of treatment of givinostat on top of corticosteroid, we have seen an increase in muscle fiber diameter and in regenerative fibers, and a decrease in tissue damage, inflammation, and fat replacement. Actually, those kids that started taking givinostat a long time ago, more than 6 years ago, are still on treatment. So we can now look at what givinostat does on top of corticosteroids, for example, on the morphology of the muscle, so on fat infiltration, looking at that via MRI, and we see that there is less fat infiltration compared to an external control. We see a delay in disease progression, for example, age at loss of ambulation, and we also see a delay in respiratory function decline. So if you go to the next slide. So this is a summary of our phase 3 study, which is called the EPID study. The objective here is to demonstrate that givinostat preserves muscle mass and delays disease progression. And to do so, we are actually measuring a number, we are performing a number of tests in the boys who are in the study. The primary endpoint is actually the 4-stair climb, but then we are measuring other functional tests, the North Star, the time to rise, the 6-minute walk test that you are very well aware of. We are measuring strength. As Ryan was mentioning before, we believe that MRI is actually very important to look at the evolution of the muscle measured directly by MRI, and this is actually a significant component of our study. And also we are measuring pulmonary function and heart function. So in the bottom part of the slide, you see the scheme of the study. The kids are firstly screened, and also an MRI is being performed during the screening. Then, if they are eligible for the study, they are being randomized 2-to-1 to givinostat and placebo, so they have more chance to actually getting givinostat. And then they are being treated for 18 months total. And during these 18 months, they actually attend the clinic for a number of visits. These are usually more frequent at the beginning, in the first 3 months, to ensure that we define the best dose for the kid. And then they are followed up every 3 months. They are also going for an MRI scan at 12 months and 18 months. And then once the study is completed, they can enter the open label extension study, which I'm going to describe in a minute. As I said, there are a number of visits, especially at the beginning. We are trying to help the families and the kids by actually having nurses going to their home when only a blood sampling is necessary. We are actually helping the families for traveling in terms of both arrangement and of reimbursement. And as I said, at the end of the study, they can move into the open label extension. If you go to the next one, this is a brief description of the open label extension study. So the kids are actually taking givinostat. Every one of them is taking givinostat. The objective here is to look at the safety and tolerability, but we are also looking at the function effect in the long term. And here the visits are usually every 4 months. And on the right-hand side, you see the different tests that are being performed, which are very similar to the one that I just described before for the EPID study. So if you go to the next one, here is where we are. Part of the EPID study was an interim analysis done by an independent data monitoring committee. The objective there was to decide whether we had sufficient result to continue enrollment, and the answer was actually yes. So the study is continuing. And also we actually looked at the variability of the test of the 4-stair climb. to see whether we could potentially readjust the sample size to ensure that we had the proper power for the study. And the good news is actually the analysis showed that we can reduce the sample size to actually 169 subjects. So where are we? Actually, today we are at 166. So we are actually very close to the end of recruitment, and hopefully that could actually be met by August and not even September. And obviously the final data will be available in the second quarter of 2022 after 18 months of the last patient. And as a result, then the estimated submission in the US and in Europe is actually for 2023. So if you go to the next one, just to tell you that Italfarmaco is actually working also in Becker. We are actually conducting a phase 2 study in Italy and the Netherlands. The recruitment is complete and we'll have results next year. And also we have other molecules actually in the preclinical phase that hopefully will also help in Duchenne. And if you go to the next, just really to thank obviously all the families and boys that are in our studies and all the associations that have been helping us. And at the bottom, you see actually a link where you can actually find more information regarding the studies. Thank you.
Great, Paolo, thank you so much. Just one follow-up question. We saw in your slides the mention of the Becker studies that you have done, and those have been in Europe. Are you planning a phase 3 there? And importantly, this is certainly a high unmet need for clinical trials within the U.S. Are you looking to make it global, and will the U.S. be included in such a study?
So at the moment, the plan is actually to wait for the results of the phase 2. And obviously, based on the results of phase 2, then if they are positive, certainly there is an interest in actually expanding the development.
Wonderful. Okay, great. Well, we will be waiting for news, and we appreciate you. You're always communicating with us and with the community, and we'll invite you to a webinar at any point to have a further discussion. Okay, thank you. So our next speaker is Dr. Linda Morban. Hi, Linda. She's going to give us an update from Capricor. Linda?
Hi, thank you so much. Thank you to Parent Project, and thank you for putting together this great meeting during these unprecedented times. During these unprecedented times, I will give you fair warning that I am home and it is a Saturday, and so my grandchildren are here. So if you hear noises in the background, they're not pre-recorded. So I'd like to talk to you today about CAP-1002 and our program in muscular dystrophy, of which I am extremely proud to present. Next slide, please. We're a publicly traded NASDAQ-listed company under the symbol CAPR, and all of our filings are up to date with the SEC for your review. Next slide, please. So let me tell you a little bit about CAP-1002. CAP-1002 is a cell therapy. It's an allogeneic off-the-shelf product. We make our cells from donor hearts, so they're a very unique cell type, but they are not a stem cell. They don't work like stem cells do. They don't go into tissues and take hold and all end up multiplying and making new ones of themselves. What they do is they release these very tiny particles called exosomes, and exosomes contain all kinds of proteins and nucleic acids in order to send messages between cells. And so what they primarily do is they have an immunomodulatory capability and then also a pro-regenerative capability. The immunomodulatory capability is based on the fact that not only is inflammation slowed, but it also allows the cytokines that are good for making muscles repair themselves to be activated. This then drives muscle cells back into the cell cycle, which is how new ones are made, to make new healthy muscle cells. We've been studying these cells for about 15 years. We started off in treating heart disease primarily and moved into muscle, primarily in Duchenne muscular dystrophy, because we realized that the cells could work not only in dealing with the cardiac implications of Duchenne, but also the skeletal muscle implications of Duchenne. The cells have been in over 150 people, and we have a very strong safety record. Next slide, please. So let me tell you a little bit about our clinical work in Duchenne muscular dystrophy. And many of you have heard me give webinars before, and I talk a lot about the preclinical data that led to these clinical work and clinical studies. But today I'm going to focus mostly on the clinic. So we focus on the later stage non-ambulatory DMD patients. 80% of our patients in both of our clinical trials have been non-ambulatory. And so we focus on upper limb function and then, of course, the cardiac function and respiratory function. The first trial that we did, because we were still trying to target only the heart disease, we infused 75 million of the cells into the coronary arteries of patients. And these were 25 patients, 13 got cells, and 12 were standard of care. And what we found were several very important things. One, we found improvement in measures of cardiac function, and we also found improvements in measures of skeletal muscle function as measured by the performance of the upper limb 1.2. All of this work was published in the Journal of Neurology in February of 2019, and it led to a transformation of our program, which has led to us to where we are today. One was we realized we needed to dose with more cells. We got an impact, but needed a greater impact. Two, we realized from preclinical studies done during the clinical trial that we can move from infusing cells directly into the heart, requiring a visit to the cath lab, to infusing cells directly by intravenous infusion. So a simple IV delivery takes about half an hour, and patients sort of can be outpatient. They're monitored to make sure that they're safe, and then they're allowed to go about their days. And this is a quarterly infusion. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, Capricor is primarily focusing on the later stage patients, those with upper limb function morbidity already, that is impairment in their ability to use their shoulders, their arms, and their hands. Shown here is a schematic of the performance of the upper limb, ranging from a score of 0 in a task, which means you have no ability to perform that task, to 6, which means you completely can perform that task and have absolutely no inabilities at all. We focus primarily on pull entry scores of between 2 and 5. That means you still have room to improve, so we can see if CAP-1002 is working, but you also are not so healthy in that measure that we can't measure improvement. We hope to at some point move to the ambulatory population, but our focus has been on the huge unmet need for those that are non-ambulatory. What we've learned primarily from working with Parent Project, which are all of you, is that the upper limb function is really the gateway to maintaining human privacy and independence. And so we want to see if we can have a therapeutic that takes us in that general direction. Next slide, please. So now let's talk about HOPE 2.0. That was the clinical trial that we've just completed, and we are in discussions with FDA at this point. We're looking to see if we can qualify for some version of accelerated approval because the data that we found were extraordinary. Shown on the right are graphs of individual patients that were treated. It was a small trial, 20 patients, but the results show the profound implications for patients. This is the performance of the upper limb 2.0, full, so shoulder, arm, and hand. And what we see is that there's a 2.3 point difference between those that were treated with CAP-1002 over the course of 1 year, 4 infusions, compared to placebo patients. And the placebo patients really got better or did not get better. They sort of followed the trajectory that's been published many times. We usually use the work of Marika Payne as our guideline if you want to review the literature. So natural history was the same as our patients, and a 2.3 point preservation of function. So this gave us really a journey that we've completed now with Eric Henriksen at UC Davis, where we've looked at the clinical meaningfulness of these scores. And to put it into context, the data shows using Synergy, a data set, and then a lot of natural history data, that even a 1 point change would have a clinically meaningful difference. Next slide, please. And we saw incredible improvements in cardiac function. I say incredible improvements because I'm a cardiac physiologist by background. And so when we see changes in volumes and ejection fraction over the course of a year, we realize that we have something very unique and very special here. So remember, this was a doubling of the dose from HOPE-1, where we saw a little bit of change in cardiac function. Now, after a year, in a blinded core lab, the images were read by Dr. Conhor, who I think most of you are aware of at Ohio State. And he had no idea patient identity. And we saw improvements in ejection fraction, how the heart meets the needs of the body, and also changes in the shape of the heart, helping it go more back to a normal shape and dimension so it can meet the needs of the body. The heart is like a physical organ, not just part of your body, but physics control it. So pressures and volumes regulate how it functions. So the more normal the shape, the better you are at meeting the needs of your toes and your brain. Next slide, please. So where are we going with this? Well, we're very excited with this data. There's a lot more of it, and I showed it on your webinar, but I can also make it available if you're interested. We're working with FDA now. We've put in a proposal for accelerated approval. We'll see how that goes. It's a small sample size, but we've met every other one of their requirements. And we're also trying to encourage lobbyists and legislators to talk to FDA about if you have a safe therapeutic during the time of COVID, it would be great to make it available. Open label extension starts very soon. Imminently, the patients will be treated. So if you were in HOPE-2 and you want cells, they are now available to you, whether you were a placebo or a treated patient, for 4 doses. The cells were mostly safe. In general, we had 1 or 2 reactions where patients needed to be brought back from an allergic response, not brought back like they died or something like that, but they had an allergic response, and we had to attenuate that. We now pre-treat with a very successful pre-treatment regimen. It's oral. It's very easy for the patients to take. We watch them for an hour or 2 afterwards, make sure they're okay, and everybody is up and on their way. The one patient that had the event of an anaphylactoid type response is just fine now. Okay, so I think that's all I've got. Next slide, I think, is there a conclusion slide? Do I have one more? I don't remember. Nope. Okay, so this is my last slide. So please feel free to ask me any questions or let me know how we can help you get better.
Great. Thank you so much, Linda. Really appreciate that. One quick question before we open it up to the panel Q&A. If you do receive approval, do you anticipate any issues with manufacturing?
Right. So we're in a manufacturing partnership with Lonza. So we're in late stages of that. And we anticipate that we will not have any of those issues by the time we get to commercial stage. So the goal will be to have doses ready from our Lonza manufacturing either by the end of the OLE or by the time we prepare the BLA. So all things working as they are now, we don't anticipate any issues.
Excellent. Thank you so much. All right, Eric?
Yeah, so
Q&A.
We are going to open it up for questions. And we had a great one come in already. And this is going to go around to the whole panel from a parent. And it's discussing that, the fact that these drugs tackling things like fibrosis, scar tissue, fat deposition, they're going to be helpful not just as monotherapies, but taken with potentially some of those exon skipping gene therapies. So their question was, first of all, why aren't we seeing combination trials for these type of drugs? And then just as a follow-up, do you have plans to evaluate your investigational products along with any exon skipping or gene therapy products? Paulo, I'm going to actually start with you.
All right. Well, thanks for the question, which is a recurrent theme because it's very logical and very sensible. So why are we testing our drug as monotherapy? In reality, because this is the first step that is being required by the regulatory authorities. So the regulatory authorities are requiring as a first step to clearly show what is a benefit and what is a risk-benefit ratio of your single drug. So that is a necessary step. Having said that, I think what is being asked is absolutely logical. We are all, I think, fully convinced that combination treatment will be very helpful in this disease. And clearly, once we have shown that there is an effect of our drug, that will be certainly a next step to be considered very thoroughly.
Great. No, thank you for that explanation. I think that really does help families kind of understand what that process looks like. Basim, are you potentially going to explore the use of your product with exon skipping or gene therapy?
Yeah, I concur actually with Paulo, and I believe that's because of the agency's request. It's a monotherapy. It's mandatory, at least for phase 3, to be for consideration for BLA or NDA. And yes, the answer is yes. We are in the OLE extension. We will going to give pamrevlumab at least for fibrogen. We're going to give the fibrogen drug plus Exonadis or Vyondys or any approved therapy with pamrevlumab in the same time. So the answer is yes. We are trying to study in the open label extension the combination therapy between pamrevlumab as an antifibrotic in addition to any of the approved therapies.
That's great to hear. Thank you. And Linda, same question.
Yeah, so we already allow patients to be receiving exon DIS51 or any of the approved exon skipping drugs. And gene therapy, absolutely. We can't do it for the same reasons that everybody else said, experimentally. And mostly we're also treating the non-ambulant kids. They don't qualify typically for the gene therapy, so it hasn't been a competitive issue. We have done preclinical work with the gene therapies that are available, some of the microdystrophin therapies, and have been able to show that the cells work just fine and the gene therapies work just fine independent of each other. So we're poised to do that when the time is right.
Okay, great. Thank you. This one for Fibrogen. Do you anticipate any delays to that Q4 start for your ambulatory trial this year with the impact of COVID?
Yes, the answer is I don't want to say anticipate a delay. We are working on it, and the protocol has been submitted to the health authorities already, and the sites are in the process of to be selected. And we had a lot of progress in the non-ambulatory trial. However, for ambulatory trial, we just started like a month ago, and I hope that we're going to make the timeline by end of this year. So I'm optimistic, and I think we will going to make it.
Great. Thank you.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so first of all, I want to recognize for all of you, all looking at trials and doing trials in populations of unmet needs, non-ambulatory and Becker. We appreciate that. The community appreciates that. So I just wanted to throw that out there really quick. For Linda, I wanted to ask about, with seeking accelerated approval, you're seeking this on non-ambulatory, I'm assuming, of course, because you're going for non-ambulatory, but what about ambulatory populations with your drug? Are you hoping for a broad label at the FDA, or, what's your thinking around this for ambulatory?
Well, it's a sticky question anyway. We're pushing and we'll continue to fight for the accelerated because we believe that patients deserve the opportunity for this. We've seen really relevant improvement in functions and clinically meaningful ones. And we'd much rather see boys and young men in local infusion centers than on airplanes 4 times a year to go to another clinical trial site. But the FDA has not given us any reason to believe that they're going to approve that. So I don't know. And we'll sort of go, my general concept is we'll go with the narrower label should we be lucky enough to convince them to let us go ahead for our non-ambulance and then expand into the ambulant population over time. But I don't know the answer to that.
So thank you. I appreciate the answer. Go ahead.
Yeah. We had another parent asked, Paulo, do you expect Javinostat to have the chance at reducing the amount of steroid that someone is able to take if they're taking both Javinostat and a steroid?
So this is actually a good question, and it's certainly something that we want to look at in the future. There are obviously a number of commonalities actually between Javinostat and steroids. And so the possibility of actually reducing the dose of steroids needed is certainly something that we want to explore in the future.
Great, thank you. And as a follow-up as well, I had a question about whether or not we could expect to see any of the interim analysis data that you discussed earlier. If that would be
so actually, the interim analysis at the moment is unknown to us also because it's done by an independent data monitoring committee. Remember, the study is double-blind, so we cannot absolutely jeopardize the study by actually showing the results. Once, obviously, the study is complete, then all the results will be shared with no problem.
Okay, great, thank you. We do have to take this time and wrap up, so thank you all for participating in this call today. We are going to take a 10-minute break, and we are going to be coming back at 3 p.m. So thank you again for joining us to talk about your investigational products.
Hi, I'm Kathy Kinnett, and I work with PPMD as advisor to the clinical care team. Duchenne muscular dystrophy is often a diagnosis that schools are not familiar with. To help, PPMD has developed a number of resources for teachers, students, and parents that are available on our website to help make school as comfortable, productive, and fun as possible. We have reworked Education Matters to include the information that parents, students, and schools will need for students attending preschool and early elementary, late elementary through high school, and late high school through college and beyond. The new Education Matters is now available for download from this link. A new whiteboard video will explain Duchenne to young people ages 4 to 7 and is available at the link on this slide. Our Brain Pop video is useful for all ages. The PPMD care team is available to answer any questions that you might have. Please contact Amanda if we can help. We hope that these resources will help to meet all of your education needs and make the most out of every school year.
Hey everybody, this is Pat Motion with the PAC, the Parent Project Muscular Dystrophy Adult Advisory Committee. Please join us at this year's virtual conference where we're going to discuss all kinds of topics about our lives. And the PAC is full of men with Duchenne and Becker muscular dystrophy, and we talk about all kinds of stuff. It'll be a lot of fun. We hope to see you there.
Hi everyone, I'm Ravi Lippman and I am a new member of the PAC. I was not heavily involved in the Duchenne community before, so I joined the PAC in order to become a leader in the patient voice. I also wanted to talk to you about how you can become involved in the Duchenne community. The PAC regularly hosts Zoom meetings every 2 weeks, and I would also encourage you to join our Facebook group called Duchenne/Becker Adult and Teen Community, powered by the PAAC. Finally, if you'd like to be involved in the PAC as a member, you can apply this fall. I hope to see you apply.
Hi there, I'm Colin Wrench from Kalamazoo. The brainchild of Parent Project friend Annie Kennedy, the PAC started 5 years ago. It was originally conceived out of desire to illuminate the unique perspective of the emerging adult patient voice. The PAC has since evolved into a group that informs Parent Project initiatives by channeling this perspective into the momentum of patient-focused drug development. We also seek to nurture a supportive community and network of support for our peers and their families.
Welcome back. We are going to start this session once again with polling, everyone's favorite thing to do. If you haven't done it before, it's pollev.com/ppmd. You can find a link underneath the player. You can open up a new window on your browser for easy access to this. So the question we're asking in 2019, we want to know family paid out-of-pocket, unreimbursed out-of-pocket direct medical expenses. We know that burden of Duchenne goes well beyond emotional, psychological, physical. There is also financial costs associated with it. So thinking back to 2019, we want to get a sense of this out-of-pocket.
Yeah, it's important for us to kind of recognize and see, what we can think about to help address these type of issues. Mm-hmm. We're seeing a lot in the less than 10,000. And it's also something that we can, always drill down on in some future polls as well, and try to highlight those different numbers. A few in the 10 to 30,000 range, and then a couple at some of those
higher ranges. We could have actually used a couple of the lower ranges in this poll. We went with less than 10,000, but I imagine there's ranges between 5 and 10,000. Something we can consider for future polling to drill a little farther down on these numbers. But there's a lot of burden of disease studies happening, surveys. It's an important question that they ask to get a sense of the cost of living with Duchenne. So we see the majority being less than 10,000, but there is a high percentage there between 10 and 30,000. Mm-hmm. Okay, so I think we can move to the next question. So which of the following types of research have you or your child participated in? Now this might be a repeat to some, but we actually, the first time we asked this, the technology, we didn't code it so you can choose more than one, and that's why we're asking it again. So this is a redo because we wanted to get the technology right, and I apologize, it's actually my mistake on the coding. People could only choose one option. So this will give us a more accurate picture of what's happening with this question. We see natural history studies pretty high on there.
And we do know that for a number of these, there are just more natural history studies available. There are more clinical trials with investigational drugs. As much as there is excitement about robotic devices, and PPMD has some supported work in that realm, those are smaller studies. Mm-hmm. Similar, we already know, as we discussed kind of yesterday, with the gene therapy trials being fairly early days, the number of participants is just going to be smaller.
Yeah, and MRI has come up several times. It's good to hear those companies talking about the use of MRI. These non-invasive ways of measuring disease progression are so important.
Yeah, it can be used for so much. I mean, better understanding of the heart, as we kind of saw when we were discussing the carrier study earlier today with Dr. Ma, as was alluded to by both Fibrogen and Intel Pharmaco, a way as well to assess kind of, the fat fraction and understanding how that change in the quality of the muscle is progressing throughout the course of disease.
Exactly. So we do see a few for cell and gene therapies. We know there's limited trials there. But so we can go to this last question, which is the pop quiz. And we want to know, how many hearts does an octopus have? Have you ever eaten octopus?
I have had octopus tacos.
Ooh, I tried it for the first time. My husband's Greek. He made me try it. And I said, that looks disgusting. But then I tried it, and it was actually pretty good. I think I'd do it again. So how many hearts does an octopus have? See a range of answers here. If you Googled it, you might not win the pop quiz because we're looking for the person who answered this question correctly first. Remember to update your screen name with your full name, your first and last name, in order to get the prize. We're going to reveal the prize at the very end of the last poll. We only have one set of polling left. I know you're all so sad about that. But we will reveal those prizes and let everybody know who won the pop quizzes for yesterday and today. We didn't have time yesterday due to the gene therapy ran over a bit. Okay, So I think with that, the answer is 3. So many of you got that right. 3 hearts. It's a lot of love. Okay, so we're going to actually now move to our next panel. We're going to look at the role of physical medicine, rehabilitation, and neuromuscular care. This is a really important issue. PM&R, as it's also known, plays a critical role in maintaining optimal care. So these physicians work very closely with neurologists, PTs, OTs, a variety of healthcare experts. And Rachel's going to be leading the discussion, and I am now going to officially kick it off to her to start. We have a great panel of people. We have Dr. Sue Apcon, we have Dr. Julie Parsons, and physical therapist Terry Carey, all from Children's Hospital, Colorado. Rachel, please take it away.
Great. Thanks, Ryan. And thank you to the team from Children's Hospital Colorado for joining us today. I think this is a really great conversation to have. I know across the country, certain centers are primarily led by neurology, while other centers have a really strong physical medicine presence. And I think something that's really unique about the Colorado team to start us off today is the wonderful collaboration that we see amongst disciplines and how they provide Duchenne care. So I'm really looking forward to this conversation. And at this point, I'll go ahead and turn it over to the Colorado team to share a little bit of information with us about how they provide Duchenne care in a collaborative model.
Hi, thanks, Rachel. Thanks also to Ryan and Eric for that introduction, hosting today's event, and most importantly, for giving us an opportunity to highlight physical medicine and rehabilitation as a medical specialty that is involved with the care of boys and men with Duchenne and Becker muscular dystrophy. Our specialty goes by many different names: physiatry, physiatry, PM&R, rehabilitation medicine, or just for short, rehab. The goal of a rehab physician, like myself, is to enhance or restore function in people with physical impairments or disabilities. My ultimate goal is to be able to positively impact a person's quality of life. Our residency training after medical school focuses on the interplay between the medical diagnoses and the impact on function. And as a rehab physician, the treatment tools that we think about include medicines, therapy, braces, and equipment, all with the goal of maximizing a person's abilities. As a rehab physician, I'm also monitoring the orthopedic manifestations of a disease or a condition and refer on to a surgeon when appropriate. Depending on the patient that is in front of me, I may recommend some or all of these interventions. It is very common that a rehab physician will work with other team members to develop a treatment plan for a patient. The muscular dystrophy clinic is the setting where you will see this collaboration in action. Next slide. Children's Hospital Colorado has had a comprehensive muscle clinic for over 40 years. Dr. Dennis Matthews, a rehab physician, and Rick Finkel, a child neurologist, 2 people that many of you know, started this clinic in recognition that boys with Duchenne and Becker need professionals from many specialties thinking about them from different angles. Terry Carey, a physical therapist, and Dr. Julie Parsons, a neurologist, joined the team over 30 years ago. You'll meet them today as we talk about how PT, child neurology, and rehab medicine work together to provide the highest level of care to children and men with Duchenne. I'm the relative newcomer with only 20 years under my belt. Next slide. I also want to recognize the amazing group of providers from our team at Children's Colorado that you will not have the opportunity to hear from today. In addition to PT, neurology, and rehab, families and kids in our clinic will meet specialists from nursing, pulmonary medicine, nutrition, genetics, cardiology, social work, respiratory therapy, endocrinology, and psychology. It's a large team with a lot of passion and expertise to share with you. I'd like to now introduce you to my 2 colleagues, Terry Carey and Dr. Julie Parsons. They'll be sharing their background and role in our muscle clinic. We'll then talk about how our team as a team of therapists, neurologists, and rehab providers, we work together to deliver the best care to our patients. So Terry, you want to take it away?
Okay, thank you. So first, thank you to PPMD for allowing us to have this opportunity. And I have to just give one shout out to our team because we've worked together for a really long time, we kind of know each other's rhythms and we don't even have to tell each other what we're thinking a lot of times. So because of that, I feel like we move together as a unit, and that's hopefully we'll move together as a unit today. I'm a little frazzled because I had some technical difficulties, but we'll try to go on. So I'm going to talk a little bit about physical therapy and what physical therapy is, which all of you, I'm going to guess, have a better idea about this discipline than anything else that you might, any other of the disciplines involved in the team, either because your child, your son, is getting physical therapy, or perhaps you or someone you know or in your family has received physical therapy in the past. This is an evolving field. When I graduated from physical therapy school, it was an undergraduate degree, and now it's actually a doctorate level program. So we've come a long ways, and but I think it's still the experience that we have in actually seeing and treating patients that is the most important. Dr. Apcon and I work closely together, and she explained a lot of what she's doing, which is very similar to what we do. As physical therapists, we evaluate each patient for looking at their function, looking at strength, joint mobility, pain, energy conservation. And based on that, we then try to make a plan, a set of goals and plans that might involve exercise, it might involve pain management, it might involve energy conservation, any of those things that we try to set up as goals for each patient to allow them, as Dr. Apcon said so nicely, to achieve their highest level of independence and capabilities possible. We want to try to enhance the quality of life for each of the patients that we see, and that's certainly true for the patients that we see in the neuromuscular clinic. We, like all aspects of medicine now, are looking into more evidence-based practice. We, as a pediatric physical therapist, we weren't very good at this in the beginning, but we are evolving and we're getting better at that. So we now are trying to make sure that we have good reasons for making the recommendations that we do. And again, we're looking way more into research. When I started as a physical therapist, we weren't doing a lot of research, and now we're really involved, and that's a really exciting part of my job and part of the clinic team, which we'll talk a little bit more about what each of us does in our role in the clinic in a little bit. But right now I'm going to turn my microphone over to Dr. Parsons to talk more about what neurology does in the clinic.
Thanks, Terry. So I am a pediatric neurologist, and as Rachel said, depending on where you live in the country, there will usually be a neurologist that's involved in your clinic, sometimes an adult neurologist and taking care of mostly adults, sometimes a child neurologist. But our background for neurology is that after medical school, we become a pediatrician and train in pediatrics, and then do a neurology residency. And so in my case, a year of adult neurology, 2 years of pediatrics neurology, and then after becoming a neurologist who can take care of both children and adults, but I specialize in children, we do a neuromuscular fellowship to learn more about neuromuscular disease. So a neurologist in general will focus on diagnosis and medical management. As Sue said, we work very closely together, and a lot of times we overlap in terms of our roles. But diagnosis, I think, is and localization of where a particular medical problem is important. I think in many of the teams that the neurologist may be a little bit more like the neuromuscular primary care captain to try to help coordinate all of the various services. We also do, as Terry said, run a lot of clinical trials. And so neurology is very involved in being principal investigator in the clinical trials. Dr. Apcon is a principal investigator as well. So we share that role also. But historically, I think the neurologists have been the ones that have run the trials. In addition, because we have a lot of overlap in terms of our roles, we have elected to have neurology manage medications. So we manage the steroids, we manage the exon skipping drugs, and take care of those sort of medical issues as well. In addition, because we're also focused more on the brain and cognition, we also tend to really try to evaluate neurocognitive function in patients with dystrophin issues in both the boys and the young adults. In Colorado, because we're a freestanding children's hospital, we are able to transition older patients into our wonderful clinic at the university, which is more adult-based. So we do have that ability as well. But in general, that's what we do as a neurologist, as a pediatric neurologist.
Great, thanks, Julie. Thanks, Julie and Terry. What I wanted to do now is just for the people listening to give them a sense of what we do day to day. We have our clinics generally on Fridays, and we meet in the morning and we talk about all the kids, and then we spread out and we take care of the kids. But while we are doing that, we're constantly collaborating and talking. And so, Terry, I would love you to share a couple of your thoughts in terms of how you and I, as a PT and a rehab physician, work together in the clinic setting.
So fortunately, Dr. Parsons and I do work closely together. We usually go in to see the patients together. I do functional outcome measures, which those of you that go to a PPMD clinic, you'll know that we're looking at the same types of things that we look at in clinical trials. We're looking at North Star evaluations, we're looking at time function studies, and we're looking at equipment, range of motion. And then based on that information, luckily, there have been some really nice natural history studies done by the Synergy Group and several others that we are now able to predict, based on natural history studies, when your child is in a stable phase, whether or not, if they're getting up from the floor in less than 5 seconds, that might mean that they're in a stable phase, and we feel good about that. If their times are showing us that your child might be ready to transition into more of a sitting position in the next 6 to 12 months, that is really important information that we have been able to get through those natural history studies. And because of that, I can pass that on to Dr. Apcon, and I can pass that information on to Dr. Parsons to be able to make decisions based make decisions that might impact whether or not they're a candidate for a clinical trial, whether or not they're a candidate for medication, whether it's time to start steroids, whether their dose of steroids needs to be increased. So based on the functional outcomes that I do, we collaborate with each other to try to develop the best plan for each child.
Yeah, and I think that, Terry, it's absolutely true that we do end up sharing information constantly. It's been a little bit more challenging during the COVID era with the social distancing, having our patients be far apart and having us be far apart, because we're used to interacting constantly in terms of talking about the patients. But I think that particularly looking at clinical trial readiness and evaluation has been really important, and sometimes going in together and trying to solve certain problems that patients are having is also one of the roles that we try to focus on and share. Again, our clinic is a little bit different because we are a pediatric clinic and we are geographically located in a huge region. So our patients in Colorado really do come from Montana, Wyoming, Kansas, Nebraska, New Mexico, a little bit from Utah. So the catchment area that we have is huge. And one of the reasons that we set the clinic up so long ago to cover the Rocky Mountain region is because there weren't a lot of specialists that were located in these areas. For instance, Wyoming does not have a child neurologist. And so if we were able to then provide care to all of these patients, that was a huge advantage. Many of you will live in other situations where you perhaps are in a city where maybe there are a couple of different clinics, or you have an orthopedist who's in charge of your clinic, or a physiatrist who's in charge of your clinic. So we're very, very happy that we are practicing in our particular situation, but certainly there are a variety of different ways to do this. We're just grateful that we have the facility to be able to communicate. I can make a diagnosis and I can hear about a problem in a patient, but sometimes functionally I don't know how to help them. And that's where if I speak with Sue or Terry, we can usually problem solve a situation for a young adult or for a child. Sue, what do you think?
What a great collaboration that we see between your team. You know, I think it's just so interesting to see how you all flex and really just come together to meet that common patient need, and really just capitalize off of each of your unique perspectives on the care of Duchenne. So thank you so much to the team at Children's Hospital Colorado. Ryan, Eric, we're going to toss it back to you.
Thank you so much, Rachel, and thank you, Dr. Apcon, Parsons, and Carrie. It's just an incredible team, and I think, you know, they highlighted this collaborative approach. It's something we were advocating for so long ago, even before there were care standards, that you needed a team of doctors, but you needed them communicating and working with each other, and I think they showed that and illustrated that just in what they were discussing, this sort of holistic approach to Duchenne and medicine, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, that's a lot of the onus of how we got to the now 29 certified Duchenne care centers that we have across the United States. Yeah. And it was exciting too to hear, you know, as they talk about kind of their role in research. When we think about who is responsible for capturing some of that really critical functional outcome measure data that we need for our pivotal phase 3 trials, that comes down to our physical therapists often. Yeah. They're the ones doing that.
Yeah. Yeah, and this evolution into research now, it's really a continuum. It's care into research. Because the landscape is changing so much for Duchenne, and that's the good news. So next up, we have the team from Seattle Children's Hospital. Dr. Amora, Dr. Perlman, and Leslie Vogel are joining Rachel right now. I'm going to kick it to Rachel to start off this conversation.
Great. Thanks so much, Eric and Ryan. I'm really excited to have the team from Seattle Children's here with us to continue this conversation about the integration and multidisciplinary care of Duchenne with rehab, neuro, and PT. I think that this is another great example of a really cohesive unit that's able to work together, is this single unit to take care of our patients with Duchenne. And interestingly enough, this is a team that previously was under primary leadership of rehab and has since shifted to neuro, being previously under Dr. Apcon's leadership. So there's that sort of 3 degrees of separation there, maybe just 1 degree. Anyway, really excited to hear from this group, another great example who can, I think, teach us quite a few lessons about the integration of these different disciplines. So at this point, I look forward to hearing from our team at Seattle. Seth?
I'll actually turn it over to Jacqueline. I think she was going to get started kind of introducing everybody to our current clinic model and how things are structured for us.
Awesome. Thank you. And thank you, Rachel, for the great introductions, Ryan and Eric as well. I think we're all grateful to have this opportunity to be partnering with Children's Colorado and talking about this. Rachel, as you rightfully called out, Dr. Apcon was previously at Seattle Children's and was my personal mentor, in fact. So you may hear some overlap in terms of what our teams have to say, but I think that just really highlights that collaborative piece that everyone has mentioned, which is super important in the care of these boys and young men with Duchenne and Becker muscular dystrophy. Next slide, please. So we're going to kind of be going over some introductions of who we are, giving an overview of our clinic structure, and talking about our care model and how this works for us. If you could advance the slide, please. And next one. So as Dr. Apcon mentioned, physiatry has many names: physiatry, physical medicine and rehab, rehabilitation medicine, or just plain rehab. And going and looking sort of at our Academy of Physical Medicine and Rehab and what our goals are in general as physiatrists, it really is what Dr. Apcon mentioned, really to take care of preventing, diagnosing, treatment, and rehabilitation of disorders that may produce temporary or permanent functional impairment. The thing that I think is really cool about rehab is we're not necessarily focused on one body part, like a cardiologist takes care of the heart and a pulmonologist takes care of the lungs. We're really focused on patient-centered care and maximizing independence and mobility with the goal of really getting our patients participating in things they want to participate in with their families, in their communities, and in the social setting, of course, outside of the time of COVID-19, which looks very different for everyone right now. As we talk about our training, there's a couple of different ways that a rehab doctor may be involved in children or adults with neuromuscular care. Most rehab providers do 1 intern year of medicine and then a 3-year rehabilitation medicine residency. In order to practice pediatric rehabilitation medicine, there is a fellowship that is specific to taking care of children with disabilities. For some of the adult rehab providers you may see, they may have done a neuromuscular medicine fellowship, much like the neurologists do as well, but coming from a different background. So there is that possibility too. And again, my role is really thinking about function, quality of life, musculoskeletal concerns or orthopedic concerns. And then there's this other bucket of things like pain and GI things and GU things, and mood and some of the behavioral and neurocognitive changes that can come along with neuromuscular disorders like Becker's and Duchenne. I'm going to pass it on to Leslie to talk about her role in physical therapy. Or sorry, Dr. Perlman, you're next.
That's okay. That's okay. If you could advance the slide, please. So I, as a neurologist, I guess I have a little bit of name envy. We're only really just called neurologists, so there's not a lot of other terms floating around out there. And for myself, I'm a pediatric neurologist with really a focus on neuromuscular disease. And thinking about kind of neurologists out there and what our training backgrounds are, there's a lot of differences between who you might see in your individual clinic. For myself, I went through a pediatric neurology training pathway. And so for most people, that involves a pediatric internship and then a year of pediatric residency training. Then we do a year of adult neurology and 2 years of child neurology. In a lot of clinics, though, you might be seeing an adult neurologist. And so in those cases, that person would have done an intern year and 3 years of neurology residency with some exposure to pediatrics during that time. And then for the most part, for those of us that are neurologists who focus on neuromuscular diseases, for the most of us, depending upon when we trained, will have done a neuromuscular medicine fellowship. And for me, coming to the team at Seattle Children's, which is relatively recent, I just started there about a year ago, and I had come from a background in a couple of really great centers, but where there wasn't really a presence of rehabilitation medicine in those clinics. I did my training in St. Louis, primarily working with Ann Connolly, for any of you that know her, and then worked for quite some time at the University of Iowa with Kathy Matthews. And so I had to adapt a little bit and kind of really focus a little bit more in terms of what my role was going to be as a neurologist on this team, where really we were going to be partnered, where neurology and rehabilitation medicine were going to work closely together and really in tandem as we took care of patients with neuromuscular disorders. And so in kind of learning this different approach, and like Julie talked about, what neurology's role really is in a clinic that's structured like ours or like in Colorado, often we're one of the first people to encounter patients with neuromuscular disorders. And often neurology is really the setting in which patients get their diagnosis of whether it's Duchenne or Becker or SMA or some other neuromuscular disorder. And then that's often when we really get patients plugged into a bigger multidisciplinary clinic once we kind of know what that patient is dealing with and what's causing the problems that they're facing. And in that multidisciplinary clinic, neurology, we tend to be more focused on the genetics of what's going on and kind of education about the disease process itself. We're often a lot more focused on the medical therapy aspect of trying to change the course of the disease if possible, and then monitoring how that disease is affecting not just the neuromuscular system, but kind of trying to help coordinate the other services that are involved and figuring out like which other specialists really need to be looped in and involved in an individual patient's care. And at least in our clinic structure, and this may change from setting to setting, the neurologist is often one of the main people that's involved in organizing and being a primary investigator for clinical trials and other research that's going on, and then recruiting any interested patients and families who may want to participate in these trials. So that sort of, from my end, has been a bit of a learning process, just because I came from centers where there wasn't really a rehabilitation medicine presence, and it was sort of the neurologist that filled obviously the neurologist role, but also took care of some of and many of the tasks that, as Jacqueline mentioned, in this clinic setting tend to fall under the purview of the rehabilitation specialist. So then we wanted to have Leslie talk a little bit about physical therapy's role within this kind of clinic environment. So if you could advance the slide, and I'll turn it over to Leslie.
Thank you. So as Terry mentioned, as physical therapists, we are trained in anatomy and physiology, in movement and rehabilitative sciences. We also get training on various common medical diagnoses. We graduate with either a master's or a doctorate in physical therapy, and other therapists have gone on and gotten advanced educational degrees, including PhDs. The American Physical Therapy Association supports specialty exams and certifications, as well as fellowships in pediatrics. However, there's no replacement for clinical experience, continuing education like these conferences, and keeping updated on research. And that's especially true when working with boys with DMD, because this area is changing so quickly. As Terry mentioned, my role in the clinic is to perform functional assessments like muscle testing, range of motion, gait assessment, the time performance tests, and things like the North Star. We use this information to make recommendations on stretching and exercise and physical activity. And like she explained, based on the natural history trials, we use the time performance tests to make appropriate recommendations for equipment and to set some expectation for near future motor function. The role of physical therapy has been influenced recently by the International Classification of Function, which has moved our focus from body structure towards increasing activity and participation. And as therapists, we've also played a role in research, especially with the performance of physical outcome measures used in the various sponsor-supported drug trials. So one difference, a strong difference between me and a physical medicine physician is that we are not licensed to make recommendations for medication or drugs. Next slide.
So similar to other clinic structures or Colorado structure, we have a very multidisciplinary big clinic that functions about once a month for our boys with Duchenne. And we also have smaller clinics where the sort of the heart of the clinic is the three providers that you see here. Oftentimes as children are traveling through their journey with muscular dystrophy, they're meeting Dr. Perlman first, and shortly after they're meeting myself and Leslie to come a part of the team and sort of join the journey. As I mentioned before, it's sort of simple to think about a cardiologist and a pulmonologist and what those doctors do in terms of body parts taken care of. And when it comes to sort of this patient-centered whole patient care, rehab, neurology, and physical therapy really interface and collaborate a lot. Some examples of that are deciding when to initiate steroids. The physical therapist may get some objective measurements. I may get some nice functional information about what life looks like out in the community. And then we're collaborating with Dr. Perlman to sort of make a decision on when that may be a good time to start. We're also making decisions together a lot of the time on equipment and bracing. And sometimes we are informing each other on some psychosocial things going on inside the home or in school that may impact a decision on treatment from Dr. Perlman. So there's a lot of nice objective examples of sort of what we do and how we all work together. I think the really nice thing about having a rehab provider and a neurology provider and a physical therapist all in sort of the same clinic space is it really allows us time to dive in with the families, learn their values, learn their priorities, and be able to go through this journey with them and keep those things at the forefront of our decision making to really make individualized decisions for all patients. Of course, following by the care guidelines as best as we can in doing that. And so I think that's a really great way, that our clinic functions. Next slide, please. And Dr. Perlman, I'll hand it back to you.
Just like Julie talked about for their clinical environment in Colorado, here in Seattle, we have a pretty huge geographic area that we take care of. We often talk internally about the WWAMI region. So Washington, Wyoming, Alaska, Montana, and Idaho, all of these states, really, we're kind of the primary children's hospital for patients that live in these areas to come to. And so really making sure that our clinic is kind of one-stop shopping. It's an intense clinic day when patients come to that clinic and they see myself, they see Jacqueline, Leslie, and all the rest of the members of our team. But since a lot of these families are coming from so far, we want to make sure that that visit is really worthwhile and that we address all of these needs that they might have when they come and see us. And I think splitting things up between neuro and rehab, like we've been doing in our clinics and like this model sort of offers, is an important way that we can each sort of lend our focus and what our areas of expertise are to these patients' care and making sure that they get that care. I think it varies a lot across the country, though, in terms of sort of who the primary service is, whether it's neurology or rehabilitation medicine, that would run a clinic or be the primary person that's really kind of that central organizer of care for patients with muscular dystrophy. If you're in a center where it's primarily a rehab doctor or primarily a neurologist, it's not the case that there's something being missed or that there's parts of care that aren't being addressed that should be. I think it's really to the particulars of that individual clinic. And, different clinic setups and structures work in different settings, and there's not a right or wrong way for that to be approached. For us in Seattle, this model has been a great one that I really was fortunate enough to kind of fall into after Sue had been here for a long time and really helped develop this kind of clinic structure. So I'd have to send a thank you to you, Sue, for setting things up so nicely. But this has been, for us, a great model to work with, and hopefully delivering great care for all the patients in these blue regions here on the map. So I think, that's kind of what we had to talk about from our end at Seattle Children's. And I think the next step, Rachel, I'll turn over to you for kind of the broader discussion.
Great. Thanks so much, Dr. Perlman and Dr. Omura, Leslie. I think that was incredibly insightful. Again, love to see how these different clinics model and integrate each of these disciplines together. So I look forward to a really great question and answer session coming up here in just a moment. Eric and Ryan, back to you.
Thank you so much, Rachel, and thank you, Dr. Zamora and Perlman, and Leslie Vogel. Thank you for doing the one-on-one sessions with the families along with Claudia. They were just all thrilled. You're the best, and we can't thank you enough for putting in all that time with them. So we are going to open this up for full-on Q&A. And I think we're ready to go. We're going to pass this right back to you, lob it right back to you, Rachel. Take it away.
Just a little bit of technical volleyball back and forth, yes. I suppose. So we've got a handful of questions that I think will be really great to kind of go through that have been coming in from the community. And I think where we will start, one of the questions that we received is, my center actually doesn't have rehab available in my multidisciplinary Duchenne clinic. Is that something that I should seek out, or are there certain questions that I should ask of my neurologist to kind of make sure that I'm getting the care that I need and that I'm covering all of those bases? And maybe Dr. Omura, we'll start with you on that.
Sure. As Dr. Perlman sort of alluded to at the end, I'm not necessarily sure that anything in particular would be missed by not having a rehab physician. I think that if their multidisciplinary team involves the neurologist and a physical therapist and an occupational therapist, some of the functional things that I may be trained in that Dr. Perlman and Dr. Parsons maybe didn't train as much in will be readily picked up by their physical therapist and by their occupational therapist. And that trio, the neurologist with the therapist, should be able to collaborate and figure out solutions and ways to have your child or you participate in the community and at home as you're wanting to.
I think that's great. Dr. Apcon, would you add anything to that?
Sure. As Dr. Morris said, there are some clinics that don't have physical medicine and rehab specialists there. And the physical therapist in that setting usually is fairly independent. What I found that happens oftentimes is the PT is the one who identifies a need maybe to refer on to a rehab physician. And so that PT and the rehab physician work in collaboration. So that child, your child, who may not be in a clinic where there's a rehab doc, but the PT or the neurologist recognizes that need of that specific expertise, may refer you on to that specialist.
Fantastic. And I think the flip side of this question is really helpful too. I know we have a couple of centers, even within our CDCC network, where there's a really strong rehab presence, but there actually isn't a neurologist in clinic. So maybe Dr. Parsons, you can start off by answering the same question. What do we tell families? How do we guide families? How do we empower families that maybe don't have a neurologist at the ready on their Duchenne care team?
Yeah, I would agree with Dr. Apcon, actually, that I think that when there is an issue that arises where there's a question of perhaps a medical issue, a diagnostic issue, or a specific neurologic issue, that really the physiatrist recognize that, or orthopedists recognize that and say that they needed consultation. So I think that having someone who knows your child or knows you as an adult is really very helpful, because with that open communication, you always would have access to a specialist if you need them and have that referral be able to be made.
That's fantastic. Dr. Perlman, would you add anything to that?
Yeah, I mean, I would definitely echo that if there are things coming up that, if your child is in a center where it's primarily rehabilitation medicine specialists kind of organizing and managing their care, if there are things that they really feel like they need a neurologist input on, then sort of seeking that referral and having that kind of open discussion with them would be important. I think looking, at the centers that I've worked at or have talked to people from, I think that a lot of us are really adaptable, which I think is one of the great things, that in a lot of cases, as Dr. Apcon and Dr. Parsons had mentioned, that there may be places where it's a neurologist who's sort of filling, like, for example, in clinical trials, is filling that primary investigator role, and in other places, it's the rehabilitation specialist. And I think that fact illustrates the fact that just the overall care, a lot of us, can be very adaptable with. And you may not necessarily need a neurologist, depending upon the level of expertise and comfort that your rehabilitation specialist has in managing things like the medicines for Duchenne and the other aspects of care. It really, I think, is going to depend upon, like what Leslie mentioned, their experience and background, and kind of where their expertise lies and what areas they feel comfortable with managing as a care provider. And that's going to vary from center to center and from physician to physician. So I think assuming that, there are aspects of care that a neurologist wouldn't know what to do with or be comfortable with, or the flip side of that a rehabilitation specialist wouldn't quite know what to do with. It all depends on that person and their background and the clinic setting in which your child is being seen.
I think that's just so incredibly helpful to think about it from that angle. When I think about access to neurology, access to rehab care, multidisciplinary care, I think a lot about lifespan care and how needs change as people with Duchenne grow older and have different kinds of needs. Maybe Terry, you could start off and maybe give a little bit of insight about how needs change over the lifespan from a PT perspective, and then we can dive into a little bit about how that plays into neuro and rehab involvement as well.
Sure. I think you're absolutely correct that needs definitely change. I think in the beginning, when the children are very young, we're looking a lot at mobility. We're looking at joint mobility as well. And we're looking at function, and we're working really closely with the parents as well as the schools to make sure that they're providing for these. Some of these kids, it may be fairly invisible at that point, and the schools may not be aware that this child has issues. And I think it's our job to make sure that everyone on this child's team is aware of what might be issues. I think that as the child transitions from walking to a chair, that's another really important transition. And then I think that what we do as physical therapists is that's maybe in clinic, that may be our most important role. That based on natural history studies, we need to make sure that the family is aware of what they're going to need for that transition, what they're going to need in their home, what they're going to need in their school, what they're going to need for mobility. How are they going to get your sons from your house to the car? How are you going to get them to the grocery store? How are you going to get them to school? So I think that that's really a crucial, important stage that we need to look at and changes what we do as well. We might not at that point be looking as much at orthotics and range of motion. We might be looking more at equipment. And then as the boys get older, we're looking at lots of things. We have a young adult clinic for our older Duchenne boys, young men. And in that clinic, we're looking a lot at pain. We're looking at nutrition. We're looking at pulmonary function. And what can we do to make sure that their quality of life is good? Maybe that is the stage where really, I think assistive technology is ultimately important. So Leslie, I'll let you comment as well.
I think on the other end of the spectrum, as we bring newborn screening in, the neurologist or the rehab medicine doctor may not have as much experience with infant movement. And in physical therapy, we spend quite a bit of time studying the various milestones that infants move through and what muscles are weak and how they move. And so I think that therapists can play a role in helping families decide if there's even a need for therapy if the newborn is functioning appropriately and is with good motor milestones. At that point in time, they might not need to get extra therapy. However, if they have developmental delays, then they would need to see a therapist for like a birth to 3 center. So I think we play a role at that end of the lifespan as well.
Yeah, I think it's just so important to consider how the presence of PT throughout the entire lifespan is incredibly important, but does change depending on, progression and age and all of those things. Dr. Parsons, would you add anything to this conversation specifically?
I think that there are a couple of other things to consider. So we're focusing on function and quality of life, but I think that we also need to focus on, for families, what is the natural history? What do we think about for the history? It's changing, but so that we are always doing anticipatory guidance about what the next step is. And part of that involves looking at transition. When we started 30 years ago, we did not have patients who were really living into their 30s and 40s, and things have changed a lot now. So we tend to start transition kinds of ideas from the time a child is around 12 and leading them through transition into adulthood. And part of that is, what are they going to be doing in terms of education, in terms of potential future jobs? The social and emotional issues are really hard around high school, I think. And so what kind of support can we offer to be able to incorporate our patients into the community so that they really do have a good quality of life and they're happy and able to actually live life the way they want? We had a great group of young adults who did the Friday night drinking club. And they had, one of the dads was a designated driver, and they went down and completely raided the downtown bars in Denver, which was fantastic. I mean, it was great. So, really anticipating things like that, I think, are really important as well.
That's great. And I love the downtown drinking club anecdote. That's fantastic. Dr. Omura, do you have any final thoughts on that question from the rehab perspective?
As a rehab doc, I think I would almost strongly advocate that as these young boys and men are getting older, there's a potentially an even bigger role for a rehab medicine physician to play as we're thinking about function. And as there are more limitations, how can we help these young men continue to participate in their communities, like going out with their buddies and having drinking clubs and things. And
I'm
also
not advocating the drinking, just saying.
Addressing those pain and nutrition issues that are coming up and really focusing on quality of life and that adaptive technology. So I would argue that as boys are turning into young men and men, that rehab and therapy role may become even bigger than it is when they're younger.
Just such great conversation and such great insight from each of you. And quite honestly, I wish we had some more time for conversation around this subject, because I think, keeping in mind the importance of all of these disciplines and how they come together to create, really fantastic, multidisciplinary, holistic, and well-rounded care is just so incredibly important. From there, I'll remind all of our viewers, if you only have one discipline or another, that's okay. I think that we've learned a lot about how to make the most of the care that you have if you don't have each of these disciplines available to you. And so I know that I myself have learned a lot, and I hope that everyone out there on the airwaves has learned a little bit too. So at this point, thank you so much to our teams from Seattle and Colorado. It's been an absolute pleasure having you, and we'll toss it back to Ryan and Eric in the studio.
Thank you, Rachel. And again, thank you to all of our panelists. We really love to see that interaction between our different institutions and how they're approaching care and research. It's definitely one of the highlights when we have our annual healthcare conference. And that always brings together members of the different CDCCs so we can talk about care. And so with that, I think we're going to talk about our next session, right?
Yeah, this is a new session we're bringing to our conference agenda. I'm delighted to be passing this off to a dear friend and a wonderful physician, and I'm on the wrong camera, to talk about our next topic, cannabis. And again, this is something new on the agenda. Cannabis is becoming more and more accessible in many states. There are a lot of questions and unknowns about the impact on Duchenne. There's a lot of definitions, different types, different forms, CBD, THC, all these acronyms. We're going to explore some of this in this conversation with Dr. Sue Apkon. Importantly, we've been working with her about, putting out a survey to understand the use of cannabis in our community. Because anecdotally, we are hearing from families who may be using CBD oil by ordering it online. We don't have good data on the actual impact of the use of cannabis in Duchenne. So it's something, there's a need here to explore it. There's a need for a conversation at the end of the day. It's not something we should be really ignoring. So with that, Dr. Apkon and PPMD have been working together. I really put a lot of the credit to Dr. Apkon for putting together this survey and working with us to get it out to understand how it's being used in our community and the impact. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to my friend, Dr. Sue Apkon, to take it away.
Thank you, Ryan. It's my pleasure to be back and talking about a topic that I know is increasingly one that I'm asked to discuss in the clinic setting. For those of you who were just on this previous presentation, Dr. Parsons talked about the Friday evening drinking club. I guess I'm talking about the Saturday afternoon cannabis club with all of you. With legalization of both medicinal and recreational cannabis in many states, parents and young men are asking more about it. Next slide. I'll start by saying I have no financial stake in the cannabis industry, and also want to make sure that you realize that we still have a lot to learn about cannabis in the setting of boys and men with Duchenne and Becker, so that this presentation is not really an endorsement of the use of cannabis, but more importantly, providing people with information about it. Next slide. I'm going to spend the next 15 minutes or so helping people understand the different definitions associated with cannabis, review what we do know about it or what we don't know, and finally discuss the practical implications as someone considers whether to use it or not. Next slide. So this is a map of our country with the colors depicting the status of cannabis laws as of January of 2020. As you can see in green, there are 11 states that have legalized recreational marijuana. There are 33 states depicted in blue and also those in green that have laws making it legal to use cannabis for medicinal use. It's also legal in Washington, D.C. to purchase both recreational and for medicinal purposes. The landscape is continuously changing, which will be an important point to remember as you consider use in the state in which you live. Next slide. This is what we know about the use of cannabis in boys and men with Duchenne. There's currently really nothing written on the topic, so that what we have are anecdotes, meaning what my patients tell me. Men, interestingly, with Duchenne that I see in our adult clinic, share with me that they're using, why they use it, and how it may be helping them or side effects that they might be experiencing. Anecdotes, however, aren't really how we practice medicine. So it puts me in sometimes an uncomfortable position when parents ask for guidance on its use. I will, however, later in this presentation, try to provide you some specific guidelines to use. Next slide. There are a lot of different names, as Ryan alluded to describe cannabis. Some are more official and others a little bit more slang. Cannabis, however, is really a general term for the products of the cannabis sativa or indica plants, with marijuana being the dried leaves and flowers from those plants. Hemp is a specific strain from the cannabis sativa plant, and mostly we hear about it for its use in oils and fibrous materials from its stalk. Any cannabis sativa plant that contains more than 0.3% of THC is considered to be marijuana, and anything less than 0.3% THC is considered hemp. Generally, you can go into a regular store, convenience store in some places, and buy a cannabis product that is less than 0.3% THC, such as that you might find in lotions or oils. Next slide. It's the cannabinoids that really provide the effect that people talk about when using cannabis. These are the molecules which interact with the cannabinoid receptors in our body that provide us with the potential benefits or side effects. There are over 100 cannabinoids in the cannabis plant, with THC and CBD the most common. THC is the cannabinoid, the psychoactive properties, the high that you experience if you're smoking marijuana. And CBD is a cannabinoid that's considered non-psychoactive. It's important to know that cannabis products have variable ratios of THC and CBD, which is why you might have different benefits or potential benefits and also different side effects. People purchase cannabis with specific ratios, the accuracy of which is something we'll talk about in a few minutes. Next slide. Finally, we have the endocannabinoid system, which is the intrinsic system in all of us. It includes the endogenous cannabinoids, which we produce, the cannabinoid receptors, and the enzymes needed to synthesize and break down the cannabinoids. The system's involved with many of our bodily functions, including brain function, sleep regulation, sensory processing such as smell, emotional regulation, energy homeostasis, and even inflammation. The endocannabinoid receptors are primarily the CB1 and CB2 receptors. The CB1 receptors are seen in large part in the CNS, or the central nervous system, but also present in the muscle and the cardiovascular system. And the CB2 receptors are in the periphery, involved with pain and inflammation. Now that I've provided a little background and definitions, I'll transition to talking a little bit more about the clinical use of cannabis. I want to start by saying there are some FDA-approved cannabis products, including Epidiolex, which is used for specific childhood epilepsies, dronabinol, which is used for cancer-related nausea and vomiting, and nabilone, also for cancer-related nausea and vomiting. There are no FDA-approved cannabis drugs for Duchenne or Becker muscular dystrophy, and that's an important point to make. Next slide. As I talk about THC and CBD and the endocannabinoid receptors, it may not be surprising that there are side effects that people experience when using cannabis. This slide highlights some of the most common to least common side effects from the left side to the right side of your screen. There are two I want to point you to. They're both in the rare category, but important to know about. One is tachycardia, or a fast heart rate, something that's already present in many boys and men with Duchenne. I encourage men who use cannabis to discuss this with their cardiologists. The other rare side effect is a cannabis-associated hyperemesis syndrome, which means frequent vomiting. It's generally associated with frequent use of cannabis and can send someone down a long diagnostic workup if it's not recognized. Next slide. Now, I did say that there was nothing really written on cannabis and Duchenne or Becker muscular dystrophy, and that wasn't entirely true. There is an interesting paper that I want to share by a research team out of Italy. This team looked at the effects of cannabinoids on muscle quality and strength in the MDX mouse, as well as use in human and mouse cells in vitro. The researchers explored the impact of CBD on muscle cells of the MDX mouse, humans with and without DMD, and the immune response. Next slide. The results are certainly intriguing, but to be clear, I'm not recommending you all go out and purchase cannabis for your sons based on what they found. The results, however, did show that the mice treated with CBD or CBDV, another cannabinoid, for 2 weeks did show increased motor activity on the rotorod test, improved strength on the forelimb grip test, and even when mice were treated at older ages, there were improvements in motor activity and strength. Human and mouse cells that were treated in vitro demonstrated that CBD and CBDV promoted the differentiation of myoblast cells to myotubules. The benefits seen are thought to be related to the anti-inflammatory effects and reducing the consequences of impaired autophagy. While really intriguing results, I'm excited to see more work from this group and others and the potential for a well-designed human trial before I make a decision as to whether to prescribe on a routine basis. Next slide. So let's transition now to the practical side of cannabis use in boys and men with Duchenne. I want to share some general thoughts about what you should be thinking about if considering the use of cannabis for yourself or your son. The first thing I'd like to say is please feel comfortable talking with your doctors about this. This is a conversation we're having on a regular basis with our patients, and it's important for us as physicians to know that a patient's taking this as a supplement because of the potential side effects that they may be experiencing. One bullet point that's not on this slide is important, and it's the fact that different formulations of products such as smoking, vaping, ingesting, or topical creams or lotions may lead to different effects, either benefits or side effects. For example, smoking cannabis will give you a quick response, with oral intake such as edibles, much longer peak effect. The difference is between minutes with smoking or vaping and up to 2 hours for edibles. Use of creams and lotions, because of their hydrophobic nature, are more limited. Now with CBD, which means that it's hard for the CBD to permeate the skin, and so the effect that one might get is going to be less impactful. There are a few additional things that you need to know that are on this screen. One is that because cannabis is not an FDA-approved drug, the products are unregulated. When I go to the store and buy Tylenol, and I buy a bottle of extra strength that says there's 500 milligrams of Tylenol in this pill, I know there's 500 milligrams of Tylenol in that pill. As opposed to cannabis, if you go into a dispensary one day and buy a product, and you go back a month or two later and buy the same product, you might actually have a different effect because of the lack of regulation. It's also important to know that laws vary by state to state, and transporting cannabis from state to state also varies. And so understanding the legal ramifications is really important. We also don't know the drug interactions. We know in at least one, clobazam, which is a benzodiazepine that's used for kids with seizures, it does have an interaction with cannabis and it can make it more potent. And so while we have limited knowledge of it, my hope is that we'll see future studies that will help us understand it better. If you're going to think about using cannabis, we want to recommend minimizing the use of the THC. That's the psychoactive form, or the high that you get when taking cannabis. This is especially important when you're thinking about giving it to your sons. There's some literature suggesting, and I'll review it in a minute, that the impact on the growing brain is real. And in the setting of boys with Duchenne or Becker that may already have learning problems, this is especially important. I'll channel our Children's Hospital Colorado pulmonologist, Warren Kupfer, and say that at all costs, you should be avoiding inhaling either by smoking or vaping cannabis due to the respiratory risk. We're hearing a lot of vaping-related lung injury And when you add lung injury on top of someone who already has a restricted lung disease because of Duchenne or Becker muscular dystrophy, it's really a setup for additional problems. And finally, because of the more potent response, avoiding synthetic products is also recommended. Next slide. Now, I mentioned that cannabis is unregulated, and what that really means is that there really is a lack of consistency in products. This study by Bond Miller looked at the accuracy of labeling of cannabis products that were purchased online. And you can see that 84 products were purchased, with only a third of them having an accurate reflection of the amount of CBD listed when they analyzed it. About a quarter of those products bought online had less CBD than was labeled, and 43% of them had more CBD that was listed. And for me, what was most concerning, that 21% of the products, even when it wasn't listed on the label, there was THC that was present. Next slide. Finally, for those of you thinking about use in children, there is a study published in Pediatrics in 2017 that taught us that kids that began using under the age of 16 had decreased verbal skills, IQ, attention, memory, and executive functioning, and were at greater risk for school performance issues and even dropping out of school. Again, in the setting of a group of kids that may already have learning difficulties, adding cannabis on top of that is of great concern. Next slide. So after reviewing the definitions, the backgrounds, and some of the limited information we have on it, for research standpoint, I'd like to provide a few takeaways. We still have a lot to learn about cannabis and even more about its use in muscular dystrophy, Duchenne, or Becker. The ratio of THC to CBD drives the possible benefits and side effects that one would receive if using. Minimizing the amount of THC will reduce the high you'll experience and is recommended if you're using for potential medicinal reasons, especially in children. There is intriguing early work in the MDX mouse, but I believe it's too soon to know what it really means. And finally, please use caution if you're considering cannabis use in your sons or if you're an adult yourself. We still have a lot to learn. Next slide. As Ryan mentioned, one step that our team at Children's Colorado is taking is to learn more about cannabis use in our patients. We've spent the last many months working with a survey methodologist to put together a survey for all of you in the broader Duchenne Becker community for you to teach us more about use patterns, benefits, and side effects that you may be experiencing. We'll then be committed to disseminating this information more widely. So stay tuned to your PPMD emails once this incredible staff comes down from their high, not the cannabis high, sorry, but the high from hosting such a great conference. They will be helping me to push the survey out. So I'd like to thank you in advance for taking your time to complete it. And I am now happy to answer any questions. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Sue. This should spark a lot of conversation within the community. So we really, really do appreciate it. We will be sending out those surveys. We're actually going to take a break now till 4:15, which is 7 minutes from now or so. And then we will be back with the next half of our agenda. Okay.
Hi, everyone. I'm Rachel Poisky, mom of Joel, and co-coordinator for the South Texas Connect Group. September is coming soon, and it's Duchenne Action Month. Every day in September, PPMD will provide simple things you can do to raise awareness and funds to join our fight to end Duchenne. You'll also get updates on research and care and ways you can advocate both locally and nationally. Plus, September 7th, the global community will celebrate World Duchenne Awareness Day, and you don't want to miss that. My family participates in Duchenne Action Month through Coach to Cure MD, a partnership with the American Football Coaches Association. We also host a local event of Coach to Cure MD at a local brewery or restaurant every year to raise funds and awareness, and it's a great opportunity for our friends to come out and support us and our family. From creating a simple fundraising page through Facebook or hosting your own event at a local venue, you can be part of Code Secure MD. There are so many ways that you can get involved to raise awareness and to raise critical funds that we need for research. Visit the PPMD website today for more information on how you can get involved in Duchenne Action Month, specifically in Code Secure MD, but in lots of other programs that are out there. Let's get together, let's raise awareness, and let's raise money for research. Duchenne Action Month.
Welcome back. Our next discussion is going to be about rescuing the heart and taking a closer look at why cardiac intervention is so critical in Duchenne. PPMD has had an ongoing commitment to cardiac care. We do have a cardiac initiative underway, and we always, like to discuss how the heart is a muscle too, and we need to be treating that as well. Cardiac disease is something that can affect all people with Duchenne. It can also have an impact on those with Becker muscular dystrophy and carriers, as we discussed earlier today. And while advances in respiratory care have improved those respiratory outcomes, dilated cardiomyopathy and heart failure remain the leading cause of death in Duchenne. And so in this panel, we are going to discuss the latest in cardiac care, and we're going to provide you some updates on research that's being done to help rescue cardiac function. And so I'm going to be joined today by Kathy Kinnett, PPMD's clinical care advisor, to lead that panel discussion. We have a great group of clinicians to join us today. And so we are going to start with Dr. Chris Spurney from Children's National, and he's going to provide us an overview of cardiac care. Dr. Spurney?
Thanks, Eric. Welcome, everyone. It's my pleasure to be speaking with you from Washington, D.C. I don't have the most elaborate background, but if you can imagine the Capitol and monuments and cherry blossoms, then that's a better portrayal of D.C. than this wall here. You can go to the next slide. So my talk is going to be about the heart muscle disease, which we call cardiomyopathy, that's associated with Duchenne and Becker muscular dystrophy. And then I'm going to focus on how we go about diagnosing DMD cardiomyopathy, and then the current management and monitoring of DMD cardiomyopathy. You can go next slide. As Eric just mentioned, actually, as the treatment of skeletal and respiratory muscles has improved, and our colleagues have done such a great job, it actually has allowed the cardiac disease to manifest more, and cardiac disease is now the leading cause of death in Duchenne muscular dystrophy. So that makes it quite important that the proper diagnosis and treatment occur so that we can improve the duration and the quality of life in our patients. Next slide. And this is basically a picture of what we are trying to prevent. The heart on the left is a dilated cardiomyopathy. And then as you can see, compared to the normal heart, the muscle walls in those lower chambers there are thinner, they're bigger, they're dilated, and you can't see here, but they don't have normal function. And you can see the normal heart there, smaller, much thicker muscle. And so we are trying to prevent this progression from that normal heart to the dilated cardiomyopathy. Go next slide. So we'll focus first on the diagnosis of DMD cardiomyopathy. Next slide. As an overview, it's really not, there's still a lot to be learned about DMD cardiomyopathy. And there have been some papers that have found some associations, but there's no real known significant relationship between the type of genetic mutation in a patient and whether they will or will not develop cardiac disease. Also, there's really no known relationship between the severity of skeletal muscle disease and cardiac disease. Kids can have a very mild skeletal muscle phenotype or disease and then have very severe cardiac disease, and the reverse, obviously. An example of that is Becker muscular dystrophy, where they have a more mild phenotype, but they actually can develop very severe cardiac disease in earlier ages in the teens and 20s. Next slide. So, when we think about heart problems in most patients, you begin to talk about the symptoms that they have, and people will complain of, shortness of breath and swelling and other these kind of common things that we hear in our grandparents that are related to a weak heart and heart failure. And unfortunately, we don't really, the disease in Duchenne does not manifest that way. There was a study quite some time ago in 1990, but they looked at the heart from using many different kind of tests. And it basically came to the conclusion that any kid with Duchenne's by age 18, they all had some evidence of heart and muscle disease. It might be something mild or it might be something more severe, but they basically all had something. And yet when they asked these patients, anything bother you? Do you have any symptoms? The majority of them did not have any. And so here you've got the presence of muscle disease without the presence of symptoms. And some of that goes along with, obviously, the skeletal muscles weakening and the kids transitioning into non-ambulatory phases. But they still do not display any of these kind of common symptoms that we think of related to the heart. And really what can happen with cardiac dysfunction is more kind of vague, non-specific symptoms. And I've listed a few of them here, but it can just be something simple like an increase in fatigue, or they're just not doing as much during the day as they used to. They might not like to eat as much. They might feel a little nauseated, some vague abdominal pains, and then their sleep gets disturbed. And they don't sleep as well. They have more nighttime wakings. Orthopnea is the inability to kind of lie flat and breathe comfortably. And so things that you could kind of explain away for different reasons, and maybe they're just not feeling right today. But sometimes those can be related to the heart. And then you do have more classic symptoms, lightheadedness, dizziness, palpitations, chest pain that can be a little more indicative of a heart problem. Okay, next slide. This is a little scheme here from a journal article that shows the progression of heart failure in DMD. And you can see the cartoon, the first one drawing, is a little more of a normal heart like we saw in that pathological specimen with smaller size, thicker muscle. And then it progresses to the end there in that thinner walled heart with bigger chambers. And so we use a couple different tests to kind of look at the heart during this progression to help with the diagnosis and understanding what stage we're at with DMD cardiomyopathy. We'll go through each of those tests now. So go next slide. ECG and Holter monitoring are kind of our first line of testing. And this is, of course, when kids get the electrodes on their chest and we do a tracing of the electricity of the heart. This is basically a screen for arrhythmias. And it's quite important if they are complaining of any symptoms that could be related to an arrhythmia, heart racing, skipping beats, lightheadedness, a fainting episode. However, the unfortunate thing is that kids can have a normal ECG even while they're developing heart disease and they have an abnormal heart. And so a normal ECG is not really predictive that the heart is normal. And so that kind of limits the effectiveness of an ECG as a screening tool. The Holter monitor is a longer ECG, right? It's like a 24-hour tracing, and we'll hear a little bit more about these in Dr. McNally's talk later. And the picture I put here is an arrhythmia that was picked up on one of these Holter monitors. And these can be a later complication in the disease when the heart muscle is a little weaker and they can develop abnormal heart rhythms, which is shown by these bigger, larger beats with the V's on top of them. And that's a ventricular tachycardia. Okay, next slide. So echocardiography is kind of our main workhorse for evaluating the heart. And you can see here these two loops. We have a normal heart, and basically we're looking at heart size and heart function. And these are the kind of the most important things as we think about DMD cardiomyopathy as it progresses to a larger dilated heart with poor function. So that normal heart you can see is beating quite vigorously, and it's also kind of a smaller size. And then the picture on the right, the DMD heart, you can see is a little more dilated, and you can certainly appreciate that the squeeze of the heart is much less than that normal heart next to it. So that's certainly what concerns us, because as that squeeze decreases, the efficiency of the heart as a pumping mechanism diminishes, and that's when symptoms start to develop of heart failure. So this is our main kind of tool in assessing cardiac size and function is the echo that the kids get. Okay, let's go to the next slide. Now, one of our newer tools that we're really starting to use a lot in DMD monitoring is cardiac magnetic resonance imaging, or CMR. And here you can also look at cardiac size and function. And hopefully you can appreciate a bit that the picture is a little more defined, clearer. It's easier to kind of see the borders of the heart and the heart function. And so as kids get older, their echo images kind of get poorer and poorer. And this can be related to scoliosis or some hyperinflation of the lungs, just age, getting bigger body size. And so we tend now to rely a little more on cardiac MRI because we can get a clear picture and have a better measurement of cardiac size and cardiac function. Okay, let's go to the next slide. The other important thing that cardiac MRI allows us to assess is what's called late gadolinium enhancement, or LGE. And this is indicative of fibrosis developing within the heart. And this is a contrast agent that you give the patient. It goes in, it goes through the body, and then it kind of gets washed away out of the muscle. And it will actually, in areas where there's kind of heart muscle damage and fibrosis, it doesn't get washed away as easily. And so it will stay there. And then when we take a picture with the MRI, it shows up as bright white. And so in these couple pictures here, the black and white images, there's a white arrow, which shows this bright white area in that darker myocardium. And so that is kind of a marker of cardiac damage and cardiac fibrosis that we begin to follow in these kids. And there have been studies that have shown that as the amount of LGE increases, we start to see poor cardiac function and then poor patient outcomes. And so it's becoming a very useful marker for us to monitor the start and progression of cardiac disease, because they can have the presence of LGE and still have normal function. And so we know that there's damage there that we want to start treating. The other thing that cardiac MRI allows us is some newer kind of research techniques. And these are those kind of colored images down the bottom. And these allow us to do what's called myocardial characterization. Basically, it just lets us see the process of fibrosis beginning in the heart muscle. There's swelling, there's inflammation, and we can begin to measure that using cardiac MRI before the LGE. So that might give us a way to treat these kids earlier to prevent that development of LGE over time. Okay, next slide. So we'll talk a bit about the management of DMD cardiomyopathy. Next slide. This is kind of a schematic here of how we approach treatment of DMD cardiomyopathy. In that green box is indirect effects, and it shows scoliosis surgery and the non-invasive positive pressure ventilation. So these are two important things that are just telling us that proper treatment of the respiratory system is very important for the heart. And so, as I said, as we have optimized respiratory therapy, we're now beginning to see more cardiac disease. But it's very important to have healthy lungs, and that kind of helps prevent or can slow the progression of cardiac disease. Now, in the red box, under pre-symptomatic is what I was talking about a little, where we try and treat these kids with medications before we get too far down the line in the development of heart failure. And so that's where we're focusing a lot of our treatment and management of DMD cardiomyopathy at this time. You can go to the next slide. Now, the little kind of diagram on the right is a little busy, but if you look, I put the red words there, stimulate cardiac fibrosis, and there are two lines there that point to kind of two hormones in the body, angiotensin 2 and aldosterone. And these are two hormones that can cause a lot of cardiac damage. And so the treatment is focused at decreasing the amount production of those in the body. And so those little red boxes show where these three types of drugs try to limit the production of those two hormones. The drugs are ACE inhibitors, and the names there, which you've seen, angiotensin receptor blockers, known as losartan, and then the mineralocorticoid receptor antagonists. Okay, next slide. This lists just some studies that have been done over time that show the benefits of ACE inhibitors. And that last line there, losartan has basically been shown to be equal to ACE inhibition. So some providers may choose one over the other, what works best for your child. Next slide. And then these are a few of the studies that have been done with the mineralocorticoid receptor antagonists. Eplerenone is a newer version of spironolactone. And then again, down at the bottom, they've basically been shown that those two drugs are similarly effective with benefiting the heart early on. Okay, next slide. So lastly, this direct effect in the red box, obviously, as you begin to develop more heart failure, weaker heart muscle, we have other medications that we can use. And then we also have what's listed there under the non-pharmacological options, some devices and pacemakers. And Dr. Villa will talk a little bit about these in his talk as they are, basically a separate talk on their own. Okay, next slide. So our last topic will be monitoring of DMD cardiomyopathy. Next slide. And there have been kind of over time a few consensus statements that have come out by the AAP and the DMD Care Considerations Working Group, and then the American Heart Association published one in 2017. You can go to the next slide. All three of these provided kind of recommendations of how to follow the heart in patients with Duchenne muscular dystrophy. So the first thing they said is these patients should get a full cardiac evaluation and diagnosis. Usually that's to hopefully establish a normal baseline, but some of that can depend on the age of diagnosis. Now their next recommendation does say a cardiac evaluation every 2 years until age 10, if asymptomatic. Basically, I recommend after diagnosis that we see them yearly, and I think a lot of people agree with that. And then the official recommendations say at age 10, you start to see them yearly as it is. So there's only a few years in there. I prefer to see them yearly during that time, and I would certainly recommend that to others. Obviously, if the kids develop symptoms, we see them sooner, and we may follow them in different intervals based on their symptoms. Okay, next slide. With cardiac monitoring, I mentioned that echocardiography should be routinely used. And again, that's measuring cardiac size and function, but it can get limited as they get older. And so we do recommend the periodic use of cardiac MRI. And that also allows us to look at, as I mentioned, cardiac fibrosis. And that can certainly change our treatment parameters. So as the kids usually get to about age 8 or so, they don't need sedation for an MRI. That's certainly when we begin to talk about doing yearly or every other yearly cardiac MRIs in patients. And then Holter monitoring is recommended, as I mentioned, for symptomatic patients. Next slide. Okay, so just to give kind of brief takeaways from that quick overview. Again, kids should be getting yearly cardiac monitoring after diagnosis. The kind of consensus for cardiologists taking care of these kids is that we like to talk about starting medications around age 10. These have been shown to benefit kids in the short term, and so we're hoping that they're going to have a nice effect as we follow them long term. Again, cardiac MRI, CMR, can be very helpful to monitor cardiac fibrosis, and I certainly encourage it in my patients. We also are trying to learn more and more about the heart, and so we certainly encourage involvement in cardiac trials and cardiac registries so that we can follow children, learn more about early treatment and its benefits, and find other treatments that might provide kind of new options. Lastly, if you're involved with a PPMD kind of sponsored clinic, usually there is a pediatric cardiologist involved. I certainly recommend that. It's a evolving field, it's a developing field, and it helps to have someone who's aware of ongoing trials and new medications to benefit your children. With that, next slide, I'd just like to say thank you to PPMD and, of course, all of you for taking your time to join us here and learn kind of a quick overview of DMD cardiomyopathy. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Dr. Sperney, for that great overview of cardiac care. Our next speaker is going to be Dr. Chet Villa, who is going to be speaking on the importance of collaboration and the Action DMD Network. Dr. Villa is from Cincinnati Children's Hospital. It's all yours, Dr. Villa.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Pat, Kathy, Ryan, and actually all of PPMD for the opportunity. I'm happy to speak to everyone today on behalf of the DMD group with the Action Learning Network, led by myself as well as Dr. Craig from Nationwide Children's Hospital. Next slide, please. I have no personal disclosures, but I will be discussing the off-label use of VADs, as you heard from Dr. Sperney. The next slide. The network has been funded by a number of device companies as well as generous support from a number of foundations, which you see here. Next slide. So the network is actually a learning network that was established in 2017 as a way for pediatric hospitals and heart failure programs to collaborate and improve outcomes for children and young adults with cardiomyopathy and heart failure. As many of you are aware, the number of neuromuscular cardiologists is pretty small, and to improve outcomes and quality in a timely and patient-centered way, we have to include multiple centers and multiple stakeholders at the table. That begins first and foremost with everybody here. That's patients and families, but also includes researchers and industry who are also at the table during this meeting. And much of the work that you've heard over the last couple of days has been pioneered by PPMD over the year, and they've taken a similar approach with many stakeholders. Next slide. So the network began as a group of 7 centers in early 2017 and has since grown substantially. It now includes over 45 centers in North America, as well as some collaborating centers further abroad. The DMD community knows better than most that timely improvements in clinical outcome requires the passion and advocacy of individuals and providers, but collaboration is needed to really translate these improvements across centers so that families can understand the best treatment options, whether they live in Albuquerque, New Mexico, Duluth, Minnesota, or Washington, D.C., where you have Dr. Sperney. Next slide, please. The first project from the network focused on improving outcomes for children and young adults with the most severe disease, which was just alluded to. These are children and young adults whose hearts weaken to the point where they require a heart pump or a VAD or ventricular assist device to help them. Next slide. You may recognize these faces, and I have no doubt that even if you don't recognize them, the faces and stories of other patients with DMD, Becker's, or symptomatic carriers who have required a VAD, you've also heard. Here you see me screen right, wearing a Chewbacca head, talking to Ricky during a pre-COVID clinic visit. I didn't realize that masks were going to become such a big thing. Otherwise, I would have kept that one for my post-COVID clinic visits. Next slide. However, even at one of the largest pediatric VAD and neuromuscular centers in the country, we've implanted a pump in less than 1% of the people we have seen over the last 15 years. In fact, my goal as a cardiologist when I see most of my patients is to never have a discussion about VADs. That would mean that their heart is doing well and doing everything that it needs to get them around, keep them out of the hospital, and doing and feeling well. Next slide. You heard a brief overview from Dr. Sperney just recently, and this is a similar schematic, again, showing basically the progression of disease from early asymptomatic normal heart to one where you get fibrosis in the heart, which then leads to weakening of the heart. And eventually, some people develop heart failure, where their heart is not able to meet the demands that the rest of their body poses. And it's this group where the heart pumps can be most helpful. Next slide. However, as I said, 99% of the people that I take care of, and for most of my clinic patients, they do not require a heart pump. And to overall improve outcomes, we have to focus there. And that's where we're getting to in terms of the phase 2 from the learning network and where the DMD population has really started to come in. Next slide. So earlier this year, we polled members or clinicians of the Action Learning Network and asked what the most pressing needs are for their centers. This may seem weird because on my initial slides, we were talking about all of the potential stakeholders. However, we weren't able to go through all of our usual ways of talking to families, talking to researchers, talking to industry, because COVID upset all of that. So we had a group that were stuck on email and couldn't say no to Zoom or those things, so we started there. The top 3 things that we are getting from centers was how to get on the same page about medical management. You heard a really nice overview from Dr. Spurney, but because we're physicians, none of us agree on doses, when to start, how to do it, all of those sorts of things. And so we're trying to get together and come up with an easy and simplified way that we can, or the most of us can agree on, so that we can accelerate things, get people on the right medications, get them on faster no matter what center they're on. And the next part is understanding the outcomes across North America, not just at our own centers. That's important because if you live at a terrific center, that doesn't mean they're the best at everything. We need to be able to benchmark ourselves against other places, and so that I can learn from things that Chris is doing or that Dr. McNally is doing in terms of research, and then we can apply those in a faster, speedier way. And then finally, the third group there, which I've already talked to you about today, is understanding outcomes for children and young adults who require a ventricular assist device, and a set of recommendations so that we can understand who that works best for. Those pumps are not perfect for everyone. In fact, they have a lot of negatives. However, we want to continue to advocate for access for patients with DMD, Becker's, or symptomatic carriers who do require those. And in a field where sometimes neuromuscular patients are poo-pooed or pushed away, we want to make sure they have access to what they need if it really is what benefits them. Next slide. So to that first point, we are finalizing a draft of the medication initiation and dosing guidelines that will marry the various documents that you heard from Dr. Spurney, basically from the American Academy of Pediatrics, the Care Considerations, and the American Heart Association, as well as data that's been published since 2017 to keep people up to date, not only in what medications work, but how we might be able to optimize their dosing in a more timely way. That is something we know from the adult heart failure literature and from dilated cardiomyopathy overall, that starting medications matters, but those doses matter, and we have to find a way to efficiently and effectively get people on the right doses that make a difference. Next slide. You've heard much of this already in terms of the bad outcomes, but the brief overview is that we have put together what will be the largest group of outcomes for DMD and dystrophinopathy patients who have received the ventricular assist device. That initial data is coming to us right now, and by the end of the year, we hope to have that distributed to other centers as well as to patients and families. That's important because right now we're still in the process of figuring out who does best with this and how this impacts not just survival and long-term outcomes, but also quality of life. So that way we can give patients and families the right information so they can make the right choice for them with the support of families and with PPMD to move things along in the way that they would like. Next slide. We'll begin our prospective data collection, that third point, this fall. So this is my first ask to you, that to be able to move forward in understanding optimizing doses and optimizing total outcomes, we need prospective data. We need to know information right now, not what things were 5 years ago, not what people were doing 5 years ago, right now, and to be able to move forward in a timely and effective manner. Next slide. So here's my last ask for everyone here who's watching. We began our project, as I said, by talking to clinicians to ask them how they might best be able to deliver care because they were a captive audience. We now have a little gasp where many of us are catching our breath for COVID. So we're going back to clinic. We're trying to engage family and understand what they want. However, this is one of the largest gatherings in the world for patients with DMD, BMD, and for carriers. And we want to call out to ask what kind of things you guys need so that way you can stay in the conversation and that we can start to focus on things that you need, not just on what we are focused on and what we think is important. Next slide. So with that question, I'll move on to the first polling question. So what cardiac education and information would you guys find to be the most helpful? Please select all that apply. Information about cardiac medications. This includes types of medication, appropriate dosing, when to start, those sorts of things, as well as what to expect from cardiac test results and procedures across the lifespan. Much of what you heard from Dr. Spurney is terrific when you can come to these sorts of meetings. However, we want consistent and effective information for families to access at all times. And then also for options to manage severe heart failure. Next slide. And then the other polling question, which you will also go out, is where would you most likely to read or access this educational material about the heart? Print, online webinars, and videos. So those will come out with the when Ryan does the next set of polling. Next slide. So thank you to everyone, Pat, Kathy, and all of PPMD. You're integral to what we do on a day-to-day basis and for advocating for many of our families. Thanks to Linda and the rest of the Action DMD group for helping to put together much of this data. We look forward to talking to you guys next year about some of that data that is currently in the pipeline. And also, finally, thanks to Angie Lortz and David Rosenthal. Those are the two that helped found the Action Learning Network, and it is on their shoulders that we're trying to build upon those initial phases and further expand our understanding for people with heart failure, including those with DMD. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Villa. We look forward to seeing the results of those polls when we do that in our next section. And our next speaker is going to be Dr. Beth McNally from Northwestern, and she's going to discuss loop recorders in cardiac research. It's all yours, Dr. McNally.
Great, thank you. So I am going to start out today, if you go to the next slide, with my overview is going to be talking about how the heart changes over time in DMD. I'm actually an adult cardiologist, so most of my Duchenne patients are above the age of 18. And so I get to see a different phase of how they're doing. And I will say I see a remarkable change in those who've received steroids. And so we'll talk about that a little bit. We'll talk a little bit about some of our effective treatment options, which we've heard a bit about. And then we'll focus on cardiac rhythm monitoring, steroids in the heart, and how some of the new and emerging treatment options that are in clinical trials may affect the heart. So with that, next slide. So just to remind everybody, the role of the dystrophin complex is that it stabilizes the surface of muscle cells and the surface of heart cells. And so we know that this complex is really important for both of those types of cells. And in the next slide, there are actually some differences between the muscle and the heart cells. We talked that the heart is a specialized muscle, but it in fact has some slightly different features to it in that the overall cells are each smaller. They're not as long as what you see in skeletal muscle, and they have a very different arrangement in that they're layered in circles. And the heart, once it's injured, has very little in the way of regeneration, potentially less inflammation, and it has very different innervation. And so all of those things make the heart have a different timing of disease than what we see in the skeletal muscle in Duchenne muscular dystrophy. Next slide. We know that the mutations that cause skeletal muscle disease are largely the same mutations that cause heart muscle disease. And those are mutations that affect the very beginning of the protein and those that affect the middle, which are shown in the red boxes. In the next slide, looking at patients with Becker muscular dystrophy, where part of the protein may actually be present, it actually was shown from this paper now more than 10 years ago that if you have mutations that affect the very beginning of the gene and protein, shown in the box with the number 1 over it, that there actually is an earlier age of onset of having heart disease, whereas most of the other mutations in box 2 or 3 have a later onset, with box 3 having actually the latest onset of heart disease. And again, that was taken from patients with Becker muscular dystrophy. So a little bit of correlation of where the mutation is and when you might see the onset of heart disease. Next slide. Heart failure affects many different people across the age span. And where we think about it as having these different stages: people at risk, people who have some evidence of structural disease but no real symptoms, and then people who start to have symptoms, including very severe symptoms. And this is the typical picture of heart disease. But in Duchenne muscular dystrophy, or quite frankly, any neuromuscular disease, many of these features may not be so apparent. And Dr. Sperney talked about that a bit, because just the normal things that we're used to thinking about heart failure may not happen in somebody who cannot exercise and display exercise intolerance. So we have to be much more on the lookout for what those findings might be in Duchenne muscular dystrophy. Next slide. So I like to think about the timeline. We know that the heart can be affected even in young Duchenne patients, because we may see an increase in heart rate. And then over time, we can see a change in heart size and a decrease in heart function. And as Dr. Sperney talked about, we like to use MRI and echo to be able to monitor the heart function. And then with time, we can see very great degree of progression of the heart size getting larger and the function going down. We know our medications make a big impact in slowing that progression and changing the face of the way the disease works. And that's ACE inhibitors and ARBs, beta blockers, and aldosterone antagonism. And we also know that steroid use completely shifts this timeline to really stretch it out a lot more. And that's a timeline in years that I'm showing you there. Next slide. And so when we translate that to the different cardiomyopathy stages we might think about, we might see some abnormal EKG in stage 1 when a child's quite young. And we know that that gets pushed back more when that child has been treated with steroids. When we go to the later stages, like stage 3 and stage 4, where we actually have some decrease in heart function that we can see through imaging, again, we know that steroids changes that timeline. And some of that effectiveness is probably very much mediated by the effectiveness of the steroids on the skeletal muscle and the respiratory muscles, which secondarily help the heart function. Next slide. And that was reiterated in the earlier talks, which is that it's very important. Our mainstay of seeing how the heart is doing is really managed by using a combination of echocardiography and cardiac MRI, which give us really important pieces of information about how the heart is doing. Next slide. And just to put a plug in, it's critically important to be using ventilation or ventilatory support, which most of the time these days is non-invasive nocturnal ventilation, because we know that compromised breathing itself can actually lead to changes which can affect the right ventricle and the left ventricle, and thereby secondarily further impair the heart function. So for us, as we manage our patients in their late teenage years and into their 20s, it's very much a combination of what we're doing with our pulmonary colleagues. It's absolutely critical. Next slide. This is a retrospective study, which means that they went back in time and looked at how patients did who were taking steroids and who took steroids for a long period of time. So to be fair, this is not what we call a prospective study where we would randomize patients to receive steroids or not. This is a retrospective look, and so it's always biased when we do a retrospective look. But what this retrospective study on the next slide showed was that taking steroids for a long period of time is actually quite beneficial for the heart. In the red box, if you can barely make it out, hopefully, is that those who took steroids and took steroids longer actually had better preservation of their left ventricular function and better mortality overall, better survival. And so this is, of course, again, because it's a retrospective study, you have to be very careful in how you interpret it, because this is also people who could manage to stay on steroids for a long period of time and didn't have overwhelmingly negative side effects. So it may have been already selecting for people who were going to do better. But it is important that we do see some evidence that the steroids also have benefit for the heart. Next slide. So just a few words. We talked about the decrease in heart function, and that leads to symptoms or findings of heart failure. The other part of the heart is the cardiac electrical system, which we refer to as the conduction system. So the heart has to have a coordinated electrical flow through it so that it can beat in the appropriate way, meaning the top chambers of the heart, the atria, beat before the bottom chambers of the heart. And that's so the beating of the atria can effectively fill the ventricles. And then when the ventricles beat, that sends the blood to the rest of the body. We can monitor that electrical activity using the EKG, where we see a small P wave, which is just the little divot, the little curve that you see first. That's the atrial activity. And then we see the Q, R, S, and T part of the EKG, which is bigger voltage that we see on the EKG. And that's because the ventricle is bigger than the atria, and that Q, R, S, and T comes from the ventricle. And so first you see the P wave, which is the atria, and then following that, we see the Q, R, S, and T. And that's basically the electricity traveling through the heart. We monitor that by looking at EKGs, which you can do by putting stickers on the chest and getting a quick look. And on the next slide, we actually can see that there is some ability to predict the risk for irregular heart rhythms by just looking at some of the data we can get off surface EKGs and monitoring. And so if we actually start to look at what the ejection fraction is, we will see that there is some correlation of heart function with a decline of function and an increase of those ventricular arrhythmias. We also can see that, again, a correlation of having both irregular heart rhythms that come from the top chamber of the heart, which is the SVTs, also have that same propensity. So the more the heart reduces in function, the more likely we are to actually see irregular heart rhythms. And we know this from studies of adults with heart failure as well, that as the heart goes down in function, we are more likely to see irregular heart rhythms happening. And that's why we up our game in terms of monitoring once we actually see decline of heart function. Next slide. This is that surface EKG that I was telling you. We get about 6 seconds of recording of the heart when we do a surface EKG, so that's not a very long period of time to just see what the heart's doing for 6 seconds. But we can see some changes in Duchenne muscular dystrophy that are helpful. We can see evidence of heart injury, and we can certainly see some evidence of irregular rhythms, but again, just in a 6-second recording. In the next slide, we can do different types of heart monitoring, which actually allow us to see what the heart is doing for much longer periods of time than the 6 seconds we can get off the EKG. So most customarily, for years, we would use something called a Holter monitor. People may be familiar with this. It was a little box you would wear around your waist and a lot of different leads or stickers that would stick on the chest. Typically, you'd wear a Holter monitor for 24 hours or 48 hours, so quite a bit longer than 6 seconds. We would get a lot of good information from that, but pretty much a pain to wear a Holter monitor because of all the wires and things coming out of it. We also do things called event monitors, which can be worn for up to 30 days. Again, kind of a pain to wear because it has a lot of stickies and not that comfortable. What we've transitioned to much more in the last few years is something called a patch monitor, and that's shown on the right-hand side. The patch monitors are much, much smaller. You can see they just are sticky that goes right across the chest. It's bigger than a Band-Aid, and it does stick out a little bit, but it can be worn for as much as 14 days. The great news is you can actually take a shower with this, so you don't have to avoid getting it wet. You're not supposed to submerge it, but you can, again, live pretty normally for 14 days while wearing this. So we've transitioned completely over to using these patch monitors to get information for as much as 14 days. And we find this a very effective way at looking at how the heart is doing over a 14-day period of time. So much, much easier to do than what we used to use. And in the next slide, are some other examples of how we can monitor the heart rate. Probably many people are familiar with the heart rate monitors that you can wear on your wrist or sometimes across your chest, and that can allow you to see what the average heart rate is. There are also some devices that actually let you see what the heart rhythm is. And so there's a company called AliveCor that has a device that can fit on the back of your phone, and you can just put your 2 fingers on it from each hand, and that will actually give you a very nice tracing that shows up on the phone, and you can make a little recording of it and send that off to your doctor. And then more recently, over the last 2 years, we've gotten a lot more experience with using the Apple Watch, which actually has a very, in the later versions of the Apple Watch, that has an AliveCor band that works with it that takes some very nice tracings as well. And so that can give you not only heart rate information, but it can give you some information about what the heart rhythm is. Currently, these devices are really well designed to pick up irregular heart rhythms that affect the top chambers of the heart, but future versions of this will actually be able to give us more information than just atrial arrhythmias. On the next slide is actually what one of these tracings looks like from one of my neuromuscular patients. Again, you can send these right to your doctor so your doctor can see what they look like. And you can see that the tracings are actually pretty good quality and give us a lot of information about atrial arrhythmias as they affect the heart. They haven't quite built the app yet that sends it directly into our electronic healthcare system. I hope they invent that soon because it would make it a little bit easier, but I'm confident that will come before long. So in the next slide, the newest versions of these that we all actually find quite useful are what are called implantable loop recorders. So these are very small devices. You can see there's a coin next to them, a coin that's about the size of a quarter. So they're a little bit bigger than that. And these go right under the skin. There are a bunch of different makers of this. They get implanted in typically an office procedure. They can monitor the heart rhythm for up to 2 years. You do regular downloads once a month or so that your doctors can see what's happening to your heart. But these devices don't provide therapy, they just provide monitoring. But we have found these, what are called implantable loop recorders, or sometimes go by the name of link recorders. They're very useful because when we have a patient who has very decreased function and we're concerned whether they're having irregular rhythms, we can actually use these devices to much more comfortably monitor the patient and see how they're doing. On the next slide is actually when we do see signs or symptoms of irregular heart rhythms that are more concerning, we then move on to using more serious devices that can deliver therapies. So a pacemaker is a device that goes under the skin and the wires go into the heart, and that stimulates the heart for when the heart is going too slow. It will provide a faster rhythm. And a defibrillator stimulates the heart for when the heart is going too fast and it has to be suddenly slowed by delivering a small shock to the heart. And most of these are go under the skin and have wires that go into the heart, but there are also versions that work in the subcutaneous place, so under the skin where it doesn't have to go inside the heart as much, and that's for a defibrillator. In the next slide is an example of a defibrillator in action in a Duchenne patient. So this is a patient where you see the heart beating along, it suddenly goes too fast, and that's called ventricular tachycardia. And on the next slide is actually the shock, the small shock, very low electricity delivered inside the heart, and it puts the heart back into the normal rhythm. So we don't know when these irregular heart rhythms can happen. That's actually what we spend a lot of time trying to figure out. What is the risk of that? Because these can be life-threatening rhythms, and this is what we don't want to have happen to the patients. And we know as the heart decreases function, it has a greater chance for this happening, but we don't want to put these devices in people if they don't need it. And so we spend a lot of time using cardiac MRI-based imaging and monitoring to try to figure out whether the patient is best served by having one of these devices. In the next slide, if the heart really starts to have a lot of decrease of function, we have pacemakers that actually can help the heart increase their function, and that's called cardiac resynchronization therapy. I've actually used this in several of my Duchenne patients, and it has improved their function. Next slide. And this is an example of one of my patients who had what's called that cardiac resynchronization therapy, and it actually made him feel quite a bit better once he got that. He was having quite symptomatic heart failure. In the next slide We do have a new study, which is being supported by the Department of Defense, and the lead site is at Johns Hopkins by Dr. Barth and Wagner, and PPMD is supporting aspects of it through our center, where we will correlate the telemetric data that we get in Duchenne muscular dystrophy from loop recorders with what we see in MRI. So the goal is, can we learn more from MRIs to actually predict better who's at risk for having irregular heart rhythm so that we can more appropriately deploy our therapies. In the next slide. But we do have a couple of newer approaches. So just in the last couple of slides, we know exon skipping has been approved right now. Gene therapy is close to getting approval, and then gene editing might be on the horizon. And what can we expect for how these therapies might affect the heart? Next slide. So gene therapy, we know, will correct skeletal muscle partially. They don't get the full dystrophin gene back, and so we know that it's not going to have absolutely full function. And so we think that the same thing will be true for the heart as well. By not putting back the entire gene, we probably are missing some aspects of it that may be important for function, but certainly what's being put back will have a lot of benefit for the heart. And so we can expect that as long as the gene therapy is also expressed in the heart, that it should provide some benefit for the heart function. In the next slide, exon skipping, based on what we know in the animal models where it had been tested, we think some of these compounds may not fully have the same access into the heart muscle as it does into the skeletal muscle, but there still could be quite a bit of benefit by just improving the skeletal muscle. And so that will remain to be seen as the boys who are currently receiving these therapies get older and get to the stage where we can see more what's happening with the heart. That will be very important to look what's happening there. In the next slide, gene editing has been now considered for restoring the reading frame for a number of different types of primary mutations for Duchenne muscular dystrophy. In the next slide are some examples where, again, in the mouse model, we know that can be reframed by gene editing targeting to put back exon 22 to 24. In another mouse model, it also can restore the reading frame. And if you go back into these studies, again, done in animal models at this point, in the next slide, we actually do see evidence that it looks like it can correct the heart quite effectively. In fact, in some cases, even more so than the skeletal muscle. In the next slide is an example from a large animal model of Duchenne muscular dystrophy, a dog model, where they received AAV for producing gene editing. You can actually look at what happens in the heart, and quite remarkable correction of the heart was seen with this approach. And so based on what we're seeing in the animal models, it does look like gene editing might be quite successful for the heart, but that's a ways off before that's going to get into humans. And so I think I have just one more slide left. So managing the heart in Duchenne requires attention to both the heart function as well as the heart rhythm. You heard in the previous talks, multiple medications and devices are available to maintain both heart function and rhythm. Predicting the risks for irregular heart rhythms in Duchenne does require more research and correlation with imaging studies. And the newer therapies that we're seeing may act different on the skeletal muscle compared to the heart, but that's going to be an important area of future research. And so with that, I'll thank you. And I think we're going to go ahead and go back to Eric and Ryan and do some questions.
Thank you, Dr. McNally. We're going to bring the whole panel back together for a very brief Q&A section. So we are going to have that discussion led by Kathy Kinnett. So we will begin that in just a second. And I think, Kathy, you are good to go. And you're muted, Kathy.
There you go.
I was. Thanks so much, Eric. And thanks to the presenters. I think all these conversations about care and research and standard and harmonization of care are fascinating and so needed. There's so much that we don't know. Beth, with all of these clinical trials that are ongoing and the potential impact on the heart, what are some of the developing or potential outcome measures that we can use to monitor the heart during clinical trials?
Yeah, I think the imaging that both Dr. Spurney and Dr. Villa talked about is going to be the mainstay of how that's done. Echo is obviously the easiest to do because it's ultrasound and easy to do. MRI is very precise and lets us have a look at the quality of the heart and how the tissue is actually doing, whether there's fibrosis or scar present. But I'm sure MRIs and echoes will be the mainstay of how that's done. It is possible in some situations there may be interest in doing even biopsies of the heart to see what happens, but that has more risk associated with it. So that would have to be a different question.
Great, thanks. Yeah, it's always a big topic of conversation. Chris, are there instances where you would recommend starting medication before age 10? And can you talk a little bit about the difference? There's some confusion about ACE inhibitors versus angiotensin receptor blockers. Do you start one, both, either? How do you decide?
Sure. For the first question, one simple answer is if there's symptoms, and that can sometimes move you towards using a medication. Secondly is if you can get a cardiac MRI on a younger child, age 8 or so, or even sometimes if they're very compliant, age 7, and that MRI showed some evidence of late gadolinium enhancement, which is a concern for cardiac muscle damage or fibrosis, that would certainly be a reason to start that therapy at that point and not kind of wait until age 10. And so that is one of the reasons that we're trying to get cardiac MRIs done earlier on these kids so that we don't miss some child that's having kind of an early expression of cardiac problems. If their MRI is normal around age 8, we can certainly wait until age 10. If the parents are advocating for an earlier therapy, I also listen to that and we'll start it sooner. The second part of your question, remind me.
Oh, ACE inhibitor versus angiotensin receptor blocker.
Yeah, I think certainly the ACE inhibitors are more kind of commonly used. The angiotensin receptor blockers came out initially with some mouse work and kind of a model of Marfan's and having benefit at that point. And then there was one study that showed that they were both kind of equally effective. So I guess it becomes a little provider's choice. I usually choose an ACE inhibitor. There are some mild side effects. ACE inhibitors can be associated with coughs. And so sometimes if you are seeing some side effects, you could try the ARB as a second line therapy.
Okay, and how often do you recommend that cardiac MRIs are done?
Usually yearly is what, if it's a younger kid and it's normal, you can wait a year. You want to make sure that it's covered by insurance and all those things. But from going back to wanting to learn more about this disease, certainly having yearly MRI data will help us a lot as we kind of build that foundation of knowledge about the progression of cardiac disease.
Thanks so much. Chad, we have some issues with behavior in a lot of kids, younger people that have Duchenne specifically. How would you manage a child that had autism who maybe couldn't be in an MRI machine? Would you give recommendations?
Yep. So I think what we have done is actually similar to what you heard from Dr. Spurney, which is in an ideal world, we would get it at age 8 because we know about 15% of kids will have LGE before the age of 10, and that would, as you heard from Dr. Spurney, be our indication for starting a variety of therapies. In those people who cannot sit for an MRI, I have a very quick discussion about kind of risks and benefits, but I will tell you my personal approach is I err on the side of caution and start a little bit earlier, so you'll get therapy in terms of starting at least age 10. And potentially earlier if we have some other more sensitive markers, be it EKG changes, sometimes we'll measure some markers in the blood, those sorts of things. But if you can't get an MRI, it doesn't mean you shouldn't get therapy.
Thanks. Beth, what's your expectation of microdystrophin in the heart?
You know, it's a really good question. We know it's an incomplete protein, and there are thought to be some important parts of the molecule that are not present there when you go to put that back, and those might be important for the heart, but that's all based on animal models. It'll be really critical for any patient participating in those trials that we follow what they do and check their hearts out. So I think overall it will have benefit. Whether it's going to have full function is really what the question is.
Okay, thanks. Chris, what's the level of confidence in extrapolating cardiac results from animal models to humans? And is there an appropriate animal model?
That's a very big question. The smaller animal models, the MDX, which is the kind of naturally occurring dystrophin deficient mouse, and then some of the kind of developed analogs of that, have not had the greatest correlation, especially from a cardiac muscle point of view. They have a much more mild cardiac disease. The dog model has a much more, can develop a much more significant cardiac disease that is a little more similar to the human model. And so most of the focus or most of the thought is that if you could show benefit in the animal model, in the dog model, that would certainly translate more to the human condition. Many limitations with the dog model, mainly cost, but the thought is that that is a more pure or more comparable animal model to humans.
Yeah, that's always a tough question, but I knew that you could handle it. Beth, as you might imagine, many people are told that they have tachycardia. So are there types of tachycardia that can damage the heart, and what should people be aware of regarding tachycardia?
You know, when I'm faced with a patient who has tachycardia, the first question we want to spend a lot of time on is figuring out where it's coming from. Is it coming from the top chambers of the heart, which are the atria? And generally that's got different risk associated with it. Still things we have to manage, but much less risk associated with it. And then sometimes tachycardia is coming from the bottom chambers of the heart, ventricular tachycardia, and we consider that much more potentially life-threatening. So for us, the big question is always figuring out where it's coming from. And that's why we get so obsessive about coming up with all our different monitoring strategies, because we want to catch it when it's happening so we can figure out where it's coming from. And sometimes we have to take some additional steps to figure that out. But first question is to figure out what is the type of tachycardia.
So if somebody has atrial tachycardia, is that damaging to the heart at all?
It depends. If it's atrial fibrillation, that's not necessarily damaging, but it is known that if people have a very high heart rate for a long period of time, that in itself can be damaging to the heart. And so we don't like that to happen either. So it's a big part of monitoring, and it's quite fortunate now that our monitoring has gotten so much easier to do than what it was in the past. And it's all very manageable is the other important part of it.
It's just really important to follow up with a cardiologist regularly and as they advise you to do.
A cardiologist who's knowledgeable about Duchenne, I would put that there too.
Yes, specifically. For carriers, because we just had the carrier panel, and you mentioned mutations that are more likely to cause issues with cardiomyopathy. Are those, would that information in Duchenne then translate to carriers as well?
I don't think we have enough information to know that. I mean, I would say, fortunately, most carriers, have a very mild disease that affects the heart. Not that, we still want to manage it and take care of it. I have noticed there's probably more atrial fibrillation in carriers than what is in the general population. Again, all of it very manageable. It's just being aware of what's happening.
Okay. And if you don't have access to an adult cardiologist who has a lot of knowledge about Duchenne, are there other cardiologists that you would recommend that, especially carriers, are seen?
In general, the heart failure specialists tend to be a little more knowledgeable about this, but I have to say I'm also quite pleased. A lot of my electrophysiology colleagues who take care of heart rhythms are also pretty knowledgeable about genetics. They've really had to be.
Okay, thanks. And Chad, can you talk or just mention the harmonization of care? How will that benefit the community, and why are you guys working so hard to harmonize care?
Well, I think This is one where we've learned a lot from our adult colleagues who specialize in dilated cardiomyopathy, where initiation of medication matters, but so does dose. And every major study that really has looked at that has showed that the higher you can get somebody in dose and still tolerate it has significant benefits. That includes when you have more significant levels of dysfunction, and there's some preliminary evidence that suggests even earlier. So what we are trying to do is give clinicians experience from larger centers, say, hey, this is what we've been able to do. We've been able to get up to higher doses. Sure, there are worries about things that can happen, but generally they've been very well tolerated, and we need to be a little bit braver and more proactive early on when we have opportunity to really affect the long-term prognosis.
Thanks. I think we're out of time. So I just really want to thank Dr. McNally and Dr. Spurney and Dr. Villas. It's been a fascinating conversation. It's always one that's of interest to the community. So thank you all so much. And with that, I'll turn it back to the studio.
Thanks, Kathy.
Thank you so much, Kathy, and thank you, panelists. That was an incredible discussion. All right, we're going to take our last break of the conference. We're going to be back in 15 minutes, 5:35 p.m. Eastern Time, and we're going to have our last polling, discuss emerging strategies in Duchenne, and then have a conversation with Joel Wood from the Foundation to Eradicate Duchenne. We'll see you in a bit.
The Duchenne Registry is an international registry for people who have Duchenne and Becker muscular dystrophy. Women who are carriers are also invited to join. A registry is a place to collect information or data about people who have a specific disease or condition. By sharing your data through the Duchenne Registry, you're joining a global effort to better understand Duchenne and Becker. Doctors and researchers use this data to improve care and develop better treatments. None of these people can do it alone. We need you. Join the Duchenne Registry through our new user-friendly smartphone app. Learn more about the app at duchenneregistry.org, where you can watch how-to videos to help you get started. Once in the app, you'll answer some surveys. Based on your answers, we can send emails about research studies you may qualify for, since many researchers use the registry for recruitment. Your privacy is important to us. Everything is stored securely. We never share your name or contact information. If you have registry questions, you can talk to one of our genetic counselors on the phone or by email. In addition to helping you with the registry, they can interpret genetic test reports and review the impact on your entire family. If anyone in your family needs genetic testing, our genetic counselors can coordinate free testing with your local doctor through our Decode Duchenne program. They can also discuss research opportunities and potential therapies. You have the power to make a difference. Join the Duchenne Registry and join the fight to end Duchenne.
Hello and welcome back. We have our final polling of the conference. I want to thank Chet Villa, the DMD Action Network, for these next polling questions that we've inserted. If you haven't done the polling, it's pollev.com/ppmd. There should be a link. We want to understand, where are you most likely to read or access educational materials about the heart? And you can choose all that apply. Got print, online, webinars, and video.
And again, this is great information, not just for us here at PPMD, but for the Action Network as well, so that we can learn what are the best ways for us to make sure that we're getting materials to you and your family, so you guys can continue to learn, educate yourselves, learn about clinical trials and care.
Absolutely, as we all adapt our resources and make sure things are as accessible as possible. People really absorb information in different ways. We know online is the way so many people get their information and guidance on things. It's good to see a good spread of different ways people get this information about the heart or would likely read or access these materials.
And yeah, the webinars are always great too. They provide an opportunity for you to have a little feedback with the presenter, which is always nice.
Yeah, that direct connection to experts is so important. So I think we can probably move to the next polling question. So here, you can actually rank them in order. You're able to toggle and move around in order, first, second, and third. What cardiac education information would you find most helpful? So in order of importance, let's see what's ranking the highest. These may all be important to you, but we want to know in the order of importance.
So medications seems to be ranking the highest now. And there, again, as we've kind of discussed in some of these sessions, when to start those medications is always a big question. The different types, especially when we get into cardiac medication, there's a lot of different types of medication, and those appropriate doses can be really important. The testing aspect as well. Again, there are a lot of different tests and procedures, and so trying to understand which ones are going to be important for you and your family can be really helpful.
Absolutely, and all this information is going to be really informative for the Action Network and the work they're doing, collaborating with researchers and clinicians around the country. This is all to serve patients. So I think we can kick it to the next polling question. Over the past 2 years, how often has your child, should say you or your child's doctor, talked to you about trial opportunity and advances? It's important conversations that you have with your doctor.
Right. Now, this is something, again, as we've been asking throughout the conference, it's a way for us to understand how you're finding out about research, how you're kind of interacting with those different trials in terms of whether or not you qualify and what is available for you, your child. And these are important discussions to have, and it's helpful for us to know how often you are being approached about these opportunities and the different advancements that might be available to you.
Absolutely, and there's a lot of factors involved here, and we're trying to interact with the clinics to make sure they have the resources necessary to actually facilitate these conversations at the end of the day. There's decent percentages for never or not very often. And I think there's certainly still work to do, but there's also work to do expanding inclusion criteria for larger portions of the population, which may factor into some of this polling data.
And it is great to see that about a third of the respondents do have that conversation at every visit. I mean, that's fantastic to see. It's something I think we'd like to see at 100%, but still, that is it's good progress.
Okay, I think we can go to the next polling question. Okay, so I know this is a lot of verbiage, but from your perspective, what are the two greatest needs in the current clinical trial landscape? These are one of these questions we actually bring up numerous times over the years because we do want to see how the answers may change. Now, it's of course not a perfect comparison because different people are taking these tests, but it gives us sort of a pulse, of what's going on.
Yeah, and broader inclusion criteria, I think, not a huge surprise. It's something that we talk about, every year at conference about not just for ambulatory patients, but seeing non-ambulatory included, seeing it expanded to Becker, to carrier patients as well. Although, I think we were very pleased to have a number of sessions over the past couple of days with sponsors in the non-ambulatory group.
Yeah.
The traveling a great distance, again, those are those type of barriers to participation that we hope to see broken down over time. Talking about silver linings from the resiliency, COVID, it's making us rethink the way we run clinical trials, and it might kind of open doors to providing more opportunities for those in more remote areas.
Absolutely. And, the limiting placebo is another theme we consistently see. I think it's probably hard to choose two on this list because there's many things among here that people may feel as needs. But that broader inclusion criteria comes up over and over again, and it's a conversation we have over and over again with regulators and drug companies.
And we are seeing some regulatory pathway for combination therapies, and that is something that PPMD along with iAct for Children has been exploring through the development of the Duchenne platform trial, which would be a pathway to explore multiple therapeutic agents at a time and test some of them in combination.
Absolutely. So I think we can get to our last pop quiz of the conference. What color is Donald Duck's bow tie? And I was looking this up myself, and first of all, he's actually one of the only characters that doesn't wear pants. I thought that was a little weird.
Right? Him? Maybe Winnie the Pooh? Yeah. Trying to think of other cartoon characters.
I haven't been wearing pants all week, so there's that too. So, but we see blue and red and a tie. Red's a little higher, followed by yellow. See, it was hard. I had to think about it too.
I think I got the shirt color, but not. I don't remember a bow tie actually.
Yeah. Again, I was just shocked about the no pants. Okay, so the first place winner probably came in already. The answer here is red. So we will reveal the prize winner at the very end of the conference. But Eric, what do we have in store for our final sessions here?
So our last panel for today is going to be on emerging strategies in Duchenne. And so this is going to be a bit of a focus on gene editing and more specifically talking about CRISPR technology. So Ryan and I are going to be joined by Dr. Melissa Spencer from UCLA and Dr. Kevin Flanagan from Nationwide Children's Hospital for a question and answer session in just a little bit. So as we go through this introduction, if you have questions, please submit them to that comment box below. But we are going to begin with an introduction just to kind of help set the stage for everyone, and that is going to be handled by Dr. Spencer. So, Melissa, if you are ready.
I'm ready. Should I start? Okay, great. Hello, everyone. So today I'm going to give a very brief overview of an exciting technology called CRISPR-Cas9 gene editing. And this technology allows for precise edits or changes in DNA in living cells. Can I have the first slide? So I'm going to introduce you to the basic mechanism of how it works. So I'm representing the two components of CRISPR as a flag and scissors. The flag represents a guide RNA, you'll hear that term. And the scissors represent the Cas9, which is the cutter. It's the enzyme that cuts the DNA. And so they make a complex, and the flag guides the scissors to the precise region of the DNA where it makes a cut. Next slide, please. So the precision in CRISPR really comes from the Watson-Crick base pairing between the guide RNA, which is shown as those blue lines where it says Cas9. So the Cas9 is actually this blobby blue thing in the background, and the guide RNA, which is the flag, is this yellow line with the blue lines up to the top there. So what is being shown here is a guide RNA binding to the DMD gene, making contact in a specific way, And then that Cas9 is going to cut and make a break in the DNA. Next slide, please. And the DNA is repaired using the naturally occurring machinery that's in the cell. And there's a couple ways it can occur. One is NHEJ, or non-homologous end joining, where those two pieces are just brought together. And sometimes you have insertions or deletions, but the platforms can be designed to accommodate that. The other way is homology-directed repair, which requires a third component, and that will completely repair the gene. But unfortunately, this is not a method that's going to be efficient for skeletal muscle. And so most researchers are using NHEJ to develop their platforms for Duchenne. Next slide, please. So how can we design a CRISPR that will work on the DMD gene that would be therapeutic for Duchenne? Well, the theory behind the way most people are approaching CRISPR for Duchenne is similar to what you probably heard about with exon skipping, where in the case of DMD, there's no protein produced. There are deletions that prevent that. And but this approach uses the idea that you can turn a DMD mutation into a BMD mutation through reframing, and that's what exon skipping does. And then ultimately you have a protein that has a small region of the protein deleted, but most of the protein is retained. And we know that BMD is a milder form of muscular dystrophy and can have a range of severities from mild to severe. So most researchers are trying to design their CRISPR platforms to make a very mild BMD, so to turn a DMD with no protein into a mild BMD with a small change in the middle of the gene. Next slide. So this can be accomplished a few different ways. You can have single or multi-exon deletion. Both cases you can use two guides around the exon, and so most researchers are targeting the introns, which are non-coding regions. So where those yellow lightning bolts are, those are the flags. And the little Pac-Man, that's the Cas9, that's the cutter. So on the left side, I'm showing a single exon deletion. And on the right is multi-exon, which is beneficial because we can make designer dystrophins. So we are not limited to single exon deletions with CRISPR. We can delete multiple exons, which can encompass many patient mutations and can also be beneficial from a regulatory point of view. And if I don't think I've mentioned it yet, but CRISPR is permanent. So it's acting on the DNA to make a permanent change, as opposed to exon skipping, which is not permanent. Next slide. And one additional way CRISPR is being used was developed by Eric Olson, and he's just targeting the splice site of the exon, similar to the way exon skipping works again, but this is permanent to skip a single exon. And occasionally this can give a full-length dystrophin if it reframes the gene properly. Next slide. So CRISPR is working very well in cells and culture, but to develop a therapy for Duchenne, we need to be able to deliver to the body, all the muscles of the body and the heart. And there's two main ways that it's being done now. People are attempting to develop non-viral methods to use nanoparticles. As of now, this is not an efficient system, and these need to be optimized. Sorry. The other is viral vectors, and the common one that's being used is adeno-associated vector. This is the same vector that's being used for clinical trials to accomplish gene replacement. So these gene therapy trials that are ongoing in the United States. So this is a very efficient vector that exploits the biology of viral vectors, of viruses, I mean, and can enter the muscle very effectively. Next slide. So both CRISPR and gene replacement, gene therapy trials are using AAV, but there are differences between CRISPR and gene replacement. And so I just want to highlight that here. So while CRISPR acts on the endogenous DNA and can be tailor designed to make any dystrophin that's wanted using multiple guides, dystrophin replacement with micro or mini dystrophin is actually adding in new DNA that does not incorporate into the person's DNA. It stays outside of the DNA and in the nucleus. And so the other aspect of this that's different is that with gene replacement, in order to fit dystrophin into the vector, as you know, it has to be modified, and the mini and microdystrophins retain about 30% of the protein. With CRISPR, much more of the protein can be retained because what you're putting into the AAV is actually the gene editing tools. You're not putting the dystrophin. And it's also beneficial because it's using the normal regulatory sequences that normally drive dystrophin expression. And so those are the main differences. The size of the dystrophin that's created, what's actually put into the AAV vector, and the functionality and flexibility that CRISPR provides to be able to make different designer dystrophins. Next. And I thought this is often a question, how is CRISPR different from exon skipping with antisense oligos? Next slide. So CRISPR acts on the DNA, which is the code. We all have it in our cells, in our chromosomes. Whereas antisense oligo skipping acts on the mRNA, which is like the Xerox copy. So CRISPR should be permanent, should not need to be redelivered every week, like the antisense oligos. And then lastly, last slide. So where we are in the field is, next slide please, is that several scientists in their lab have successfully delivered CRISPR components to mouse models. It's looking very efficient in mouse models. There's been one dog study done by Eric Olson where he showed that it does work. You can use AAV to deliver CRISPR components either by intramuscular injection, which is not what we want to do clinically, or by systemic delivery. And he is seeing very robust levels of dystrophin. And so this is extremely promising, but we do have several obstacles that we need to overcome, and I think we'll discuss them in this session. So back to Eric and Ryan, so we can have our session.
Thank you, Melissa. Really appreciate that introduction. I think that's going to help set the stage for everyone. So we are going to be joined again today by Dr. Kevin Flanagan. And so we have a handful of topics to discuss, and as well, we're happy to take questions from the community. So if you have any questions, please put them in that box below, and we will try to get to them as we discuss some various topics. So Kevin, I'm going to throw this first question to you. As Melissa, showed in that kind of opening presentation, we see a lot of strategies that are looking towards removing additional exons. And I think, when a lot of families consider CRISPR, the hope is that we're going to have gene correction and that we're going to get back to full-length dystrophin. Could you maybe expand a little bit on why we see a focus on these deletion strategies at this stage?
Sure. Well, the first issue is one that Melissa raised. It's more efficient in skeletal muscle. There's a bias toward this recovery pathway that cells use called non-homologous end joining, where the broken parts can come back together. The cleavage site from the CRISPR, from the Cas9 molecule, allows it to come back together. So that works better for thinking about excision of pieces of DNA than putting pieces back in. The homology-directed repair mechanism, which is the primary way that cells can be sort of directed to put in a donor piece of DNA to completely restore a reading frame, is actually not active in the kind of cells that muscle cells are. It's dividing cells, it's replicating cells. Mitotic cells are the ones that make use of the homology-directed repair pathway. So there's a bias to the non-homologous end joining, or NHEJ pathway. So in some ways, the efficiency of it is probably much greater in skeletal muscle. Now, we should point out that there are potential routes to restoring full-length gene therapy for certain mutations. So, for example, mutations of one or more exon duplications are ones where there are potential strategies to excise those duplicated exons only in a way that you would wind up with full-length protein. And Dr. Olson's lab has demonstrated in certain small subclass of mutations that affect the splice sites where additional pieces of DNA are inserted, sometimes as pseudoexons inserted into a gene. And in that way, you could restore a full-length gene. But as things stand right now, that's a smaller number of patients that will be amenable to that. And early development, of course, for most things is directed to what will be a benefit to most patients. And these kind of excision approaches are likely to be quite beneficial to the largest number of patients.
Great, thank you. I think that really helps kind of clear that up. We did have a number of questions already about, whether nonsense mutations could be addressed with this or duplications, and so I think that's great to see that that's something that we can maybe expect down the line, but at this stage, kind of going for those after maybe the hotspot regions, maybe what we see kind of early on. And I think we also wanted to talk about some of the challenges that we can expect with CRISPR, and I think maybe a first place to start is just it helps to compare to what we already know, and I think everyone is a little bit more familiar with gene therapy. And so maybe we can talk about, does the packaging of CRISPR, with the guide RNA, the Cas9, is that going to differ than what we see with the current gene therapies with the transgene and the promoter? And so, Melissa, I'm going to direct that one to you.
Okay. So just to reiterate, we're not putting dystrophin into the AAV vector like we are with gene therapy. We're putting in these gene editing components. There are a lot of different Cas proteins that come from different bacteria strains. And the one that was initially used for most gene editing is very large. And so it does fit into AAV, but the guides need to go into a second vector. And so this is a problem because we're seeing a lot of issues with the higher doses of AAV. And so I think people are now thinking about using other Cas9s, other editing material that's smaller, that you can go into a single guide system. So the trend is to probably try and fit it all into one using different Cases that are smaller. So packaging is an issue from the perspective of the size of Cas9, but it doesn't have to be modified like dystrophin does. It would be optimal to have a smaller Cas9. So SA-Cas9 is the one that's smaller and fits. So I think I answered your question.
No, you did. Thank you. And if someone were to use one of those, the larger Cas9, would that have then an impact on how efficient the editing capacity is, because we're kind of splitting the amount we're delivering?
Well, so right now we're trying to figure these things out, but there is a benefit to having a two-component, two AAV system, a dual vector system, in that it's been demonstrated now by at least 3 labs that being able to titrate your one vector to the other vector, so your guide vector to your Cas9 vector, actually is beneficial. So scientists have shown that adding more guide vector really improves the efficiency and how long the therapy will last. So there are some issues that people have encountered in long-term studies in animals showing that there's a loss of the guide vectors. But by boosting the guide vectors, the dystrophin is more efficient, and then the therapy lasts longer. What I mean by that, because that could be confusing, is that if you're not sustaining your guide vector and you don't have enough editing, if you have inefficient editing, you're not going to hit very many nuclei and edit them. You're going to have very low dystrophin. And if you don't hit a certain level of dystrophin, you are not going to protect those fibers. So it's very critical that we reach a certain threshold of efficiency before we go into patients. Since right now AAV is a single dose entity. So a key thing is getting that efficiency up. So the double guide system does seem to help. However, you have a double dose of AAV, and we know that's bad. So the SA-Cas9 will allow lower doses to be used. It's not clear how that's going to impact the guide ratio or the vector stability. That was a bit long-winded, but
no, I think that's very helpful, and I think that was a clear explanation. So, Kevin, then we expect that some of the same immunological challenges that we're facing right now with gene therapy and concerns about pre-existing antibodies, and those are still going to be challenges that we're going to face with CRISPR therapy when we get to in-human trials.
That's right. We do expect some of the same safety issues, although we should say that Cas9 and genome editing presents its own extra set of safety issues as well that have to be addressed. So once we put aside AAV immunity, which may have more to do with efficiency of these approaches than the safety of these approaches, there are issues related to immunity to Cas9, which is these come from bacterial proteins, and we don't quite know yet what really the certain sort of how much Cas9 immunity there will be in the population who we want to treat with these. But the biggest safety issue has to do with when we put in something that we're intentionally damaging DNA with, we have to make sure that it's absolutely specific. So we worry about the off-target effects of this as well. If we potentially, we're intentionally damaging DNA and letting the cell repair it, if we do that by accident at the wrong spot, we could do it at a place with a gene, for example, that suppresses tumors or something like that. And we want to make sure that we don't do that sort of DNA damage. So the major safety issue is really understanding off-target effects from this. And then, as Melissa mentioned, the goal is to have this express and be long-standing. They have Cas9 in cells working for a very long time. So you can imagine as we do this genome editing, genome nicking over a long time, the DNA breakage over a long time, we accumulate those risks over time. So it does present some challenges as we think about sort of safety studies that we have to do on the pathway to getting to clinic with it. So we have some of the same issues related to AAV, to dose, maybe challenges with the fact that we're using 2 vectors, so we might have to give twice as much AAV in the end to get these effects. We don't know all those answers yet, but then this own set of its own kind of risks for it that we have to be aware of.
And could we maybe just expand on exactly what we mean when we're talking about off-target effects, just so that way, anyone who's hearing about it for the first time is kind of crystal clear on what we mean?
Sure. I'll start, and Melissa, I'm sure we'll jump in, but what we worry about, the component of this, the guide RNA component, is a specific location within the genome, within the chromosome. In fact, we look for very specific places within the DMD gene locus, and that's a sequence of nucleotides like DNA that are complementary. They're RNA, and they're complementary to a location. They pair up with a portion of the DNA that we want it to match to cleave. And by chance, there's some regions of the DNA of our chromosomal DNA that's more specific, more exact, only there at one place in the entire human genome, and that's what we want. But it's not really an all or nothing response, really. So near perfect pairs, for example, over these 20 nucleotides or so, could cause a risk for off-target effects. These are things that have to be studied empirically. You have to do these studies in cells and determine how many off-target spots you have where cleavage might occur. And Melissa probably might expand upon that.
No, perfect.
Okay.
Great. Actually, we had a question come in. Melissa, could you maybe just kind of further expand on what you mean when you say permanent? I think there was just a little bit of uncertainty with that.
Right.
So that would be great.
It's a little bit of a difficult concept. So the permanent idea is you are having cutting of DNA in the nucleus and either NHEJ or HDR. So you're having some editing occur. When I'm saying it may not be permanent, what I mean by that, and I think I probably confused everyone, is that you can lose those edited nuclei if the muscle fiber does not make enough dystrophin. That was my point. And so it's very important that the efficiency is high. So if you are editing nuclei, but then your muscle cell is dying, then those are going to disappear. And that's what I mean. So it is permanent, but we need high enough efficiency to retain the nuclei in the muscle fiber.
With that, do you think the age of the patient is going to factor into where CRISPR is going to be more appropriate with growth and maturation? Like, I mean, how will that factor into potentially looking at cohorts that would be most appropriate for a therapy like this?
So ideally, you would want to treat young patients prior to disease. That doesn't mean it won't work for older patients. There are issues with AAV and the immune response that make one want to go into younger patients right now until we can address some of the safety issues. And so I think it could be used for the whole spectrum of disease, but most likely is going to be most effective in the younger patients. And there's another element we haven't discussed, which is targeting the muscle stem cells. If we can target the muscle stem cells, then we can have a long-lasting therapy, because those cells, if they're edited, can divide and make more daughter cells. And so I've lost my train of thought. It's like, yeah, so we would want to target those muscle stem cells. It gets harder in the older patients, but not impossible, because there is a lot of fibrosis. And there was another point, I'll think of it.
Kevin, you had something to add?
May I jump in just with a thought about stem cells in general? And it's just something that I from the clinic that I've heard. Sometimes parents come in the clinic and they say, "Oh, I've heard about a therapy done with CRISPR for another disease."
Mm-hmm.
And it is worth noting that where things so far have shown success is what we consider ex vivo therapy for example, kinds of blood disorders where cells can be taken out of the body. Yeah. Editing can be done to those cells, kinds of stem cells, in a test tube. And then those can be tested for all the things we've talked about, for off-target effects. We can make sure people can make sure that there's no detrimental effects, and then those patients' own cells, now corrected, put back into the body. And we're not at a place, obviously, where we can do this with muscle cells. We can't take out muscle stem cells, correct them, and put them back in the body. And I only add that in after Melissa's thing, just because I know that's sometimes confusing to parents when they read about it being done for a clotting disorder or something else.
Sickle cell. A lot of people were reading about that with excitement.
That's exactly right.
You see a story on the news that this has cured a patient, and it's everything this community wants, but nothing they can have right now. And with that, it's the big question of timing. And I know this is a hard question, but you hear debates over in the next 2 years, we're going to dose a patient with CRISPR, or maybe it's 5. And I know it's difficult for you to sort of, say it's going to be exactly this long until we have trials, but can you talk about this a bit, about the steps that need to be taken, and what are your thoughts about the next couple of years with trials with CRISPR?
We'd love to hear from both of you. So Kevin, we'll have you start, and then we'll kick it over to Melissa.
Yeah. Sure. So, well, the first thing to remember is, although now from a lot of different studies, we as a community or field, we have a good sense of the promise of gene replacement therapy, and we have some sense in learning more, unfortunately, about the toxicities associated with that as well. What we're doing here is fundamentally different. We're trying to go in to edit chromosomal DNA accurately. So it is, although the idea of giving AAV components to people gives us some sense of how the FDA will respond to things, the kind of safety issues we'll look at as investigators, there is a whole another set of safety and efficacy issues we have to really take care of first, we as a community. Now, I'm just reluctant personally to make predictions, because awfully good scientists and now awfully good companies are working on this, and everyone is working very hard on it. And the joke is we always overestimate what we're individually going to do in our labs and underestimate what the field is going to do over a period of time. I can promise parents that there is serious work going on in a lot of academic laboratories and now a lot of commercial laboratories as well, and clear pathways to understanding what we need to do for this. In the meantime, what gene replacement therapies have taught us is what are the kind of proper outcome measures we should be using in trials for patients. We have a good sense of what the relative safety is from the AAV vectors itself, and not a perfect sense, but really an opening understanding of what those are. So I do think we're on the scale of years rather than decades to one of these trials. I think that's about as much as I'm safely willing to predict myself. I'll hear what Melissa. I look forward to what Melissa has to say.
I don't have too much to add, except I think we'll know more as things proceed in other diseases. So for these bloodborne diseases where cells are taken out, edited, and put back in, the regulatory pathway will become more clear, and that's going to lower the threshold. So every one of these successful trials then makes it more likely that we can speed up. And it's really one of these situations, having been in the field so long, we just never know when it's going to happen. We thought gene therapy was happening 15 years ago. It didn't happen right away, but then all of a sudden the path was cleared from the SMA studies for systemic gene therapy, and now everybody is excited and things are moving forward. So these things tend to sort of come in fits and starts. You think nothing's happening, but scientists are working very hard in their labs trying to get through some of the regulatory issues, some of the safety issues, optimizing their therapies. Sometimes they fail, but it's always, one step back, 2 steps forward. And it's really hard to know. But I think we'll know more as these other diseases start to apply CRISPR.
Okay, great, thank you. We did have a lot of additional questions, and I think this is something that's definitely going to warrant some follow-up, and I think maybe we can look towards doing an additional webinar with both of you, because this was some really great content. I do have one quick question to throw to Kevin. Something we hear a lot from families, and I think is a really important issue, and it's something we see in our preference survey work as well, is about waiting for CRISPR, and just wondering what kind of your conversations look like when you speak with families in the clinic that are maybe kind of waiting.
Right. Well, it's a great question, and I often, when I talk about CRISPR, I remember when the New York Times had a article on their science pages about 3 CRISPR papers in Science, and about 3 years ago, and people came into the lab the next week with that paper in hand and said, or into the clinic and said, okay, when can I get CRISPR? I think it's important for parents to really understand. I think it's important for us as clinicians and scientists to educate the community about what's different about it and the challenges that exist for it. I think that I often have tried to have conversations in clinic to lay out what we've learned, what the newest things are, and the differences between correcting it in a mouse or a dog versus what that means for scaling up to humans. That's really quite important. There are also, I think, ethical and societal issues that people are concerned about with CRISPR. It won't keep us from finding a way forward with it. But when we start editing the genome, we worry about what we're doing, what editing we pass on to the children. What do we edit the germline as well, or just things in the target tissue like muscle? That's a big topic and beyond the scope of this question itself. But there are some great resources, I will say, for parents out there. I often refer parents to what I think is a wonderful book by Jennifer Doudna, Doudna, who's one of the scientists really responsible for clarifying CRISPR mechanisms in mammalian cells. And she wrote a book called A Crack in Creation. I recommend it. I don't get kickback for recommending it. I mean, it's out there on Amazon and paperback, but I think it's for the interesting parent, I think it's a really good description of what this really remarkable technology is. It's become, a great tool for laboratory research and our great hope for clinical research as well. So I would recommend that to anybody.
Great, thank you. And thank you both for taking the time to talk about such an important topic with us and with the community. We really appreciate it. And we are just going to take a very short 5-minute break, and we will be back in just a moment.
Welcome back. It is my pleasure to introduce our final speaker of the night. He's a dear friend of mine, a dear friend of Pat Furlong's. His name is Joel Wood. He's the president and founder of the Foundation to Eradicate Duchenne. FED, also known as FED, has been a partner with PPMD for a few decades now. Together, we really crafted an advocacy strategy that lives on today, and we work so closely together. And really, all the progress we've seen in therapy development, advancements in care, the foundation of that has been our work in Washington, and we've done that together and with many foundations. With that, I'm going to hand it over to Joel Wood for a few words.
Thank you so much. Am I the only person who has remarked that when you first pop up, you really do look like Ryan Seacrest in this setting? I'm so grateful for this opportunity, and I know you two especially have got to be exhausted after 8 or 9 hours there today. I wish I was there in the studio with you. I wish I was there with everyone participating in this conference, and I'm humbled to be the final speaker. My son James, many of you know, who's just over there. I probably should have him make a cameo, but was diagnosed in May of 2000. Interestingly, in that room, generally by the time you get to diagnosis, you pretty much know what it's going to be. So the 10 million Google searches and one thing that led to another, and the CK levels and all of that. And in the room at the time that he was diagnosed was the local MDA official. So there were like 8 or 9 people in that little room at Children's National Medical Center, and that person was Annie Kennedy, who worked for the MDA, and then of course had her several years with the PPMD and is still very close in our rare disease community, and has been my brain on all things DMD for decades. But my wife Dana and I were both lobbyists and in DC, and so we turned and we said, okay, we're lobbyists. Where do we go? I certainly had a great awareness of some of the big disease world lobbies. I had a friend at JDRF, Juvenile Diabetes Research Foundation, and they had an incredible Washington machine. And I'm like, okay, where's my machine? Where is it? And what Annie Kennedy told me at the time, sort of had to do it on the fly because of her MDA role. She's like, well, it's not us. You need to contact Pat Furlong. And so, so much has happened during that time, and we try, as you even just alluded to, working with all the other major foundations and anyone who can assist in any way. But the bedrock of advocacy has been what the PPMD has done. And it turned out that, yes, when we made that call, there was just a handful of us. It was Sherry Gunvalson, it was Al Hemphill, and before long, it sort of all morphed into the Muscular Dystrophy Care Act. And so I will tell you, as gratifying as it is, that when James was diagnosed 20 years ago, there really was no particular private biopharma investment in Duchenne whatsoever. And one of the really interesting and tragic things about this disease group is that Eric Hoffman has noted this to me. So turns out back in the early 1980s, when it became apparent that Duchenne was caused by a single gene defect, and it's the largest gene in the body times 10, there were a lot of resources. There was a lot of excitement associated with Lou Kunkel's lab and those who first identified and cloned the dystrophin gene. And then at that moment, you would think that the research would skyrocket. Instead, from an NIH governmental standpoint, it disappeared. It was almost as though mission accomplished. We have identified the gene. That is so tragic. And at that moment when James was diagnosed, I did the math one time that their total investment in, if you look at the 4 pillars of what is supposed to be, NIH criteria for funding, the need, the severity, the prevalence, and the opportunity. And so if you look at Duchenne, world's #1 lethal childhood genetic disease at the time. We don't use the word childhood so much anymore. Isn't that an astonishing achievement that we can all be so pleased about? The prevalence issue there, the cruelty of the disorder itself, and the scientific opportunity, readily identifiable flaws on a single gene. And yet we had 1/2500th of the NIH budget that was being spent on it. So we can all take our share of credit for the hundreds of millions of additional dollars that have been expended through the federal government. And the 48 or so companies that I think Pat has identified that are now actively in this business, and the billions that are ultimately being spent. Obviously, none of this is going to be fully realized until those cures come. And I was really gratified just before we came back on to hear Pat say that her takeaway is that there's so much more clarity from this conference, that there's just so much more clarity about the promise of gene therapy and ultimately the CRISPR technology as well. So we've got a lot of things in the mix. We're all trying to add to that cocktail of ingredients that can continue to improve the quality and duration of lives. And we still have much work to do. The one final thing I would want to really underscore and put an exclamation point on, this has been so professionally produced. I'm so in awe of the job that PPMD has done in being the networking organization, the scientific organization in the Duchenne world, and to partner with the PPMD wherever we can. But we're still a rare disease, and we've got to punch outside of our weight limit. And so I really urge you. We've made a lot of champions in Congress through the years. You've got an outstanding lobby team, and the FEGRI folks as well that are world class in DC. We've got to build those relationships, and do not ever underestimate your ability to make that personal connection with your member of Congress and your members of the Senate. And this is in a world upside down, in a pandemic, in the most horrendous political environment that I could have ever imagined, with so much polarization. Make sure, no matter who your members of Congress are, or if you've got other connections and can employ other family members, make them your best friend. None of the politics of Duchenne are about liberal versus conservative, Republican versus Democrat. And so we just strongly urge you to continue to build those relationships. It's harder now when we're all having to Zoom into our virtual worlds here. But the one last little parochial thing I will mention, we've had sort of a rough division of labor that had evolved over the years, where on our end at the Fed, we really had worked on building the and sustaining millions of dollars of funding through the CDMRP programs at the Defense Department, whereas the PPMD, all the taking care of business with respect to NIH, CDC, the CARES Act, the CARE Act has, and we would try to supplement wherever possible, and it's always been cohesive. But starting last year, we took a number that was only at $3.2 million a year, and with the help of a lot of you through members of the Defense Appropriations Subcommittee in both the House of Representatives and others in the Senate, moved that number to $10 million this year. our goal was because we had the highest percentage increase of any of those enumerated 40 or 50 diseases and those accounts there. We decided pigs get fat and hogs get slaughtered, so we would just ask for 10 million again. And if we can hopefully sustain that, then next year we're going to try to move it probably to 15 million. We got some really special relationships with, for example, Congresswoman Betty McCollum, who's in line to be the next chairwoman of that appropriations subcommittee because of PPMD connections. We got great relationships with Congressman Derek Kilmer, another leading New Democrat on the Defense Appropriations Subcommittee, and very influential because of relationships found through the PPMD. So we need to continue to work toward that. Now, 2 weeks ago, the Defense Appropriations Subcommittee came out and we sustained our $10 million in that. But there's always ifs, ands, and buts. This is a horrible political environment where who knows, and that number seems downright quaint when you look at the trillions that is flowing out of Washington right now. But we need to sustain that. And one of our goals is to get it specifically enumerated in the United States Senate. Typically, these lists come over from the House, and then the Senate generally relies on it. But there have been trickling in other disorders that have gotten Senate attention. So that's one specific thing that we're going to be working with. But again, thank you. Thanks to all of you for everything that you do. It's one of those weird things. Hate the circumstance that brings us all together, but love all of you so much. And I'm so eager. Congratulations on such a successful conference under such difficult circumstances. And I can't wait to hear Pat's final remarks. Thanks again for the opportunity.
Great. Thank you so much. This is Ryan Seacrest. Now passing it over to Pat for some final thoughts. Pat?
Thank you. And Joel, thank you very much. Am I on? Thank you very much. The conference is always bittersweet, right? We prepare for it, we think about it, we try to serve, we try to listen, we try to do, and then we really love coming together because you're right, it's the most difficult of circumstances, the most painful of circumstances that seems to rip your heart more times than you can expect, more times than you ever thought about. But at the end of the day, we came together, right? I remember meeting you way back when in front of the NIH when I said they've never mentioned this disease after they fell asleep when they got the gene cloned. And that's what seemed to happen. They said, here's the gene, it's cloned, and let's all go to sleep and do something else. And then I met you. And I can't thank you enough. I can't thank all of you enough who've joined us today. A good friend of mine said, find your us. And I think in the midst of this pain, we've found our us. Thank you for coming to this conference. Thank you for joining us under the most difficult of circumstances. Make your representative in the House and the Senate your very best friends. It matters. They're part of your us, and it's the only way we'll change this world. Thank you for joining us. Thank you to Ryan Seacrest and to Eric Camino. You've done a brilliant job, and I'm really grateful to all you've done. And I know you must be ready to collapse after so many hours online. And thanks all of you who joined us. Thanks to all of our sons who lead us, all of the experts who guide us and find solutions, and all of our sponsors who are driving therapies. We need those therapies as soon as possible, not just for a subset, but for everyone. Thank you again, and we'll see you in person, I hope, very soon. Over to you guys.
Thank you so much, Pat. I want to reveal the prize winners for the polling. I know people were waiting anxiously. We had some great prizes. I want to announce that Amelia Beasley won the Simpsons family portrait. You're going to get your family portrait drawn as a Simpson character, framed and sent to you. We had Stephanie Wilcox win a $100 Amazon gift card. Jen Shumsky win a $100 Amazon gift card. Simone Hill won a Diet Coke cooler for the Diet Coke question. Gabriela Mendez, a $100 gift card. And then Drew McFearon, a $100 Amazon gift card. Eric?
We just have a couple of save the dates for you as well. So we hope that we will be able to meet again with everyone next year in Orlando in 2021 for our 27th annual conference from June 23rd to 27th. The year after that, 2022, we're going to be in Scottsdale, Arizona. And then following that, we are going to be back in Dallas, Texas in 2023. Just as a reminder, you will get a survey email tomorrow. Please let us know how we did, what you liked, what we can do to improve this. And in the coming week, we will make everything that's been available over the past 4 days ready for you and your family to view again in case you missed anything. And I just want to take this time to say a few thank yous. So first of all, thank you to all of our panelists and presenters for making this such an amazing conference and providing so much great content for these families and these patients. We want to thank all of the sponsors who helped support us to put this event on. Special thank you to everyone here at Dudley Digital Works. The crew has been absolutely amazing at putting this entire event on. And then just a big thank you to all of the researchers, clinicians, sponsors, and families that are fighting every day to end Duchenne. And of course, thank you to Ryan for being such a great co-host.
Thank you to Eric. Really, really appreciate you coming here with me to host. I just want to say a big thank you to the PPMD staff. I think we had the easier job. So much work went into this over the course of so many weeks of putting this together behind the scenes, and I think it went seamlessly, and we cannot thank you enough. We so appreciate it. I want to thank the PAC for hosting all of those parallel meetings. Heard they went really, really well. The socials, I want to thank the PPMD Connect coordinators, the PPMD board led by Anessa Feisenfeld. And in general, I want to thank every Duchenne organization out there. We partner with a number of you, not only here, but around the world. And I know so many families out there are supporting so many of these Duchenne organizations, and we love that. We think it's wonderful. It's not just PPMD, it takes a village. And if you're doing an event for any of these organizations, you're supporting any of them, you are really furthering the mission to end Duchenne. So we appreciate that, and we appreciate all you do. And finally, to Pat Furlong, we love you dearly. None of this would be possible without you. So we're grateful for you, and hopefully I'll see you in person soon. So with that, thank you, everybody, and we'll be in touch very soon. We hope you enjoyed the conference.